Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is in play and a lot is taking place. Kenyans are treated to hearing what they don't want to hear and seeing what they would not want to see in the pretext that the president has been receiving questions from journalists and responding to the situation Kenya. Well, I don't know what you feel about the whole scenario, but some of the sweeping statements that have come forth have left us shocked and shaken by reason of how the president seems to be out of touch with the Kenyan situation and with the way Kenyans are viewing and looking at life. One of those claims is that life is better off with Dr. William Ruto than Uhuru Kenyatta. And he claims even the cost of Unga is better off right now because of him. It were not for him, the cost would have already gotten to 300. I don't know what you take of the same. And then another shocking scientific explanation on why GMO is safe. He say he's been taking GMO and he hasn't developed breasts or horns, and therefore GMO must be safe. I don't know what you make out of that, but it leaves me disappointed, if to say the least. All in all, nawakaribisha kila mmoja mahala popote mlipo, tujumuike pamoja tunapojadili masuala haya kwa kina, ili kusikwe na yeyote ambaye atakayehadaliwa ama danganywa na hawa waongo ambao wamejitolea kwa kudanganya Wakenya peupe na wazi. Karibu sana, na taanza moja kwa moja kwa kuhakikisha kwamba wewe umekaribisha wawili, watatu, wanne, watano, ili wote tukajumuike pamoja. Tutaomba kisha tuanze safari ya mjadala wa leo kwa pamoja. Lakini kwangu mimi mahala nilipo, I'm very disappointed as a Kenyan to have somebody in the helm of power leading the country with that kind of reasoning. Otherwise, let's get down to business. We will pray and get talking. Thank you. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege to wait on you again as we discuss as Kenyans, seeking out solutions to our problems and looking out on how best we can get them sorted. We thank you that you're the God who is only wise. The Bible describes you so. You are the epitome of all wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. The scripture says there is no searching to your understanding, and your wisdom is infinite. We rely on that infinite wisdom to find lasting solutions to that which has faced this great country. There seems to be an insurgent of strange wisdom that is releasing confusion and all manner of pains in the hearts and in the minds of Kenyans. We rise up today by the power of the blood covenant to forbid and disallow every strange wisdom from hell and from wherever that is out to confuse Kenyans, bewitch the Kenyan people, and make them slaves in their own country. We arise today to say no to every voodoo wisdom and every underworld wisdom that is being given a leeway to make Kenyans become insensitive to what is evil and refuse to arise against what is out to eliminate them. I pray today in the name of Jesus that you will be the God and the Lord of this great nation. Let the blood of Jesus, the Bible says, speaks better things than that of Abel. Speak for this nation and against every wickedness and against every oppression, against every crookedness that is out to mess the lives of our people. We pray today that by reason of that precious blood of Jesus and that superior blood covenant, we nullify every strange covenant and nullify every strange arrangement that is meant to mess the welfare of this great nation. We pray in the name of Jesus that, Lord, you will arise and let your enemies be scattered. You're a God. The Bible describes you as a mighty man of war. We pray that you arise and defend your honors. Defend this great country. Fight them that fight this country. Deliver our children. Let this country be free once and for all by the power of God and not by the strange wisdom of men and all evil forces. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will reveal yourself as the God of this nation, the Savior and the Deliverer of this great nation. Men have imagined their own things. They have drawn out their own schemes. We pray that you will catch them in their own traps, that you will confound them in their own cleverness and in their own craftiness. In the name of the Lord Jesus, by the superior wisdom of God, confound the wise in their wisdom. Yes, in the name of Jesus, let those that dig the pit for this nation fall in the same. Those that break the hedge, let them be beaten by the serpent. The serpent. We pray in the name of Jesus that you alone shall be the Lord and the King of this nation. Let the ground of this land reject the evil. Let the air of this land reject the evil. Let the sun shine against the evil in this nation. Let the moon shine against the evil in this nation. We pray in the name of the Lord Jesus. Let the air itself fight against the evil in this nation. That mighty God, you alone shall be the God and the King of this land, and you will save us even at this point in time. We give you thanks and bless you even as we carry on with the discussion. Let wisdom be oozed out today in the name of Jesus. Quicken us, oh God, and cause us to come up with solutions to what bedevils this land. We love you, we bless you, be magnified, be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen and amen. Thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate you so much that you found time to join us in this long discussion, even as we dialogue as Kenyans and seeking out the very best for our great country. Well, once again, just to put it into perspective, the cost of Unga would be worse off without Dr. William Ruto. And he says, since he's been taking GMO and has not developed breasts nor horns, therefore GMO is safe, claims the scientist William Ruto. What do you take of the same? The link to use to get in the studio is already in the comment section. We urge you to make use of it. And if you're getting us right now, please make sure you invite the whole world into this place. Let's dissect these matters and be able to tell each other the truth. Are we on the right track, or we are playing games with what can swallow us up as a people? Asante sana kwa kila mmoja. Karibu studio. Nashukuru sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika mjadala wa leo, kwa kuwasabai tu wawili watatu. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Mato Makandets anasema studio iko safi, tuko hapa. Asante sana. Mark Meki, thank you so much kwa kujumuika nasi, karibu kwa show. Tuendelee kwa pamoja tujadili haya masuala, na wanasayansi wote nawakaribisha usiku wa leo mkuje kutuambia hii masuala ya matiti na pembe inahusiana na nini, na masuala ya GMO. Nini ambacho rais anajaribu kuhadaa wa Kenya nacho katika mazungumzo ya kila kama haya, ambayo yeye anafanyia mzaha masuala ya afya ya Wakenya, na anasema kwamba kwa sababu yeye ametumia GMO na haja ota matiti wala pembe basi, GMO iko safi. I take that as an offensive claim from somebody who is charged with the responsibility of safeguarding the welfare of 55 million of us. And if that's the kind of reasoning that is in the steering wheel, then I predict we are not on the right track at all. And all our fears that we had about this kind of leadership, I believe it is coming out as played out. Well, tuendelee kwa pamoja. Nashukuru wote ambao mnaingia studio. Karibuni tu sana. Tutaanza na kucheza hiyo video moja tu, alafu tumlete Bwana Wangira. Naona Bwana Mala pia amefika. Nashukuru Roda, karibu. Elizabeth Anyango, karibu. Wasikon, asante sana. Kuna General Isaac Mavenge, muda mrefu, karibu. Lakini nashukuru Engineer Jimmy Karumba, asante kwa show. Mama Mary Wainaina, karibu kwa show, asante tu sana. Tunapoanza mjadala wa leo, usitazame peke yako tafadhali, hakikisha kwamba umewakaribisha wote ambao wanaweza kufaidika na mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Tunapoangazia masuala haya, masuala ya afya ya Wakenya yanaweza kuchezewa mchezo kama unaochezwa sasa hivi, ama ni nini kinachoendelea katika nchi hii? Ni nini hicho ambacho akieleweki katika nchi hii, ili hali kila mmoja ana kilio chake. Wakulima wana vilio vyao, wamama wana vilio vyao, wazee wana vilio vyao, vijana wana vilio vyao, lakini William Ruto anasema yeye ndio mwenyewe na amefanya mambo yakawa bora kuliko serikali zingine zote. Sijui unaonaje masuala haya? Okay, let's get this video quickly and then we will be able to open the floor for you to air what you feel and think about this entire scenario.
Ama ile wanasemekana sijui nani atafanya nini, tutakuwa na extra nini, you know, lazima tuambiane ukweli, you know. Mimi mwenyewe nimekula chakula ya GMO. Mimi nimemea matiti. Ama ile wanasemekana sijui nani atafanya nini, tutakuwa na extra nini, you know, lazima tuambiane ukweli, you know.
Haya, Bwana Wangira, karibu. Vipi lakini?
Bwana Bernard, niko salama, labda wewe?
Mzima, nashukuru. Mimi huyu.
Let me just say a good evening here in Kenya to Mala and my sister Rhoda. Bernard, you know, I don't know who actually came up with this saying that, you know, people campaign in poetry, and, you know, when they come to rule, you know, they end up ruling in prose. You know, perhaps as I debate, you research it for me and find out who says that when people are campaigning, they campaign in poetry, and when they rule in prose. Because, you know, we are seeing a proper illustration of this saying in the gentleman called President William Samoei Ruto. You know, just 3 months ago, the guy was on top of everything, you know, in what I'll call poetry. And, you know, today, because of the prose, Bernard, I found William Samoei Ruto not coherent at all and at all, Bernard. And, you know, I've noted down a few of his arguments, which I'll try to deliberate on in my 3 minutes. For example, William Samoei Ruto, when he was defending the Hustlers Fund, you know, one of the journalists, especially in the English section, brought in the issue of the regulations. Because if we are a nation ruled by the rule of law, then we must adhere to the rule of law. If the regulations say that there will be a board, and under the board there will be a secretariat, then this journalist wanted to know, why are we not having the board, and why are we not having the secretariat? And William Samoei Ruto went around the whole issue. He said that he deployed technology. That's what he told us, that he deployed technology. Eh? So he was trying to run away from the issue of the regulation and telling us that he has deployed technology. So I was asking myself, if William Ruto is deploying technology and he feels that technology is so adequate in running this country, let us do away with every board. Bernard, we can do away with the board at the NHIF so that technology can do work there. Let us do away with the board at NSSF so that technology can do work at NSSF. Let us do away with boards so that technology can work. Perhaps we'll have saved this country billions of shillings when we allow technology to work and we do away with boards, Bernard. Then the gentleman, he was asked a very brief question, Bernard. And, there has been this issue of production and consumption. He has always been arguing that we must run away from consumption and we go into production. And he was asked, now given that people are borrowing, money from the Hustlers Fund for purposes of consumption, what is his view in that particular regard? And Bernard, it is true. Majority of these people who are borrowing 600 shillings, 1,000 shillings, 2,000 shillings from Hustlers Fund are not doing any business, Bernard. Majority of them are borrowing to sustain their stomachs. But the guy did not have an answer to that question. He didn't have an answer to that question. Then when he was asked about the electricity, the cost of electricity, the cost of living. When he was asked about the cost of living, he went around blaming the former government of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and he even accused President Uhuru Kenyatta of having suspended the fertilizer subsidy. Bernard, the fertilizer subsidy. Then the most interesting part was on the GMO, where he has told us that he has been eating GMO and Jamea Matiti. So he's now joining Bill Gates. We know that the people who have been eating GMO in this world, one of them is Bill Gates, and another one is President William Samoei Ruto. And funnily, according to President William Samoei Ruto, he has been eating GMO and Jamea Matiti. That's what he's telling us. He has been eating GMO, Jamea Matiti. Those are his words. So that's how he was defending, GMO. And, he went further to argue that, that things the things we are eating, in the important stuff that we are eating in this country, all have what he called a GMO component of up to 1%, 1%, which is the requirement of KEBS. I don't know whether that's the requirement of KEBS, that whatever is being imported, should have GMO component of not more than 1%. That's how he argued. Then he told us that, he cannot put the people of Kenya in a risk, by allowing them to eat what, is not good for them. And, he went ahead to remind us, Bernard, that, he's a scientist. So, Bernard, you need to know that President William Samoei Ruto is a scientist. He's not a commentator like you on Mutembei TV. Then on the issue of Unga, Bernard, Ugali, Bernard, he told us he came up with some funny projection that, if he had not won elections, Bernard, we would be buying ugali, a packet of ugali at 300 shillings, Bernard. How did he arrive at that, Bernard? When we are talking about figures, tell us the methodology that led you to arrive at a conclusion that if William Samoei Ruto was not president of the Republic of Kenya in January 2023, Kenyans would be buying ugali at 300 shillings. Look at what he's talking about. Then, he went around telling us that, that the price of Unga, has slightly gone down from 230 to 190 shillings. So, he was telling you that, I've done something. At least I've reduced the price of Unga from 230 to 190. Then he told us that he has put measures to ensure that the cost of living goes down. I don't know what measures he has put in place. Electricity. Then he told us that, the cost of electricity is determined by various factors, including tariffs that, are negotiated in a 3 years period. So, he was not telling us what he was going to do, Bernard, to lower the cost of electricity, Bernard. Then on the issue of subsidy, Bernard, He said that, the subsidy that had been introduced by President Uhuru Kenyatta, Bernard, was for political reasons, and it never served any economic purpose. And he never gave us, any tangible evidence to prove that what President Uhuru Kenyatta was doing was purely political and not economic. William Samoei Ruto never mentioned corruption in his statement, in his 2 hour, I think it's 2 or 3 hours, deliberation. He did not mention corruption. And when the issues of the cases involving Aisha Juma, the deputy president, among others, were raised on the circumstances under which they were withdrawn, he went ballistic by claiming that, just like they said earlier, that was because of political witch hunt, and those cases did not have legs to stand on because they were politically motivated, And I like James Smart, who asked him to tell the people of Kenya whether he was not doing what he's accusing the others of having done, Bernard. The one thing that I want to celebrate about the government of William Samoei Ruto, we cannot condemn a person wholesale. There could be one or two good things about President William Samoei Ruto, Bernard. For the last 100 days since President William Samoei Ruto became president of the Republic of Kenya, Bernard, I think, previously, the police, you could hear that the police have killed young people somewhere. You remember the case in Runyenje's Embu where the police killed those two young brothers. There were so many killings by the police, especially for the killing of young people. And some of us who are fathers to sons and who are now getting into teenagers who are starting to get worried, what was the future of our sons if that is the trajectory the police were taking. And today William Samoei Ruto has been categorical, and I allowed him for that there will be no extrajudicial killings in Kenya. And he has said that they're going to support IPOA, the Independent Police Oversight Authority, to carry out its work. So that one is one positive that we can give William Samoei Ruto. But he came in with another lie, Bernard, on that angle. When William Samoei Ruto notified the nation that Kinoti had gone, he told us that Kinoti had resigned. You remember? He told us that Kinoti had resigned. Today, he told us that, that man, that's why I fired that man. So today he's telling the people of Kenya that he fired Kinoti. When 3 months ago he told the people of Kenya that Kinoti had resigned. Bernard. So on average, Bernard, in the last 100 days, I'll give William Samoei Ruto 1 out of 10. At least he has gotten 1 out of 10 in the last 100 days, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Wangira. We appreciate that. But that 1 out of 10 is misappropriated, in my opinion, because how can he say there is no extrajudicial killings and IG and him on record in Baringo saying the guns are not biro pens to use for writing, okay? They shoot to kill order. Is that not extrajudicial killing? I mean, this is a circus, in my opinion, where somebody wants to twist Kenyans' mind by just playing around with words. If Kinoti was wrong in his dealing with the cases, now he says they were politically instigated. It means that person who was shot in Malindi did not die. It was politically instigated. The murder in question about Aisha Juma, it was all fiction. There was no death. There was nobody who lost a father. There's nobody who lost a grandfather, and nothing like that took place. The money in question, okay, right now I hear there is a property, what is it called? Recovery Authority that is still after Gashagwa, even after it was said that the case is dropped. And so this is one of a government that is devoted to lying. to so much lying that they cannot even avoid it when they are facing the camera and they are addressing the entirety of the country.
Bernard, just one thing before somebody else comes in. You know, the only area, I don't agree with William Samoei Ruto that, they did not, they did not engineer the withdrawals of the cases that were involving Aisha Juma, Rigathi Gachagua, among the rest. Bernard, to me, this my thinking, because I'm entitled to what we call the court of public opinion. To me, I believe, that must have been the engineering of the powers are, Bernard. And you have talked about the asset recovery agency, Bernard. Just the other day, Bernard, you remember the High Court found out that the 200 million shillings that were in Gachagua's account were proceeds of crime, what we call proceeds of crime, Bernard. And it was on the basis of the evidence, adduced by the asset recovery agency. Just 2 days ago, at the Court of Appeal where Gachagua was moved to, asset recovery authority seems to have gone against their own evidence, and they are now denouncing what they told the High Court, and they are now telling the Court of Appeal that the 200 million shillings that were found in Gachagua's bank accounts were money that were gotten in a clean manner. So if that is not state capture, Bernard, I cannot understand what state capture is, Bernard. We could be in a worse state capture than what they were accusing President Uhuru Kenyatta of doing, Bernard. Let me just allow it. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. Na tunaomba tusonge mbele. Mr. Mala, unavunja sheria, umetoa sura, unajificha kwa nini? Wana Mala, are you still there? Okay, let's get this video before Mala can come through to make his submission.
And collect crucial data of farmers in the country. The Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, that's Mithika Linturi, says the data will help the government to make better plans for distribution of subsidized fertilizer while also establishing the nation's food production capacity. Martin Mwangi with the details.
According to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Mithika Linturi, the data collection exercise was necessitated by the challenges encountered during the first phase of the fertilizer subsidy program. However, it will not only be used in the fertilizer distribution process, but also in enhancing food security and mitigating the drought crisis.
It is out of this data we can be able to know which area can give us how many bags of maize, beans, rice, potatoes, whatever it is that you want, including meat, right? Because livestock appears to be forgotten.
The CS says without the data, it will be difficult for the ministry to know the specific needs of each farmer and what can be done to increase their production.
We cannot be able to increase productivity when we do not know which farmer requires what support, whether it is seed, whether it is fertilizer, whether it's extension service. This information is critical.
The ministry will also work hand in hand with the Ministry of Interior and county government so as to make sure the farmers are well informed on the need for registration. However, the process will be done on voluntary basis.
However, it suffices to note that the process shall not be coercive or mandatory. Rather, it shall be voluntary and based on informed decisions by the farmers upon appreciating the reason for registration.
National Government Administration officers have been taken through a training program on the registration process and will also be required to train chiefs and assistant chiefs in their respective counties. They will also be required to give day-to-day updates on the registration process.
Girls at all levels will be required to submit daily county reports to my office on the status of registration as part of tracking, monitoring and reporting the progress of registration of farmers countrywide.
The government is confident that with the completion of the registration, the data gathered will be used in the right manner. Timelines for the registration will be communicated at a later date. Martin Mwangi, NTV.
Mambo ni kama hayo, na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza sasa wameanza usajili upya wa wakulima ili wajue kuna mashamba kiasi gani wakulima wana uwezo wa kuzalisha mahindi kiasi gani. Swali langu tu kabla Bwana Mala aje ni kwamba kwani hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ilikuja kuanzisha Kenya upya ama ni nini kinachoendelea? Katika hii nchi tuko na utamaduni ama sheria inayohitaji kwamba census ifanyike kwa nchi nzima kila baada ya miaka 10, na ni kutokana kwa hiyo data ya census ambapo mpangilio yote ya serikali inafanywa. Nini hiki ambacho Kenya Kwanza haitaki kutumia data ambayo iko na serikali tayari iliyotokana na census ambayo ilifanywa? Mbona waanze upya kutafuta data when there is already data lying with them? Bwana Mala, karibu. Mala, umeenda? Rhoda, you can come through. I think Mala has issues.
Good evening, everybody, panelists, and good evening for those who are watching us online. And today I feel very bad mood. I don't know, it's sad. I don't have a hope in Kenya. The way things are going, the way Ruto was speaking in that interview, I listen and then I get tired because I didn't get anything for him. Everything was one thing. I condemn the journalists. Journalists are not very wise. You know, in the Bible there is a foolish man and five. They didn't know how. There's a question. You know, let me go back in Uhuru Kenyatta. When Uhuru Kenyatta was a president, when the journalist was interviewing him, it was always. It's not like at Uhuru Kenyatta is my tribe. I put him high. Is because the way he was representing himself. He was a really smart person, how he was presenting, and he have this respect for the journalist, and journalist was, you know, he was coming in this way of social, you know, because I think journalists, they get more clever, smart when the person is interview them. If you are smart, you will get more favor, but if you're not smart, you'll not get favor. So I didn't get any point with those journalists. I was, because everything was lying. There's nothing was truth. Everything was lying. So I didn't get any point. Something. So I feel very. I see my country is almost like Haiti. You know, Haiti. There is no who people from Haiti. They always do demonstration. There is no who people. They have nothing. Kenya people, they are not educated. That's the way I saw that picture. Kenya people are foolish. They don't know nothing. They don't know themselves. And it's very bad. When I know Kenya, how we come very far after independence. Kenya is people, it's very recognized. Even when you go to another country, you see Kenya people are doing cleaning job. They used to say Kenya are very educated. Kenya and Nigeria, they used to say Kenya and Nigeria, we are very smart for Africa. But the way I'm seeing things, I have been meet people from all over the Africa, but Kenya, the way things are going, they're not clever. How can you sit in the chair as a president of the Republic of Kenya and you start to say that you are scientific, you have been scientific? If you know you are really scientific, you know GMO food is chemical. It's not organic. You need to be example for us because you are scientist, you have done research. You know, he called him doctor. He have studied university. So you have a lot of knowledge about the food because GMO, it's not to say that GMO is not in Europe. GMO is everywhere, whole world. But when you go to supermarket, they like GMO and organic. So he could say like that. He could say there's a GMO and organic. But he said himself, he eat at you grow the the beer, you grow the breast, men they grow. You know, that's not good language. Especially somebody have been studied, somebody integrity. Why he went to university? Why? It's when you are president, you need to present your country like a president. You need to your personality. You need to control you because you are presenting and whole world are looking. How many people they are looking global diaspora? Maybe even other art in Africa. You need to represent how you because me have listened many presidents who are Africa, but I've never see a president. Even people like Mugabe, you know, those are people I was listening before. You know, those are people I know them. The way they represent their own country when they interview them, they usually have a very good discipline. They cannot speak about that in the camera about that the man grow be woman grow beer and bread. That's not good luck. He need to ask us forgiveness. That is not good language for those family they are watching TV and the children they are watching. They listen something like that, and you are saying when you are present, you need to be good example. We have a Kenya ambassador live in Kenya. We have international. We have a tourism in Kenya, and then they watch you are talking something like that, and you are present. Instead of you present yourself, GMO is a chemical. And we have organic. I want my country. We can have organic and GMO in supermarket because even here I see GMO. I eat GMO. It's not a GMO. I eat. I say I don't eat because organic is very expensive. Tomato organic is very expensive. Banana organic is very expensive. Like organic banana from Colombia. We eat banana from Colombia. It's very expensive. So many people they buy here GMO. It's not say that GMO. Even this chicken we eat. See what's in a dawa. Talk like that. Huku wanaweka dawa tunakula supermarket. You can notice. But it's not good to use that language. Why we have never get beer and breast. So I get very disappointment how he was speaking. And then something he was speaking about Meru. I don't know what he was meaning about Meru. I don't know. He will go and help the governor, something. I don't know. So in Kenya, we need to be very smart. We need to represent our country because our country, we come very far after independence. People, they have been studying. People, they know more. People, they travel. They go different country to global to study university. They represent even when. So, yeah, we need people who are we need smart, not to talk such kind of language. It's really hurt me. I didn't like to hear that. That's something I didn't like him, the way he represents Kenyans. He need to be more intelligent. He need to be more, you get my point what I mean. I have met a lot of social media, whole Africa, the way they interview their president and their king. Because in Africa, we have a lot of kings. Like in Nigeria, they have different kings. Even Uganda, they have a kings. How they usually represent with a good discipline. Say GMO is a chemical and organic. But he could say, our country, I want my country to have people to eat good food, organic. That's the way. Speak positive about your country. Love your country. Don't be negative. Like the way the former president, he was speaking positive about Kenya. He was saying Kenya people are good. He have never speak against Kenya. He have never speak. Oh, he was saying that we want to make the road. We want to make it very good infrastructure. We want to make our young people to. He was speaking positive about. He really loved Kenya. People. Let me tell you, Kenyan people, you lose a very good president. You'll be always remember President Uhuru. He was loving our country with all his whole in heart and soul. But people, they didn't understand him. Okay, he have a different, nobody perfect, but he have a good thing we could not see, like the way he was speaking, like to say about even the people they call him bad name. He was continue working, and this guy, he's still talking about negative about Uhuru. At your state house unakaa, that red carpet is from Uhuru. Those money they were loaning from China. Everything, even the cap, even that suit you wear is from Uhuru. Every fruit we see in Kenya is from Uhuru. If we don't live for the Kibaki, we live in Uhuru even now because he left our country beautiful and development, and he left infrastructure and road. You need all the time he speak negative, and then when they come negative, you have never speak positive about him. You have never say, "Oh, he did good." At least you have something to say good. That's what I want to ask you, Kenya. You are here. You are watching us from all over the world. I know you are watching Those people, they go to Kenya. Me, I don't go to Kenya. When you go to Kenya, you drive very, very nice car. You drive very nice road. If you compare 10 years ago in Kibaki and now, and Hisipia Moi, how even Hisipia Kenya, how did you see when you go to Kenya? It's very beautiful road. Nairobi have a road, express road. Only the foolish doesn't know. Even Kakamega, they didn't have a road. They have. Even many countries, they didn't. Even Uko Eldoret, Nakuru Highway. You cannot say that you have not seen who did good thing. Only foolish. We want. Even when we stay those 5 years, if he do something good, we will say, that's Kenya we want. We don't want a Kenya who have all the negative, a person negative. That is to make us foolish. And in Kenya, we are not foolish. The way people, they think we are very smart. And then something he said about CBS educations. He said that CBS, that, I don't want to be like him. You know me, my personality is different. He said that at CBS educations, that he didn't agree with that. He like it now. At the teacher, they didn't agree. You see, now he wants more CBS education, and he wants the same government. Why he didn't say that he doesn't want? You see, he's like hiding something. He doesn't want the things. He's hiding the truth. It's better you speak the truth. I'm very proud with the former president. We work together. We like I'll be very proud of it. But all the time, negative. Thank you.
Asante Sister Rhoda kwa maoni yako na mchango wako katika mjadala wa leo. Tunashukuru kwa kuwa kila mmoja ako makini kuona yale yanayofaa na yale yasiyofaa. Mfumo wa elimu ni CBC, sio CBS. CBC. Anasema CBC ni nzuri lakini iliharakishwa. Sasa wakati inaharakishwa, si alikuwa deputy president. Mbona hakupunguza mwendo? Minister Magoha alikuwa anafanya kazi chini ya William Ruto. Mbona wakati ule hakuona makosa na CBC? Saa hii ndio anaanza kuona makosa na CBC. Tena kwa sababu anataka kubadilisha kila kitu bila kufuata sheria, ndio anaanza sasa ku blow hot and cold. Mara CBC mbaya, mara CBC nzuri. Mimi kile naona tu ni ule msimamo wangu huo ambapo rais huyu na serikali yake hawajui kile wanachofanya. Wako tu hapo kujaribu kuona kama kuna kitu itafanya kazi. Hebu tusikilize hii video ndio tulete huyu Empty Debe. Empty Debe, umeanza kuvunja sheria, si ulikuwa umerudi, iko nini tena? Unajua mimi naweza kukusoma kwa mbali sana. Okay, tupate hii alafu turejee.
To the cost of living. Kenya National Bureau of Statistics says inflation rate is now at 9.5, at least by November last year. When you come into office, the first thing you do is to remove subsidy on the likes of Unga. The big question is, as you run the program on subsidizing the cost of production, is government saying it was unable to also run the program on subsidizing Unga so much that you remove the pinch on Kenyans who are feeling the pain as they go to the supermarkets to buy Unga?
John, do you know how much those subsidies were costing us? It was costing us 16 billion shillings every year to subsidize fuel. It was costing us 3 billion shillings every did I say every year? Every month.
Every month.
It was costing us 8 billion shillings every month to subsidize Unga. It was costing us 3 billion shillings to subsidize electricity. A total of 26 billion shillings every month. The decision to subsidize Unga, fuel, and electricity was not an economic decision. It was a political decision. It was meant to placate Kenyans to vote in a certain way. Unfortunately, Kenyans did not buy it because they did not feel it. They looked for this Unga of 100 shillings, they did not find. They waited for the price of things to come down, it did not come down, right? Because it was a political decision. So, did you, John, expect me seriously to be elected president? And I know what is right, to continue to do what is wrong. Because what would that do? In a year, we were going to spend 300 billion shillings on subsidy that benefits nobody. You know, it would have been the most reckless thing to do. But just to respond to your issue of inflation, yes. In October, the inflation went actually not 9.5, it went to 9.6, right? But because of the interventions we have made, inflation is now at 9.1. It's on its way down because we are making the right decisions. It will not be sorted out in a week or two or 1 month. You know, we got ourselves here because of 3 years of making the wrong decisions. But I am promising the country that within the next 1 year, we will have pulled the country from here. We will have set ourselves on the trajectory of making sure that we never again buy Unga at 240, you know. Thankfully, we have put the brakes on the continued increase of prices of Unga and all the other food products. At least Unga now is averaging around 190 shillings from 230. The price of cooking oil has come down. So we are beginning to see the journey to sanity. And it is my intention, not just to promote the production we are doing at the moment, but also to make sure that the gap that exists between what the farmers are producing and before the next harvest is that we're going to import maize and some foodstuffs, about 10 million bags between the month of February and June, to make sure that we keep the tabs on the prices of basic food commodities not going up.
Subsidy was a waste of money. It has helped nobody. Empty Debe.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine. You allow me to be behind the curtains.
Please go ahead. Go ahead and help me make sense of this madness.
My teacher, my class 3 teacher, that an empty debe makes a lot of noise. So I'll be making a lot of noise because, you know, when you see someone as a leader, the only thing he can do is make a lot of noise each and every day. You can imagine what is inside. Because one of the qualities of a president is that you have to be a person who is temperament. You have to be a person who is cautious. Because if you're a leader and you're on live TV, people are listening to you. Children are now eating supper and listening to their president, and you start talking about matiti, jamea matiti, have not grown breasts. I mean, what is the problem with Kenya? Because that is, I think, the lowest we have ever had. I don't think even if it is trivializing GMO issues, we cannot get to a point we are talking about breasts on a very serious issue of GMO, a policy issue, an issue that needs a lot of discussion. I don't think it's a breast to me. I also don't think it's any organ of a body. And therefore, Bernard and panelists, I was disgusted because surely that is the least. I don't think you can imagine the previous government president talking about Matiti or the head or Masikio or Mandevu. Even Matiang'i could not do that. I think that is that was low. Qualities of a leader, you need to be you measure your words. Measure your words, because you're not just representing people who are lunatic. You are representing people who are mature, bishops, sheikhs. You're representing people who are respectable in the country. So you cannot tell us about Matiti. And therefore today, I think what we had was a lot of porojo, for lack of a better word. Because a country that is not moving forward, you just have to defend it. Because I think what we heard from the president is blaming others who are there and not himself. A lot of, because even the questions that were being asked today, I don't think those are questions. I think they were stage managed. Like that lady was asking very bogus questions. Why didn't they ask the president? You told us in a debate that the North Rift crashes and castle hustling is because somebody is targeting you. Is this person not still targeting you? Huyu mtu ambaye ulituambia katika debate, because it's on record that all these crashes and all these castle hustling and fights in the North Rift, it is somebody who is fighting you. They should have asked what happened to that person. Now that you have army and you have tankers, vifaru, and the jets, why don't you crush this person who is still targeting you even now? And therefore, what we heard from the president is it is by and large a lot of I don't know what to say. I don't know which word to use. I don't want to be so disrespectful, but I think it is hot air, for lack of a better word. Hot air, I think, is good because we absorbed it it is a new word that has been sanctioned and blessed by the Supreme Court. Because when you talk about subsidy, that we didn't find the India 100. Yes, we didn't find India 100, but we found Mafuta 159. We found steamer it's so expensive kama sahi at 25%. We found it. See mahindi.
Empty Debe, mambo mbaya. Atukupati. You have gone off. I think you need to reconfigure. You're coming on and off. Please sort that before you can come and continue with your submission. But thank you so far. What you've gotten from your submission. Thank you, everybody who is following the broadcast. Please keep inviting others to join so that we can all make sense of what is happening in this great country. But there are a lot that leaves us disappointed by the reasoning behind the Kenya Kwanza leadership. If this is how they are planning to run the affairs of this country, then hapa kumeharibika kabisa. Kuna tumaini hapa. Watu wameamua kutotumia akili, okay, na kutoweka maslahi ya Wakenya kuwa kitu cha muhimu. They think Kenyans are just toys, okay, to be played around, and there will be no consequences. But I pray for there to be serious consequences, especially out of this. Subsidy are meant to make products affordable. They cannot not be helping anybody. And one thing that I find very fascinating about William Ruto's line of thinking is that he was part and parcel of the decision making of the Jubilee government. He was the number 2 man. Okay. If these decisions were taken politically so that the Kenyans are supposed to vote in a particular way, what was that way? Is that the way that they voted because he claims to have won the elections? Okay. Now, if they voted for him and then he withdraws all subsidies, education was there was subsidy on education because Uhuru Kenyatta wanted people to vote for a particular person. There was subsidy on petrol because Uhuru Kenyatta wanted people to vote for a particular person. There was subsidy on electricity because Uhuru Kenyatta wanted people to vote in a particular direction. Now, now that he has taken away all these subsidies, will there be any voting taking place in 2027? And if that voting is going to take place in 2027, will it be another time for him now to restore the subsidies so that he's voted for? I fail to understand what exactly is happening with the Kenya Kwanza government, but their confusion is alarming and their underperforming is irritating, to say the least. Allow me to play one video before we bring Kenya Akelo. Naona watu tumebatizwa majina leo. Tumekuja na MDB, alafu sasa kuna swali lingine hapa, but there's no problem. Tutasonga mbele. Okay, let's listen to this and then we get into further discussion.
Headlines today, President William Ruto has been drawn into the escalating feud between his deputy Rigathi Gachagua and Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi as the matter now gets out of hand. According to multiple sources within the corridors of power, advisors and politicians with the president's ear have asked the head of state to immediately address the fallout that's now playing out in the public, with Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja being used as a pawn in the escalating political feud. NTV's Zakis Mwasame with more.
President William Ruto is expected to retreat this week with his cabinet, principal secretaries and advisors for 4 days to set the government's agenda as they now settle in to start the full term. The meeting coming on the backdrop of heightened expectations from Kenyans who want the Ruto administration to fulfill the promises he made on the campaign trail. But even as they retreat, there are some housekeeping issues that are derailing smooth operations in his government 100 days into office. One of the first items the president will be expected to address is a simmering political cold war between his deputy Rigathi Gachagua and his prime cabinet secretary Musalia Mudavadi. The two have been flexing their muscles behind the scenes and smiling while on camera. The tough war pitting the two has drawn the attention of the president, who will come face to face with the duo over this weekend at the cabinet retreat in Nanyuki. According to multiple sources, the president is angered by the outbursts now drawing in political leaders from regions where Rigathi Gachagua and Musalia Mudavadi come from. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has been caught up in the middle of this ensuing drama.
Tuweke mambo ya election nyuma kidogo, kwa sababu hata tukiendelea na blame game hatutasaidia sasa. Mamlaka yamepewa na wananchi kwa wale wako kwa wadhifa mbalimbali.
Nataka niendelee ama niwache? Si lazima tuseme ukweli. Tumekuta store hakuna kitu. Hata panya wametoroka. Hakuna kitu ya kukula. Sasa tukisema hiyo wanasema bwana nyinyi endeleeni kufanya kazi, msituambie vile mumekuta. Lazima tuseme.
This statement immediately provoked the Luhya nation amid his calls for Sakaja's impeachment from a section of political leaders from Mount Kenya.
Vita kati ya watu wawili isiwe converted iwe vita kati ya kabila mbili. Na mimi nataka kurudia, sisi na Wanamlebe, we are brothers and sisters.
On the mandate of counties, we are distinct. In as much as we are independent, but on matters governance, please give Sakaja an opportunity to serve the people of Nairobi. It is very important kwa sababu lazima tuheshimiane kama governments ambazo ni counties na pia national government. Kiongozi ya county government of Nairobi City ni ndugu yangu Sakaja, kijana shupavu sana, na yeye pia alipata kura kutoka sehemu zote. Kwa hivyo kama kuna shida katika Nairobi, Sakaja can only talk president to president, Ruto to Sakaja, not Ruto's assistant.
The sentiments have drawn political battle lines that on the face may be misconstrued to be a Rigathi-Sakaja war, but political pundits are putting it differently. There has been a clash in the working now that some of the roles earmarked for Rigathi were handed over to Mudavadi in the executive order that created the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Kwamba serikali hizi mbili ni distinct, ya kwamba ni levels ambazo ni tofauti kabisa na zitafanya kazi kwa mujibu ya kuelewana na kuheshimiana. Hiyo ndio katiba yetu, ya kwamba serikali kuu haiwezi kuanza kufokea serikali ya gatuzi na serikali ya gatuzi haiwezi anza kufokea serikali kuu. Basi kwangu mimi kidogo naibu wa rais aliteleza sana kuanza kumfokea gavana Nairobi kwenye umma. Kuna mechanism za hao kuketi na kuweza kuzungumza. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi rais wa taifa la Kenya lile ambalo anaweza lifanya ni kuweza kualika gavana Sakaja na naibu wa rais ambaye ni Rigathi Gachagua, manake wote ni wa chama cha UDA, awakalishe chini azungumze nao kama baba, kwamba mambo ya faragani wasialete kwenye umma, itaweza kuzua utata. Lakini mimi hapa
Mudavadi, for instance, went to Brazil to represent the president during the swearing in of the new president, while Gachagua was on holiday in South Africa. Zacchaeus Masame, NTV.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep going. A lot in stock as we continue with the conversation. Please, let's keep it sane as we give our comments and views on the same. May God help us. Where is this? Kenya Akelo.
Hi, everybody. Bernard, Ongira, Roda Waithira, Jenga. Today I will pronounce all your names. And Guru. My name today, Kenyans, I am portraying that I'm not tribal. I am a Kenyan. And so I'll be changing my names until the last tribe, just to say that I support every tribe. Other tribes matter. So I'm not being selfish in any way. I want to be a Kenyan, a true Kenyan, not in any tribe. Now, today we had our president trying to make us look forward and see how he can present himself. He talked so many things, but there is one point which many panelists have said that really put me off: being nasty and shameless. He's the country figure who should not speak the way he spoke, like I would call chokora, because such language is supposed to be used where people are equal. If he's playing with his boys or his equal age mates and they are joking around or whatever they are doing, he should be using those words, but not on the camera, on the TV, worldwide, being heard such kind of words coming out of his mouth. It's very shameful, disrespectful, even to our old people in our country who might be lucky to have a TV to watch. They might have walked away. not to listen to that interview. He is very shameless. And in fact, he has reached a point of he can call Kenyans any name. I suppose he's just shy of very few seconds that he can say that. He's that a person who has become so proud of himself and full of himself. He don't respect the country and he don't care. He talked of Galana, whereby he's intending to build a dam in 2 to 3 months. Let's see and hope that it happens. He said by February, he will have 10,000 acres with crop. Then he said 90 days. He said 3,000 to 4,000 acres start planting crop. Now, this is a man who is importing food from outside. How does he plan to have that kind of big land to plant crop? I wish that is what he has been talking instead of saying about GMO. It's a surprise he can say that. And we hope it happens. How many times has he sung this song of Dam? Even he can be nicknamed Mr. Dam because he has never done even one. He promised so many dams. I don't know which one will start. When he talked about subsidy in electricity, I think he held the docket. That is one of his dockets. And when he is complaining and saying the last regime, he was included and he was the owner of the docket. He knows that is where they fish money. That's where they get money. That's where he was getting money. I'll not be ashamed to say that. He said GMO is 1% chemical. And then he went to an extent of saying it could be 2%, it could be 3%. So it could be even 10%. He don't care. Consumable goods, they should not have any percentage that can affect your life, that can affect your health. However, it's your choice if you want to eat it. In countries where we have GMO, we have GMO and we have organic. You decide whether you're going to eat. But Ruto want to decide for us. We have been planting our own crops and we harvest our own crop and we enjoy it. If GMO came, maybe some people are eating it. But we pray it should not be flooded in our country. It should not even attempt to bring in our country. Let that has happened before, let it be stopped. Telling people about breast and horns, that he hasn't grown. I'd like to know how much he has eaten, how much GMO he has eaten. He's just playing games on Kenyans. He's making Kenyans to look fools that he can convince us to take his word. We fear him totally because nothing he cannot do. He's a very dangerous person. The cost of Unga, by the time he was swearing in, he said it would be 70 shillings. Now he's talking about 200. What does that mean? That is not going down, it will go up. People have been buying at 230. Now he's talking about 200, as if he has done a very good job. If you take 200 minus 70, he has added 130. and it will be adding more. So my question is, Mr. President, where do you stand about the people who cannot afford this food? My question is, because they cannot afford food, you bring in poisonous food to give them. I would urge you, you have said you are going to start 10,000 acres. Let it be organic food, because you are not buying that land, it belongs to Kenyans. And everything that will be used there will belong to Kenyans, and it comes from Kenya. Let it be organic. And if that is how you started, if that is the way you started, I think we would appreciate. But now you're making us get mixed up. You're talking about GMO coming in because people don't have food, and you are talking of 10,000 acres you're going to grow crop. Where do you stand? We have got many farmers who have got a lot of food lying in their stores, nobody consuming. We want to know the plan you have, because you have never come clear to tell us which help you're going to give to those farmers. I heard you say that you are going to support farmers. How do you support farmers, and how do you bring GMO? That would be the priority of supporting farmers, not even mentioning GMO. We know GMO is not good, and that is not a myth, it's the truth. Kenyans are not used to GMO, they are used to their organic food, and it is available. Remember, you are talking about subsidies, the way government was losing money. You remind us how Uhuru used to inform us and remind us he's losing 2 billion every day. Where was this money going? You can tell us now, reveal where the money was going, because so many things you have revealed for the regime that you are present, but you cannot reveal where this 2 billion was going or was coming from. Reveal everything about what was happening, because you are within the regime, so that we can understand that really you are working for Kenyans. Don't lie to us, tell us the truth. And you say the moment you saw, you'll tell us the truth. We want the truth and nothing but the truth. Many things you are saying in front of people, people remain wondering. Is this the same person who said this? Is this the same person who said that? Stand firm. Tell us what you want with Kenya. Because Kenya belong to Kenyans, not you. Tell us the point why you became a president, because we don't understand. We want our Kenyans understand you so that we can know which way to go. We are worried, and we are not going to let you play with our lives and play with our country. You are just you one, and we are many, and we belong to Kenya, our lovely Kenya. God bless our country and bless Kenyans to know where we are heading. We want to know the truth, and we want to live in our country with no fear. Let freedom reign. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kenyan Akelo. We appreciate that. We need to keep vigilant as Kenyan people. I think we have, for lack of a better word, a fraudster for a leader who would want to capitalize on anything and twist things, even the most obvious things. One of the disheartening statements is when Dr. Ruto says, I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist without giving any scientific way of looking at anything. I'm a scientist because I've eaten GMO and I've not grown breasts and horns. That 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 killed me. that killed me completely. But Wakenya tafadhali, tusikubali kuhadaliwa na uongozi mbaya kama huu. Tusimame imara, tukatai uongozi mbaya kama huu, na tusimame kama Wakenya. Kwanza kesho asubuhi kukuwe na demonstration ya kina mama, okay? Wa demonstrate kinyume na hiyo statement ya kusema eti nania hana matiti ama nini, kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo masuala yote yasichukuliwe hivi hivi, kwa sababu hii ni kuchezewa na tusikubali kuchezewa. Lakini naomba tu tuendelee katika mjadala wetu tafadhali. Tusisahau kuhakikisha kwamba tunawajuza Wakenya na tunawaelimisha kwa wote ambao wako katika our sphere of influence. Tumlete mzee wetu Guru tupatie mawili matatu. Derek, umejificha nyuma ya curtain unaharibu video. Sijui kuna nini tafadhali. Bwana Guru, go ahead.
Habari yenu?
Tuko salama.
I'm lacking once. You know, I could not believe that national leadership can be taken to such a ridiculous levels and casualness. Here we are dealing with very serious matters, matters of life and death. When you talk about food is a very sensitive issue. And Bernard, I would like you to go to a feature that was done by Duchewera some time back on Africa, GMOs, and Western interests. I don't know whether you can find it. And the journalist disclosed, I think, 3 countries in Africa, including Uganda, Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and the findings were shattering. Because what is happening in Africa is that Bill Gates has come here as a philanthropist, but hidden behind him is a very strong commercial interest. And the experiments he's been doing have backfired, some of them so badly. If you see that feature, maybe you look for it and play parts of it here, if it is allowable. It will start opening eyes to the kind of machinations that are going on as regarding introduction of GMOs in Africa. It is secretive. It is Eurocentric, and it seeks to exploit our vulnerability rather than assist us in goodwill. Unfortunately, our leadership seem to have fallen into that trap. Either they are beneficiaries of the commercial interests themselves, which I think they could, because I don't think they are that naive as not to see what has been happening and what is happening. So today I was shocked when that matter was dismissed with such casualness. However, I want to make it clear to the Kenyan people that we gave ourselves a very progressive constitution that allows us to make noise, reject, approve, modify ideas before they are implemented. And in this case, I'm happy that already there are some people who've gone to court over this matter. And one of the contentious issues within that application is that there was no public participation. If you ask many people in Kenya today, they will tell you they don't want GMOs. And that itself should be the direction. If it is introduced in Kenya, it should come through the right channels, not through presidential fiat, because the kind of language that I heard is like we are being told we'll take GMOs whether we like it or not. I don't know whether you are old enough to have experienced the late Sharif Nasir, the father to Abdul Sumad Nasir. He was wanted to saying wapende wasipende. I think we are getting back there. Very unfortunate. However, I don't think Kenyans are that docile, especially in matters as sensitive as food. So I can only say the battle has just begun. Number two, I heard him say that he was not concerned or he did not take part in having his political friends freed from the shackles of the Constitution, freed from the courts for the various crimes they were accused of, that range from rape, murder, and corruption. That those crimes or purported crimes were fabricated, and that the DPP was forced to apply these cases in court and charge these people. And at one time, he was even challenged to resign if he does not take specific people to court. That's a very serious allegation. And I hope the DPP, which is an independent office, will have an accountability on the Kenyan people that he had reached a point where he could be misused by the political class to bring trumped up charges on Kenyans. In fact, from today, I don't think he has the moral authority to sit in that office, because what assurance do we have Raiken Minjungu asked, that the same will not be done and continue being done if that is the case, and if that is the way the court system, and particularly the office of the DPP, was being used by the former executive. These matters are serious because they go to the core of our existence as a nation that respects institutions. It is very frightening to hear that the executive can call the DPP and tell him to charge Bernard, regardless of whether he's committed a crime or not, for political purposes. It is then time to scrutinize that office and make amends and changes if need be. But the first step is that Haji has no option but to explain to Kenyans why he allowed himself to be used by the executive to cause agony on Kenyans, if what was said this night is true. And I would also wish that the LSK, Royal Society of Kenya, takes this matter to the next level. Otherwise, if that is the way things have been going or are running, I can say that we don't have a country. We have a makeshift of a judicial system where guilt or lack of it is determined by political affiliation. A very scaring situation indeed. Let me stop there for now, Bernard, but it is a sad day for Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Guru. Sad day indeed, and we pray that there will be a turnaround, but with this kind of leadership, we are in trouble. We are in trouble as a country, we are in trouble as a people, and the earlier we realize that, the better. I don't see anybody who is in their right senses finding anything that Dr. William Ruto said today fascinating or encouraging. And this is the level of impunity that runs the country into anarchy. Because you can't be just thumping and talking about winning elections and being there, and because you are there, this and this is happening. Yet you are 100% oblivious of what is happening with the country and the Kenyan people. The person who is supposed to be the caretaker of 55 million of us seems not to be any sensitive to the diversity that exists in our midst and the challenges that Kenyans are facing. He seems just to be enjoying the ride, and as if he's playing a game, he's acting, he thinks he's in a fiction movie. Life is serious, and the Kenyan lives matter. The mothers' lives matter, the fathers' lives matter, the children's life matter. How do you begin to be playing games with such a serious matter as the welfare of the Kenyan people? And then you keep throwing around your unconfirmed titles. I'm a scientist. America is 100% GMO. South Africa is 100% GMO. And I mean, where is he coming up with all these figures? Hata kama unataka kudanganya, si utumie akili kidogo tu, akili kidogo itasaidia. You can't be giving those kind of sweeping statements. Mr. President, unaudhi sana. Unaudhi. Wakenya, tusimame, tutetee nchi yetu. Hii nchi imetogomea. One short video before we go to the next participant.
Africa we want. So we say we want an Africa that is free of violent conflict and war. We want an Africa that is free from poverty. We want an Africa that is free of corruption. Where is this leadership? How do you create it? How do you produce this leadership that is not corrupt? We need a critical self-assessment of ourselves as Africans. You are stealing public resources. You've accessed power in order to put money in your pocket. This is not the leadership we want. We're afraid to speak frankly to one another about the wrong things that we're doing. I think that critical self-assessment of the continent is necessary.
Exactly what we are doing here, and we'll keep doing it until the last minute. We must tell each other the truth. Our country is in danger, and we must all rise up and ask right questions. Stop all this naivety and the so-called Kenyan attitude of tolerance. We cannot tolerate these mess ups. It's about time we stood up and said enough is enough. There's no more time wasting. Let's arise and do what is right, because it is right and it will save many. It is said, as teaching time saves 9. Giving Kenya Kwanza more time is asking for more problems. Let's stand up and do what is right. Public participation. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Bernard, Rhoda, Kenya, Akelo, and Guru. Happy New Year. I watched, I hope you're hearing me.
Yes, we can get you at least it's better today.
Okay. Hey. Unajua, sometimes I really ask myself, this guy, you know, he behaves like he was living in another planet, and then all of a sudden he has found himself in Kenya. You know, this guy, I don't know. He's like Johnny. He's like he's mocking us or what? Huh? You know, there is somebody smoking you. I think this guy, as in, how do you come and tell us? You know, the way he started that interview is like, okay, the solution to all the problems in Kenya is food production. Sasa, if it's food production, why are you bringing rice from Pakistan? If the solution is food production, you know, is food production food importation? Ama ni mimi ndio sijui kizungu. Food importation versus food production. Sasa, food importation, whereby you are leaving the rice farmers in Mwea, then you go to Pakistan, you go and buy rice. You bring it, you flood it in the market. Farmers from Mwea cannot be able to sell their rice because the rice for Pakistan, the prices are lower because inputs za Kenya zinakuanga exaggerated. So if you are producing from Kenya, the price will not be the same as Pakistan. So the market is now flooded with rice from Pakistan. Let's not even go to moon. Let's just start from rice. Rice flooded. So that means putting more food production off. Then anakuja na mambo ya GMO. I mean, we all know about GMO. We know about the difference between GMO and indigenous. They want to outlaw indigenous. They want to bring in GMO. This GMO, if at all, it's about money. If you're using indigenous seeds, yeah, fine. Your production may not be bumper harvest, but you can produce the seed in the next season. But this one of GMO, you use it one time, and then the next time, the first time it will be okay. The next time you need more fertilizer. The next time you need more pesticides, acaricides, herbicides. You need more inputs, and then it spoils the soil as well. So here you are, you have to import the GMO seedling, the seed or whatever seed. You import that one, then you of course you are getting fertilizer and the herbicides, you know, the pesticides. You have to get them more and more. So it keeps when you say food production, I don't know. Is it does food production equal to GMO importation? Does food production equal to rice importation from Pakistan? This guy, me, at times I don't have words for him because you wonder. And then, he behaves like, when he was starting that video, he was putting that issue of food. The solution to the problem we are having in Kenya, in fact, he was talking like, the solution for all problems in Kenya is food production. And then you wonder, how is this guy supporting food production sincerely? And CPB therefore zimekuwa zimefungwa since the time when him and his Minister of Trade, CS of Trade, was lying Moses Kuria here, was threatening farmers that if you are not going to bring your maize now, you are not going. Hata wenye walienda hiyo time walipata the depots are closed for NCPB. So which food production is he talking about? And this food production, I'm also wondering, this guy, unajua, he has been behaving like I came from another planet, and then even the way he's putting it in the interview is like somebody who has come from somewhere else very developed. So he has just landed in Kenya. So now anataka kutupatia magic bullet, silver bullet, which will finish all our problems. The solution to all our problems in Kenya is food production. So now unangojea kusikia ya food production. The guy is only talking of GMO. It's GMO food production now. The time when he has been a Minister of Agriculture, from 2008 he was a Minister of Agriculture. So alikuwa na docket ya agriculture. Hii mambo ya food production yenye saizi yako na epiphany that is the best methodology to solve all problems in Kenya. Why wasn't he implementing that time? That time he was implicated kwa mambo ya NCPT, implicated again kwa mambo ya fertilizer, fake fertilizer. Amechukua fertilizer yenye imenunuliwa na subsidy ya government, anauza privately to other countries, then anapea farmers fake fertilizer. NCPB sasa ikiingia kutoka the national government, that time I think county zilikuwa ikiingia tu pesa hivi inalipwa kwa hiyo mafriends yake wenye wana deliver ghost mail, including his cows in that case. Sasa unashindwa this guy, yani anabeba Kenyans aje. It's like, frankly speaking, I don't know. He'd rather not even be coming for this, some of these attitude with the media, this state of address. Let him just keep off those press conferences. So he's just exasperating us more as Kenyans. He's like an atumo. Tuko kwa shida, things are getting worse and worse. He's trying to benefit out of the pain of Kenyans. Ametoa subsidy zote. Then anakuja hapa anatuambia the only solution which we can be able to have, we have to remove all subsidies, and that money we channel it towards food production, and all our problems will be solved. How? Kama haijakuwa solved kutoka 2008 when he was in Ministry of Agriculture, kama it has not been solved for the 10 years he has been a vice president in this country, itakuwa solved that day. This guy, I don't know why he likes behaving like, yani alitoka tu planet nyingine akalandi in Kenya akakuta kuna shida ya chakula, and then now he has a magic formula. The way he puts. Now I'm like, how can you be talking of food if there's someone who is spoiling food production in this country? That guy. Alafu anakuja anatuambia food production is what will solve all our problems. Is what we have been waiting for. As unashindwa surely. And then the guy, within the 100 days he has been in office, ameshaomba 1 trillion. What? Let me ask you, and please, can you explain to me 1 trillion imeenda wapi? Ametoa subsidy zote. So hii 1 trillion yenye aliomba ilienda wapi? Can we get an explanation of that? Because ana keep on akituambia that, I have to collect 3 billion in revenue by the end of January. Okay, fine. At Jakarta, we will pay the taxes, whatever taxes you want us to pay. You want to give us all, make our life hell. Sawa. Umetoa subsidy zote. Ile pesa, we are not talking about hata revenue collection yenye umecollect from Kenyans. Umeenda kuborrow pesa. Imefika 1 trillion. Can you explain to Kenyans what you have done with that 1 trillion? Hiyo tu 1 trillion tunaweza sema imeenda wapi? Juu umetoa subsidy zote. So where is this 1 trillion yenye umeomba? And yet when you came in, you already told us that Uhuru has borrowed too much money, that we cannot continue with the debt. Where umeenda within 3 months you have borrowed 1 trillion. So what are you doing with this money? And then here again you come unatuambia 75% of the people who applied for Hustler Fund, they never repaid the money. When you are giving out this money, what were you expecting? Considering the current financial status of Kenyans, are you expecting them to pay you? Ukipea mtu, and the maximum amount which was being paid at the first round ilikuwa 700. Sasa umepea mtu 700 within 2 weeks, which business is yenye inarudisha pesa hivyo? Sasa 75% have defaulted. Hiyo ni pesa mabilioni imeenda hivyo, of which 3/4 of that money I am sure that wanajifanya walipea hustlers na hakuna pesa walipeana, wamepocket hiyo pesa, wameenda wamechukua loans from various places, imefika 1 trillion. Sasa if this 1 trillion was going to be subsidies, tungesema hapo ndio imeenda subsidies. Ametoa yote mpaka ametoa health. So this 1 trillion, where is it exactly going? Because we cannot be here to milk the very last drop, telling us that by the end of January you need 3 trillion, and yet from revenue collection of Kenyans, you're collecting revenue from Kenyans, and yet umeenda kuomba nje 1 trillion that you cannot explain to us imeenda wapi. Kenyans, I don't know, but anyway, what I'm seeing is that Kenyans wameanza kuamka, because even that yesterday issue of Murkomen being chased away huko kwao, because those farmers are fed up. Wako na mahindi, wakienda NCP depot imefungwa. They are not taking any more mahindi. So even them now, they are realizing that this so-called our man, whom we were thinking at sasa tukimpigia kura atatusaidia, he has come to destroy our livelihoods. So, I think the best thing for Ruto is keep off of media. This kind of thing where you have the media see what, just keep off, because you cannot explain anything that you are doing in a logical manner which Kenyans can understand. So if you want to do your short deals, do them behind the scenes. Don't come in the limelight to come and try to give Kenyans, some Kenyans are stupid people who don't understand what is happening. Anytime when you go out, umeomba loan. The same person mwenye alitembea, okay, tumefika debt ceiling ya 8 billion, so we are not going to be borrowing any more money. If at all we borrow, we'll borrow locally. But you are every other time you're on a trip ya kwenda kuomba. Then saizi 3 months hazijaisha, 3 months ndio zinaisha, umeomba 1 trillion. Sasa you have already borrowed 1 trillion, and you cannot tell us what that 1 trillion imeenda kwa nini, because masubsidy zote ulitoa, hakuna subsidy. Help yenyewe hata ndio hiyo umescrap. So where is this money you are borrowing going? Because again, you come back to us and tell us that we need to pay the debt. Already we need to pay 8 billion. We shall pick a ceiling maximum. We have so now currently debt ya Kenya ina stand at 9 trillion. So unataka sasa tupike what? Do you want us to get to 16 trillion, or what do you want? First of all, already there's a global crisis. Sana sana kwa sababu ya mafuta. There's a global price, a price causing inflation. Sasa already, if at all, even the people who are in the West are feeling the pinch. Every imagine it's like when somebody sneezes, okay, like when the West sneezes, Africa catches a cold. Sasa already the world situation generally is bad in terms of economic. Sasa wewe, instead of ukae chini uone vyenye at least you can be able to balance your country so that usikuwe so hard, wewe ndio unakimbia kwenda kuchukua loans to put us now in more problem, because the way this guy is going by the, you'll be shocked. Hata petroli inaweza fika hata 500. Let me not kind of sugarcoat anything here, kwa sababu hakuna kitu tunachana hapa. The way things are going with this guy, usikuwe surprised in the next few whatever uone hapo petroli imefika hata 500 possible. So nani asichukue hapa and let him consult media. Can he consult his PR team? Because he is not going to come here to add insult to himself. Already we are in problem. Globally there's a recession. Globally there is high inflation. There's a problem of fuel because of the war with Ukraine. Ukraine also supplies us with things like wheat. 80% of our wheat production is coming from Ukraine, and Ukraine is at war with Russia. So already it's in a very tight spot. Alafu on top of that, iko 8 trillion in Unga. During the time of Uhuru, hiyo 8 trillion tulikuwa tunalipa interest peke yake. When Uhuru, around the time when Uhuru left, finished his term, is when now we are supposed to start paying the principal amount. So kama amount ilikuwa 8 trillion, we have been paying the interest. So now we are paying the principal. So nani, you need to be very careful, because another tufanya we even become bankrupt in this country. We can, because the situation that we are in extreme debt, there's a worldwide inflation. So instead of I know he needs the money because he used a lot of money during his campaign, but now is not the time. Now is not the time to recoup the cost, because things are bad already. That may achieve a debt ya 8 trillion which we are supposed to service, and now it's on principle. It's no longer on interest. So nani hasla aache mchezo hapa hivi, because the more he's continuing to joke over here with us and just having whatever money he can get, the more he put this country into a ditch which we cannot remove ourselves out of. So aache kwenda kuombaomba pesa hapa nje, because already 1 trillion is too much money to borrow for being in office for 3 months. 1 trillion is too much. And then already we have already started, we are supposed to pay principal. That's, with this kind of a situation, others become a devolution now, they're able to maintain it. Because sasa yenye natakana ipelekwa kwa devolution, very soon that might utasikia tu itasema ametoa kila kitu all subsidy. The next thing atasema we cannot be able to service county. And for sure it will get there. Na sasa we have a good maize production. Ile shida yenye tu iko kwa farming ni input. If we can get cheaper input, things will be good. We don't really need to go to GMO, because GMO inakwanga mzuri the first round. Ukiingia second harvest, the cost goes a lot higher, because the more you are using GMO, you use it the first harvest, the first season, the second season, inaharibu mchanga, the pests become resistant. So you have to use more pesticide or different pesticides. A lot of these pesticides, they are full of carcinogens like Roundup. Ilipatia watu wengi sana cancer. So, when you're a president, by the way, you have to look at all those things. There's a lot to look at when you're coming up with policy about what you want to do. I mean, with your country and various sectors in your country. You can't just have a don't care attitude, like, let's try this. I know this can work, and those, and then to talk like you cannot. He has been taking, which DMO has he been taking? And which DMO, can you tell us? He shows us practically which DMO is this he has been taking. Na hajamea matiti, hajamea nini. And first of all, even that language is not even a presidential kind of a language. Frankly speaking, this is a total letdown. I don't know. This is a total letdown of a president. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, public participation. Sorry, state of affairs. We need to do double in ensuring that we rescue this country from decadence. This is the lowest we have ever been. Hata Kibaki na story ya mavi ya kuku na hiyo mambo yote. This is irresponsible. This is uncalled for. And all of it is because somebody said here is under siege. It's under siege by the international community who he struck a deal with. He seems not to have a choice, but in my opinion, he still has a choice. The Kenyan people are more valuable than any money anywhere that have exchanged hands or are yet to exchange hands. Accountability. There is a stoppage of all subsidies, but no showing where that money is. The fertilizer, he said, is available. It is now has become 1,500 shillings to be given to farmers. And I brought up this matter before Derek just comes in, the issue of collecting new data of farmers. Why are they collecting new data when the data was collected during census? Everybody, the government has the data on Kenyans. Every Kenyan is already with them. Why are they doing the work double? Does Kenya Kwanza exist to start this country afresh or something? New data for teachers, new data for this, new data for this. It's all an excuse, buying time so that it can waste Kenyans away. William Ruto and team are a disappointment to this country. There is already data from census that documented everything, and the censorship of this country is in law. It takes place after every 10 years, and those 10 years are supposed to be, the data is supposed to be used by the government to project on how to go about setting out programs that will mitigate and take care of the Kenyan people in that particular understanding. So where is this excuse of registering farmers afresh, registering hustlers afresh, registering this group and that group and that group? It's all but an excuse. Very sad state of affairs. Bwana Derek, how are you?
Bernard, let me add something before Derek comes in, please. Sorry. I forgot to talk about Baba and the 300 bob Unga. Now, where is Baba coming in actually? If Baba was the one who was there, Unga ingekuwa imefika 300. Where is Baba coming in? Can you leave Baba please alone? Because this is coming not so much. We're already over 100 days after we are still on Baba. If Baba was the one, the Unga would not be 200, it's 300. It would have been 300. Where is Baba coming in now? Huh? No, that's something very annoying. Where come on, blunder and you have done whatever you have done? Please just leave Baba. You know, how can you use somebody at Baba to justify your own failure? Now you think I'm a failure. Baba is the one who would have made things work. What is that? You know, let him talk as himself and Gachagua with his government and like people who elect those as yes, that's all. Leave Baba out of it. Sio kuja kutuambia ati Baba ingekuwa Baba kwa hii kitu sasa Unga ingekuwa 300 wacha venye mnalia 200. Don't use Baba for mileage. Wewe kama umeshindwa na kazi, that is true. Leave Baba out of it. Thank you.
Okay, asante public participation. Mbaazi zikikosa kuzaa uzingizia jua. Mchagua jembe sio mkulima. Bwana Derek, karibu.
Asante sana. Happy New Year to everyone. It's long.
Happy
It's
New Year to
long.
you. Thank you. Karibu.
Asante sana. Now, Bernard, do you know that I was in Bomas, but from Bomas, hiyo siku tu Chebukati alisema Ruto ndio amewin hiyo kitu. Unajua from that time to date, I've not been watching news. Kama ni anything that is coming out new, na itafuta tu kwa mtandao 1 or 2 3 and I connect and I know what is happening. But now I can tell you, I've heard what your president, I don't know kama ni wako, mi si wangu, but I don't know if it is yours. I've heard what your president was saying. From the tone alone, you can tell the president care. That is not a caring tone. 2, kusema sijui mambo ya matiti and all that. You know, let me tell you something. Tabia ya mtu ni yake tu. When I heard about matiti and all that, sorry to use that word, but I'm using it in quotes. When I heard that word, nilijaribu kuconnect maneno mingi sana. Kuna maneno ya sijui room 360, room 350. I don't know kama unaijua. Juzi hapa tumeona the president himself aking'ang'ana sana na kushika mama mwingine hapo, the breast. So when you heard these things, you connect. Musistuke, these are just, you connect and you go, you connect and you go. Second thing I want to say, public participation ameongelelea is about the issue of borrowing. Public participation, is it 1 billion ama ni 1 trillion?
Yenye ameomba ni 1 trillion.
Yes. Now, kama ni 1 trillion, right now unasema sijui issue kutengeneza shamba sijui mara nini issue with farmers. Umeomba 1 trillion already. Hiyo 1 trillion imefanya nini? Sahi umetoa subsidies. And again, there is no project that is going that you can tell us that there is a project that is covering up for this money. What are you talking about? Ruto sidhania sisi ni wajinga. And I told you from the start, there is nothing good that is going to come out from this government. Hawa watu wako campaign mood, ukiona Gachagua huku ni kurusha maneno, Ruto huku kurusha maneno. We are in campaign mood. Wanajipanga for 2027 ni kutuharibia tu wakati. And I told you we are just going to have a 5 years of jokes and new games every day. And that is what is going on. If we can't call for a revolution, ni hivi tu itakuwa tu jokes na games na matusi. So this is not new to us. These are things that we are supposed to get used to. And I want to say categorically, when I get back to mada that says the price of Unga will steadily go up even more than the way it is right now. Let me tell you a story. You see why I love people from Nyanza, all Luos or that. These people have never been into government. Na hawa watu wamezoea mashida. Na wamezoea yani kukaa bila kusaidiwa, bila kufanyiwa nini and all that. You know why? I'm telling you for a fact. Mimi kama Mjaluo, I can tell Ruto right now. Akipenda aweke hata unga 530 shillings ya kutoa. Kama ni lazima, because there is no difference of what you are telling us. Ati unga siji what. Tumezoea hizi mashida, wacha tuizoee. Wenye walimvotia, if you find that umezoea vitu za kusaidiwa, ole wako. Kama wewe uko kwa region yenye umezoea vitu za kusaidiwa, shauri yako. For us, si tumezoea kusafa, tumezoea hii mashida na tutakula, hata tunataka hiyo unga ikuwe 530 ikiwezekana. But for now I can say there is nothing we should expect from this government. Expect nothing. There is no big deal here. Tulishapewa watu wa kujoke. These people are not ready to govern. These people are just making names and at least covering up for their businesses. Sasa hiyo unajua huwezi ambia Rigathi kitu juu ni deputy president. Huwezi ambia Ruto kitu juu ni president. Those are the things that these people are working hard for, but not to work for common mwananchi. I don't want to speak much in mwaka mpya, but what is going on, this is a very good indication of where we are heading to. So if nothing can be done, I think we are heading to the ditch. And I heard somebody, I saw somebody writing here that Ati Ruto is borrowing to repay the debt. Stop lying to us. I don't know, unaitwa hummingbird, sijui humming what. Stop lying to us. Huwezi chimba shimo ukiziba shimo ingine. Iwezekani shimo ni shimo. If at all we would be borrowing and we see where the money is going to, like the subsidies has been covered for, and all the projects are going on, you could be telling us that he's taking a loan to cover up for a loan. But you are taking a loan that haionekani inaenda wapi. Have you ever umeona mpaka let's say this government is heading nowhere, tusidanganyane. And I'm very sorry for women, for the president used a very wrong word against you guys. I'm very sorry for that. For me, let me say I'm very sorry. It is very wrong. Imenikwaza sana, because I have a mother, I have a sister, I have a wife and all that. And when the president himself is using such kind of words, it touches a certain gender. So let's just get used to it. I talked of why he is using those words. Now you can connect and know where the words are coming from. It is not a coincident thing. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Derek, thank you so much. Uongozi ni kuwajibika. Tuna rais ambaye hataki kuwajibika na hana aibu. I think it's a good place for us to play this video before we continue the conversation.
Phones are wireless, cars are keyless, cooking is fireless, foods are fatless, dresses are sleeveless, youths are jobless, tires are tubeless, leaders are shameless, wives are fearless, children are mannerless, babies are fatherless, relationships are meaningless, feelings are heartless, attitude is careless. Everything is becoming less, but still our hopes are endless. In fact, I am speechless. If you don't share the video, the message is worthless.
Kukashifu matamshi ya naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua dhidi ya gavana wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja kuhusu mipangilio ya jiji. Viongozi hao wanamtaka Gachagua kukoma kuingilia masuala ya kaunti ya Nairobi, wakisema huenda ikaathiri utendakazi wa gavana Sakaja. Zakias Masame na maelezo zaidi.
Wakizungumza nyumbani kwake, aliyekuwa mwaniaji wa urais kwa tiketi ya Roots Party Profesa George Wajackoya katika eneo bunge la Matungu, gavana wa Siaya James Orengo na mwenzake wa Kakamega Fernandez Barasa walielezea masikitiko yao kwa matamshi ya naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, wakisema kama hayafai kutoka kwa kiongozi wa cheo chake. Sasa wanasema Gachagua hafai kuingilia usimamizi wa kaunti yoyote, wakidai kwamba atatatiza utendakazi. Aidha, wanasema Gachagua anafaa kuwa chombo cha uenezaji amani kikatiba, na hivyo kujihusisha kwake na maslahi ya jamii moja kunaibua maswali ya iwapo anafaa kuhudumu katika afisi ya naibu wa rais au la.
We have 48 governments. Na constitution inasema kila government is distinct. Sakaja ni mtoto wetu, hapa na damu ya Waluya. Si namna hivyo? Mtakubali deputy president aendelee kuenea Sakaja? Mtakubali kweli?
The constitution is very clear on the mandate of counties. We are distinct in as much as we are independent, but on matters governance, please give Sakaja an opportunity to serve the people of Nairobi.
Kiongozi ya county government of Nairobi City ni ndugu yangu Sakaja, kijana shupavu sana, na yeye pia alipata kura kutoka sehemu zote. Kwa hivyo kama kuna shida katika Nairobi, Sakaja can only talk president to president, Ruto to Sakaja, not Ruto's assistant.
Viongozi hao aidha wameirai wizara ya fedha kutoa mgao wa fedha kwa kaunti wakati ufaao ili kuwezesha utekelezaji wa ugatuzi bila mushkili wowote.
The National Treasury must release the delayed financing of counties starting from October, November and December. Itawezesha maendeleo ambayo tumepanga kama magovernors kufikia watu wetu mashinani.
Hata sasa hivi nimeshamuelezea ile pesa ya Siaya haijafika. Akasema tukitoka hapa nitapiga simu. Na najua simu yake itafanya kazi.
Zakias Masame, NTV.
Okay, let's move on. Sister Rhoda, you have something to say before we go back to Guru?
I see Mrembe Nations wamekasirika na Gachagua vile anafanya kijana wao. I think sasa Kaja ni Mluya, si ndio? So they need to treat Gash. Unajua Gachagua anaongeanga hivyo ovyo. Si mnaona Gavia alisema sijui waliachiwa pesa, hakuna Uhuru akiretired hakukwanga na pesa, ati panya waliachiwa panya tupu. Naona ni mtu he doesn't know how to talk, and it's good to respect one another because let us akaja afanye kazi yake ile amepatiwa na county government afanye, akiwa matatu zinakaa hivi, kwa sababu Nairobi ni ya watu wote. Nairobi ni ya every community, they have right to stay in you know, I don't like to talk so much about Sakaja. I'm not involved with those kind of stuff. Me, I focus so much with the Ruto stuff. That is something I'm burning for. Yeah, so what I want to say, we continue fighting our country, and something I want to talk about, I wish in Africa we have like African Union Court, like the way like a DPP, he was removing some cases. If we have like, you know, African Union, we can have a like, I don't know why in African Union, because European Union, they have a court for, they always make decision for whole Europe. If your country did mistake, then European Union, they will know because there's a decision they make in European Union. So why in African Union we can have a court, like we represent whole Africa if the president come there or do something bad, or maybe like we have already removed some cases of corruptions or murder or rape, or for the human rights, freedom for the women, freedom of speech, freedom to say how we feel. And if ikiwa mwanaume yani uko free, kama siku ingine niliona Gachagua alikuwa anashika huyo mama wa county wetu wa Murang'a, mimi nikashindwa kwa nini anamshika. You know, it's good to respect other women. You know, those are the kind of things I wish we can have in African Union. At least African, everybody can feel safety because Africa is big. That's why we need each other. We need, actually, this is the time we need Africa unity. This is the time we, you know, people like he was the first president in Ghana. He's Kwareuma. We were sitting as his story in GSC, that he was the first president of, he was saying that he want at Africa, we can have one president. Do you think that is possible? That we could have one president whole Africa? I think that could be very nice. I hope one day we can have one president whole Africa. Or maybe they can decide, all African leaders, they decide to have a court in African Union that will stand for the justice. If the election is not free, fair, and credible, there is a court. Because you go, I don't trust the court of Kenya. There you see how they did for us our election. I don't trust, because it's, Mother Koome, she's not a real Chief Justice. If I take my case, will not listen to me. So I hope one time God can open the door, we can have a court for the African Union. We'll fight for African readers. Yes, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Mtu amesema Madam Hot Air will dismiss the case ya GMO. Wacha tuone vile itakuwa. Lucy anasema kama wabunge hawaiti kututetea basi our last resort ni bunge la wananchi, and that is why we are calling on all Kenyans of goodwill all over the world. Let us get together for this one and be able to correct our wrongs and be able to get our act together, because we cannot leave our children and our children's children in the hands of this kind of mediocre leadership that seems not to have the welfare of Kenyans at heart. It is important that we all begin to rally ourselves in our thinking, in our speaking, and in our understanding. The war that we are in to fight is a war that will require everybody on board, but with proper understanding. One of the things that may come into play is where people will rise up to defend the evil when we are out to fight the same evil. And so let everybody be alert. Tuone huyu anatuchukua hivi kwa sababu ya hili, na tukitaka arekebike lazima ashughulikiwe hivi. masuala ya kuchanganya the county government na national government is still part of the excuses. It's still part of the excuses, just like public participation said. The next thing you'll hear is that we cannot sustain county government anymore. That's where it's headed. It began with petrol, it went to food, it has gone to pesa ya wazee, pesa ya wamama. Sasa next itakuwa hakuna pesa ya county government. Let all county governments be dissolved and we go back to central government. This is a bad move. So let us all rise and be counted and do the right thing. Wanaguru, karibu.
Now, you are aware that we've been told commodity prices have been going down. That if it was the rival, Raila Morondinga, who took over, would be buying a packet of Unga at 300 shillings. One thing that has preoccupied my mind from that talk is the obsession that this man has over competition. He seems to see all things in terms of competition. He's not gone past the August 2022 elections. And this is serious because for a president, he should have outlived that by now. He should be talking of what to do for the country and for the citizens, not the competition he had with his rivals. Of course, we know there are issues that are not clear about the outcome of that general elections. But for a wise person, you'd keep off that topic as much as possible and instead articulate the issues that his government wants to achieve. That's a better way of bringing the country together. But if those who listen, they could hear that at one time he said he's not creating a position for anybody, least of all the rival, Raila Morondinga. But at the end of that talk, he said he's creating a position so that the leader of the position does not waste his time going to address the funerals. So for him, he is a person who forgets very fast. First, he says that he's not creating the position of the leader of the opposition for Raila Amolo Odinga. Then he goes on to say that he wants that position so that his rival does not resort to going to address barriers. Now, look at it. First of all, the most surprising thing is obsession with the competition that he had in August. He is not outlived that moment of political competition. And as a president, start articulating issues without necessarily talking about the competition. After all, what is he competing against? And yet, if he is confident enough in got the position in the right way, you would just have to talk about the programs of the government and forget this issue of talking about his competitors. Okay? But I think it could be guilt. It could be guilt and fear that perhaps the owner of the goat will go to reclaim it. Otherwise, I would wonder why somebody would keep talking about his competition, his competitor, in such a manner. It's an obsession. In fact, I doubt whether there's any speech that is made anywhere that does not include his competitors. Is that even Kibaki? I never heard him talk about how they competed with Raila. I didn't hear who always talk about how they competed with Raila, and therefore there's somebody who said that he once, at the height of agitation for multipartyism during Moi's time, I think it was a clergy, if I'm correct, it was Menaces Kuria. He asked the leadership, why fear and make others fear as well, the public? You know, when you govern in a situation where you as a leader, you are not confident that you are carrying along with the population, you will tend to overdo some things. And this is what is happening to William. He is overplaying the issue of having competent. He narrates how he won to everybody, every forum, and how he is, is God ordained, even to an extent of saying those who voted for him are the believers, and those who voted the other way believed in man. I don't know how he came to such conclusions. Maybe Bernard can tell us whether it is possible to classify people in that manner, especially in terms of political context. So we are dealing here with a serious matter of a president who seems not very confident about his position, but it's at the same time not willing to reach out to the other side. Even at one time in his talks, he said there are as many people on his side as there are on the other side. Okay? So we have not settled the political issue. And I am yet to know how, because the only thing he has done so far is to say that is willing to create a position for the leader of the opposition, and then goes ahead and says it is not a position of an individual. What contradiction? Today, if that position was created, who would rightfully occupy that position? Why the semantics? So therefore, it's a matter that Kenyans will have to make up their mind. You either give the confidence to this government or withdraw the confidence, because you cannot have it two ways. Okay? It's unfortunate, and I think the kind of political situation we have today is where the legitimacy is a problem. The kind of problems we have today require that the country pulls in one direction and supports the leader 100%. The wisdom that Uhuru used between 2017 and 2022 is what is lacking here. And here I'm not talking about the handshake. I know the supporters of Raila don't want to hear anything about the handshake. In fact, I doubt how you'd be received after that. What I'm talking about here is coming clean on what happened, no matter how ugly it may be, and Kenyans then deciding what to do. Because clearly some things went wrong, they have never been explained. We had two sets of papers on which to write results. They were never accounted for, and why they were printed in the first place. The former CEO, Oswago, has already said that the elections that he presided over were rigged. So this is a pattern. It's a pattern that is taking shape. The former Commissioner Akombe has also said numerous times that the elections they presided over was rigged. So the question is, are we ready as a nation to just take elections as a mere exercise? Do we produce leaders who are confident enough to carry on national duties? How do you carry along the population that you know you have robbed of their democratic rights? No matter how much you may want to portray yourself as popularly elected, it does not resonate in the minds and the hearts of the citizenry. So it becomes a political problem. Let me stop there for now, Pana Bernard. But the interview is an eye opener. We are dealing with a president who is yet to come to terms that he's got a position of responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Guru. Thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. Mzee Mwedi alisema nguruwe hujikaanga kwa mafuta yake. Unajua kuna masuala mengine there's a Bible verse that says, if a foolish man will shut his mouth, people will think that he's wise. Mambo mengine kama haya, William Ruto hangeita hiyo pressure. There was no pressure for pressure. There was no pressure for inviting the journalists to ask him questions. He was even better, if he kept silent than saying what he has said. And then his continued strife and competition with the others portrays him as he's behaving like a second wife in a polygamous marriage who is given to fight for everything and including attention. And so he keeps on doing that act of Leah and Rachel. Okay, he says, I've given him a son, now he will love me. Then I've given him another son, therefore he will love me. and then I've given him another son. Probably this time he will love me. So always trying to look for affirmation and feeling secure because somebody is recognizing you. And these are some of the symptoms we are talking about. Getting an insecure person into office, he will always be, if he's not running from his shadow, he'll be running from his imagination. And this is how people mess up a great deal. And so as Kenyan people, we have a cause to stand up and be counted for. And that is saying no to bad leadership, saying no to irresponsible leadership, saying no to this careless leadership. And so don't relent and don't pull back. Is William Ruto afraid? Yes, he is. Why is he afraid? He knows that he did not win the elections, and he knows that he is a minority president. He doesn't have a countrywide support. I deliberately, I did not watch the response to the questions or the interview, but I took upon myself just to run through the social media and see how many people are watching, how many people are watching that. And I ran into this one interesting caption that somebody posted. He said it's called the Kenyan punchline or something. He posted and said, huku Kisumu tunaona wherever Nollywood Nigerian movie, huko nje sijui mnasemaje. Then okay, when I checked around all the people that were streaming the thing live, okay, like NTV had like 17 views, and this one had less than 20 views and all that. The people are not enthusiastic. People are not watching the whole thing. Mwingine akasema tafadhali Citizen mtuletee hiyo inaitwa nini, there is the soap opera, the Kiswahili soap opera, Sultani, tuletee Sultani, toeni huyu mtu. Now you can see the attitude of Kenyans and how they are relating to President Ruto and his leadership. Nobody's taking interest, and he knows that. And hakuna ndoa mbaya kama ile ndoa umekataliwa. Okay. Wewe unajilazimisha kuwa ati wewe ndio mke number one, kumbe umekataliwa. So mmeo kakukataa, your in-laws wamekukataa, your neighbors wamekukataa, lakini wewe bado unafanya nini? Unajilazimisha. That's what William Ruto is trying to do. And one of these fine days, we'll need to pack for him and just send him back to where he came from. This country deserves better leadership than what we are being treated to. And so Wakenya wote wenye nia njema, tusimame imara, tutekeleze wajibu wetu kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yetu haitokomei katika uongozi mbaya. This is a sign of bad leadership, and it will not have anything to do with it. There is the Geoffrey Ruto says, in this place we only have one whatever side of the story. We have the whole story. It is you is running away from the whole story by pretending around. The country is unhappy, the country is demoralized, and the country is not going to work the way William Ruto expected to work. He has added salt to injury by inflicting pain on Kenyans who are already overburdened. Now schools are opening in the next week or so, and parents are burdened. Then you go and tell them that they should go ahead and eat GMO because you've been eating it and you haven't developed breasts and horns. That madness needs to stop. And so Kenyan people, let's get angry enough and do something about this. And this conversation could be the beginning of the right thing that we must do. And kuna wale ambao wanasema sisi tunaongea tu. No problem. If what we are saying is not touching you, then keep listening, keep listening. We believe through this conversation, the right thing is going to be done. Na bunge la wananchi, tusimame kidede, tuhakikishe kwamba tunatekeleza wajibu wetu. Wakenya wote wenye nia njema, mahala popote mlipo, diaspora and otherwise, wakati ni huu wa kusimama tuhesabike. Hii story ya kubembelezana, hakuna haja kubembeleza punda kwa mteremko. kama William Ruto ameshindwa na kazi atimuliwe mara moja, cause nchi hii haiwezi kuongozwa na that kind of whatever mindset, the mindset that feels entitled. I won a democratic election. Which democratic election? Which political capacity do you have to compete against Raila Odinga? Raila Odinga has withstood regimes after regimes, and he has been able to humble them. And you think you're special? You wait and see when we unleash the Kenyan people on you, because we are coming for you. That one you can be sure. We will not take this. No, we can't hand over our children to you so that you mess them and mess their destiny. You're not sure of the education system. You are the president. You're not sure of the price of food, and you are the president. You are not sure of the health care of the Kenyan people. You promised them the whatever NHF for every Kenyan. It is not there. And then you still want to be president. President of what? Collecting taxes? That is not the purpose of being a president. So Wakenya, tujitahidi, tusimame imara, tutekeleze wajibu wetu, tufukuze wale ambao wanaleta maafa kwa nchi hii, ili mema yakadhamiri na Wakenya wakafurahia. We want a Kenya that is enthusiastic, optimistic, energetic to go and work. Right now, people are demoralized, and it will take 100 years. There will be no recovery of this economy when Kenyans are half encouraged and demoralized like this. People are even underperforming. I don't think Kenyans are performing up to 20% of their capacity, or 25%. How do you want now to turn around things if the performance of Kenyans is below bar to that extent, and you still want to use them to make things to turn around? They will not turn around. And so William Ruto na mkataba wake na mataifa na nchi za kigeni, aende akafanya wajibu wake kama vile alivyokubali. Lakini kama anataka katika huo wajibu alisema kwamba Wakenya watafanya hiki na kile, basi tutamwacha peke yake akaende kuyatekeleza kama vile alivyokubali bila kutuuliza sisi, na hivyo hatutakubali kuhusika katika mkataba ambao hatuna habari nao. Asante sana, tuendelee pamoja. Failed state, I'm happy you're back. How are you?
I'm fine. Pole sana, my network was, this is a failed state. We were promised even bundles. I don't know what to say. Me actually, nimefika mahali mpaka nasema, are we in a dreamland? Is it reality? Because when you see a president representing a very democratic, mature country like Kenya, reducing the debate of GMO with Matitis and Pembes, I think we are lost as a country. This is a person who is very hasty to speak, and sometimes he doesn't even listen to himself. As Nguru says, on one hand he is saying one thing, and the other hand is actually contradicting himself. And I guess an example is he says that he was put in the previous government, alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa kona, alifukuzwa. Mimi sijai, na unajua the funny thing, Bernard, kuna Wakenya bado wanaamini kama wakina Ruto hapo, because he's from his tribe. They still believe that this guy is speaking the truth. Unawezaje fukuzwa kwa government? You are the deputy president. You live in that the resident of a deputy president. You have 2 motorbikes. You have over 250 policemen. You're still attending cabinet meetings and prayer meetings. And you're telling us that you didn't work in that government? Pure contradiction. And therefore, for me, I would like to say that we don't see any quality of a leader in this man. And I am so sorry to say this. It's unfortunate that he is leading people and is lying each and every day, because what we had today is promises. 3 months of this, 6 months of this, 1 year of this, 2 years of this, and then pure contradiction. My friends, when somebody says that subsidy doesn't help, but he dwells only on unga, ati ulipata unga ya 100. Si hata hatujali mambo ya unga, tunauliza wakati subsidy ya mafuta ilikuwa tulipata mafuta ya 159. That is the truth. That is the truth. Kila mtu alikuwa na save mbao kwa kila lita. That is the truth. Katika mambo ya stima, watu hawakuwa wanalipa vile units zile ulikuwa unapata za 100, unapata units sijui sasa unapata 4. It is unbelievable. Kwa hivyo subsidy kwa stima tulipata na tukaienjoy. Kwa hivyo kudwell na unga na kutuambia sijui unga ulipata ya 100, that is not what we are asking. We are asking, can you protect the poor? You see the problem with these people who have gone through problems becoming powerful. They want to make everybody look like a beggar so that they can kneel on them. President William Samoei Ruto is not representing the wishes of many people. In fact, I'll dare say that this president has no glory of a president. Hana ile that is why you see the weather has refused him. The shilling is going against him. In fact, one thing that made me happy today is when he said that they are reducing inflation. You know, there are things, unless you don't understand economics, you cannot play around with numbers. Numbers don't lie, my friend. You cannot reduce inflation unless I went to a different school than anybody else here. Inflation comes about because of the happenings and the factors of the economy. You give Hustlers Fund from nowhere, and you tell us that the board of that Hustlers Fund is technology, you know, and then you say you're going to reduce inflation. When you're asked, did you follow the rule of law? Yeah, and now committees are not here and there, and you're the one who has put those laws to follow. We're in a jungle, oh my friends. So inflation to me can only be managed by an economy that is performing. But a runaway economy like ours right now, we don't know where we are going to be in the next few days. Because as we speak, things are getting very expensive by now. Yeah, Indomie has even been increased. Chakula ya mwananchi. So what I had today, my take home ni matiti. My other take home ni pembe. My other take home ni nani walikuwa wame state capture, lakini sitaka commission kwa sababu mnajua ni nani alikuwa wame state capture. Those are my take home. My other take home is that subsidy itatusaidia, borea itatusaidia. My other take home is that production, you can only produce things by giving people mbegu. Yeah, lakini transporting that mbegu to the shamba, it is not important. So we are living in a failed state, and I think in the next 1 year we're going to have a collapsed economy, because I don't see how this direction is taking us anywhere. And therefore, all these stories that he's making, in fact, if I was the president, and I am not, he should keep quiet, like Akina Kibaki, and work in silence. Keep quiet, like people who are performing. Don't tell us what you're going to do, because I don't think there's anything Ruto has done since he became president of Kenya. I think what Ruto has become, what he has done, to me, it is appointing corrupt judges and corrupting corrupt cases. Hakuna kitu ingine ya maana amefanya, na wakina Ruto hapa chini wanatupatia story kwa sababu ni mkale mwenzangu is from our tribe. I have to defend him. I have to defend him even when he is wrong. We are all suffering, and I'm happy that the people of Elgeyo Marakwet have started to see the right. Yeah, that Mr. Murkumeno has gone there and they have rejected him. They are telling him go to the office because roads have become impassable. Yeah. Wayaki Way has no stage, has no flyover. Yet somebody has gone to campaign. All these cabinet ministers, I even had the Minister of Health from morning to the evening. He's talking about a shortage of condoms. You wonder what kind of ministers are these? Ati hakuna tuko na kondom mingi kuliko wa Kenya. Imagine a minister anaita mkutano kutuambia hiyo. As if what is on our mind is condoms. What kind of a government is this? What happened to us? Why is God punishing us? Bernard, I want you to answer that. Kwa nini Mungu anatupunish na watu kama hawa? Because every time they open their mouth, from the president to the deputy president to the ministers, it is shameful. It is unbecoming behavior. It is so filthy. Mungu kwa nini anataka kutupunish? Tulikosea Mungu wapi? We need to repent as a country because this is a punishment. This is worse than COVID. We are in a pandemic, a political pandemic, and I don't think we are going to be saved very soon. We are suffering outside here. We have no school fees. We don't know what to going to eat tomorrow. Why, God? Why did you punish us giving this kind of people as our presidents and our leaders? We have no direction. People are suffering. Kwa hivyo, kwa hayo machache na mengi, naomba Wakenya tuendelee kutubu, ndio Mungu atutolee hii mwimba ambayo inatusugumua. It is a mwimba kama ile ya Paul. We are really in problems, my friends. Nothing seems to work. So, kwa hayo machache tutaongea baadaye. Tuko area.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Failed State for articulating the reality accurately. We are quoting a failed state, and if nothing is done in good time, we may just as well wave bye to Kenya from the way we know it. It appears to me that there is nothing good in terms of what becomes of this nation under this kind of leadership. We all must awake to the fact that we will not get the best by investing in the worst in a worst way. The approach towards economy is many-sided. Dr. William Ruto sees that subsidies are a problem. Anything to support Kenyans are a problem. And he's collecting all that money and diverting it to only God knows where. And so, like I said, the kind of scandals that are going to erupt not very few days from now, there will be no hiding place. Mr. Failed State aliuliza, why does God punish us this way? That question, the first person to ask that question was David in the Bible. He got concerned. He said, why is it that the wicked get their way and the righteous don't get their way? The righteous do everything in their power to follow the rules and follow due process, and they don't succeed. But the wicked, through their dubious ways, they just, find it easy to succeed and make it. And so he went to complain to God and say, this is not fair, that the people who follow the rule don't succeed. The people who don't follow the rules succeed with ease. And God responded and said, when the wicked rise in life, it's not because of any other thing. It is because that they may have a fall, and that fall is going to be great. So one way of God humbling somebody is exposing them to a higher place that when they fall from there, the whole world will know that this is not the way God works. And so probably one of the reasons why we are where we are is because God is working on somebody's program to let them know that God is God and he's not man, and he will do his will and his purpose in executing everything that is intended in the heart and the purpose of God, regardless of what people think. It is very bad that the president of the Republic of Kenya can say some of those things and can continue lying to the public in broad daylight before cameras without blinking. It's a very, very, very sad. You would rather hide and say it behind people's back other than calling a presser and telling the people what that is being said. You don't invoke your expertise and don't give the pathway to expertise. When I say I'm a church minister, okay, I'm invoking an authority. And so my judgment and my presentation of affairs needs to be substantiated from the fact that I'm a church minister and I look at life from the biblical point of view, and I will cite that this scripture says this way, this story goes this way, and so it proves this. You cannot invoke that you are a scientist and GMO is not causing people to develop breasts and horns. There's nothing scientific on that. Wasomi mtakuja kunifundisha, lakini kwa sasa mimi si mwanasayansi, lakini nimekuwa kwa shule kiasi. Ile masomo nimesoma, you don't reason the way William Ruto is reasoning. He's reasoning worse than the people who never saw the inside of any class. It is bad manners, to say the least. Na kuna nani huyo anatetea yeye hapa? The government is collecting taxes. That's why the government does not exist to collect taxes. The government exists to offer services. Offer services. Collecting tax is not a service. Moses, karibu, karibu. Kenyan would love. Thank you. I hope you have arrived here with love. Here there is too much heat.
Dawa ya moto ni moto, nimekuja kuongeza moto.
Haya, basi kanyagia kuni. Wacha huyu Moses alete mafuta kwanza.
So let me put it here. So hi to everyone on this platform, and all those ones in the comments and those ones watching. Bernard, I think we have ever been like, when I see the president, so-called president, doing a press, sometimes, like he said, it's better I keep quiet because it was not necessary. But on our side, who believe that he's taking a country nowhere, it's good to come out and expose himself like that. It is good because maybe few who believes in him will come to know that I think he is not the right guy to go with. As a president, right now you are just a president illegally. Start doing action. Make people start believing in you because you have to start doing things that people never believed that you can, even though no one elected you. But through your action, doing things that people were not expecting from you will change many. People will start saying, this is not what we voted for. But so far, so good. We can be patient. Let's be patient for this guy and wait him around the corner, maybe next election. You are giving people hope. But even in hope, you are not giving. So if you come and say that subsidies were like, it was full of corruption, the people were corrupt, it was not doing anything. But after the end of it, you said that it was like for few. Come and investigate. Then just give exactly what is going and reaching to people. Then the one you know that it was corrupted, just remove it. Don't reduce the budget, not removing everything. Let the few who have been benefiting continue benefiting. Then put the rule that once you give me the approval that if we give all these billions of money, everyone is going to be benefit, then I will release the balance. But according to what I've seen, these are the few that are benefiting in this. Then release the exact amount that suits the number of people that are benefiting. Because if you remove from people who have been benefiting, it's like you want to, you see a mosquito on your TV and you want to kill it, you bring a hammer and, hit it. You hit a mosquito and at the same time you are hitting a flat screen also. So that's not the way that someone who knows, someone who was prepared to run a country can act. And this brings me to four things. If I was to be given a chance of like going into a constitution and to fix some few things, there are few things that I wish we could fix in our constitutions, because there are four factors that at least someone must have met before qualifying to stand for a president or standing for a president. One, Bernard, at least we should have looked for at least someone's track records, ability and performance. When you check these things, can tell whether this person is capable or not. Then second, at least you check someone like vision, authentic, realistic. Checking that means you are checking future. Can this person deliver what a leader can supposed to do? Then thirdly, Bernard, character, ability, and obedience to God. That drives us to integrity. Who are you when nobody is looking at you? That means when you are alone, no one is there, you are just you, and no one can see you. Who are you during that period? Then lastly, because I'm saying this because of the interviews that I see our African leaders do in public and national TVs, that draws me to that maybe some people they should put in check, Lastly, Bernard, physical, mentally, and ability, with the soundness of mind. That gives us the quality of the next leader that we wish to be under, or to be governed with. Those are the things that when we look into these through our, or what we see from our leaders, the presidents, things that they come and talk. You cannot be a president and they just come like you are campaigning, like you are lamenting, If we include these four things in our constitution, failure to do that, you don't qualify to stand for as a president, Why? Because without those four factors, we don't see some, because the president, we look someone with quality, someone who can secure and unite the country, not dividing the country, not running a country by politicking all the time. You are the president, you have the office now. They are facilitating you. Citizens are ordinary citizens are paying tax. They are feeding you from dressing, drinking, even everything. You are being catered for. and you come on a national TV and talk nonsense, and you laugh, happily, you are happy, laughing. Then, not someone who will come and start. The problem with African leaders, Bernard, when they go into power, it doesn't matter the way they fluke around, the way it's all about how they reach there. But reaching there, instead of starting at least convincing the ordinary citizen, they start giving, they run a country, and this is one of the problems. A country is not a political party. Once you become a president, forget each and everything that happened in campaigns and during election period. Be a president for all, because now you are. That's why they are being given this the title of being commander in chief. That means you are the first family. That means everyone is in the country, and you are making laws that govern each and everyone. Those who voted, because you cannot be voted by everyone. I think these African leaders should understand that. Even the prophets, they had people who were against them. Then who are you to be voted by everyone? When you are coming to stand for or competing for office, know that there are people who will support for you, and people who will support you, and people who will not support you. But after winning, all those people becomes your supporters, and you might give the services. Not like I had Gajako was saying that we have not given him this because how he voted. It's not all about how I voted. Once you go in the office, you must give me my services, because when you are collecting tax, it's not that you are collecting from only the place that, or from the places that you want. No, everyone is contributing. You see, so these are the things we have to at least, because now the way I see, if you were a good leader, if you are president, why don't you believe in yourself? Because this is the guy, the way you look at someone who is feeling guilty. I don't know, Bernard, if you have ever been at home when your parents are not there, and you spoil something, or you steal something and eat. Now here the mother is coming. You go and welcome her from far away from your home. But the first thing you tell her, even before her asking you, say, ma'am, I have not done anything wrong at home. You have not been asked. Then mom, as an elder person or someone, will start questioning you, asking us, why is this boy today telling me this? He must have done something wrong. You are just reporting yourself. No one has asked him, but you are, I've not done something wrong, mama. For me, I'm okay. Everything is okay. Sometimes we start by saying, not me. You see how you feel guilty before even you are being asked. So that's really how Ruto is behaving. You are guilty. You are talking of Chebukati, the way how they treated him. You have evidence. You in the government. Those people who wanted to bring things down, they don't have power. Come out with evidence, open up a case against them, and bring the evidence. If you believe in law, you see. But he's feeling guilty himself, talking things. For me, he talks like someone who is not a president. First of all, he doesn't believe in himself. And those people are like a younger generation, Bernard. It's not all about, is my homemate, is my tribe mate, is my long old friend. No, do the right thing. These are the people who, even your kids at home, if you don't punish them, if you don't tell them the truth, but because they are princes and prince, they are not touched. They are doing things wrong and say, hey, don't beat my. If you want to bring up a good family for the future, people should be told the truth. It's not about where you come from. Even if, for me, Bernard, what I believe and what I do, even though you are my brother, even though you are my own son, even though you are my own father, my family member, if I find you on the way they are beating you, but you are the cause, the reason why they are beating you, yes, of course, I'll stand there as a brother, say, first, I will apologize in front of those people. I say, no, there is a way we can handle this. But I will say, you are right, this guy was wrong. Even that way, I just protect you because I don't want you to be harmed or killed accidentally. But the truth should be told. I will tell you, next time if you do the same thing, I will leave you to be, even if they kill you, you should stop attacking people. You are the one who did a mistake, but not like making things look like he's an angel or she's an angel cannot make mistakes. This scenario and this way of thinking and understanding people who are in the comments. Right now, Bernard, if Ruto does things that a leader must do or leader should supposed to do, I will always support him. We can change the scenario that even though this guy was not elected, but he's so far progressing well. We put a credit where it is due. We are not for example, I'm not against anyone, but don't put yourself or don't bring yourself in the services that you cannot give. Stay out of the office, no one will come for you. After all, you removed it from someone who we all believe that if it happens or if he happens to be in the office, everything will run the way we expect. That is it for now, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Wakenya wenye nia njema. Tunawashukuru kwa kujumuika nasi katika mjadala wa leo tunapoangazia masuala ya Rais Ruto na madai yake kuhusu jinsi nchi inavyoongozwa na jinsi anavyoiongoza. Kuna mambo tu mengi ambayo hayaendi sawa sawa, na tumeanza kuona sababu ya kutokwenda sawa sawa ni uongozi mbaya ulioko. Yes, Bwana Guru, unasemaje?
Bernard, I think on this and a response to the debate that was there, since the debate, the talk, the interview, I think it is important to point out to the listeners and ourselves to remind ourselves what the president, the constitution envisaged him to be. And just shortly, I'll just pinpoint the key areas. The president shall, the first thing is the president is a symbol of national unity. And the president shall respect, uphold, and safeguard the constitution. The other one is that should safeguard the sovereignty of the republic, promote and enhance the unity of the nation, promote respect for the diversity of the people and the communities of Kenya, and ensure the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms and rule of law. The president shall not hold any other state or public office. Okay, I read those tenets of the presidency so that people can understand the duties and the heavy responsibility that the president carries with him. The first and key is that he's a symbol of national unity, that he should protect the people of Kenya and the communities, and should respect the diversity of the Kenyan people. If by any chance any statements made during that interview do not enhance those tenets of the presidency, then there's a problem.
Okay. Yes, Bwana Thank you, Wanaguru. Kenyan would love. I hope you're here with all the powers.
No, I don't have. I'm in my car bwana. Tulia,
You
nilikuwa
better go
nimeenda
and
kuona
bring you better
nilikuwa
make your
nimeenda
submission
kuona
and go and bring powers.
nilikuwa nimeenda kuona Museveni na Ruto nione kama watanipatia kakitu pia.
Inaonekana you're part of the problem.
Sasa wamenirudisha nyumbani bila chochote.
Wamekwambia hauna kadi ya UDA, yako ni si fake, yako ni fake.
We, nyinyi ni nini mbaya na nyinyi mnatusumbulia nini sisi watu wa UDA? Acha nikue nani Clinton. Munakuja munatupigia kelele hapa. Munatuambia venye hatujafanya serikali. Kidogo huko pia nini Jakaranda wanatusumbua. Yani, you know, hawa tunasikia ati hata they don't have any power. Hawa tu sijui wanaitwa nini hawa bunge la wananchi. Munatusumbua, munatupigia kelele. Na tunakuja kabisa tunasema tunataka kuitisha. Hamjatuita? Sisi ndo tumeenda kwa media tukawaambia na tukapeleka nini, tukawaambia kujeni tunataka kuwaongelesha leo. Ndio tuache hawa watu wache kutusumbua, kina Bernard, kina Kenyan Love na kina Guru waache kutusumbua, na pia Jakaranda iache kutusumbua, tunaitisha. Tena tukifanya hiyo press conference bado mnatusumbua, mnatugonga. Nini mbaya tumesema? Sisi tumesema tu ukikula GMO okui mwanamke na umei pembe. Sawa? Unajua kumea pembe ni nini? Ushaambia mtoto wako umemea pembe? Umekuwa mtundu?
Umeamua?
Umekuwa mtundu. Hiyo ni kumea pembe. Ile ingine sijui kama tunatumiaga kioo sisi wengine hatujui kama tunatumiaga kioo. Kuna video ulicheza hapa ile ya kwanza. Unajua ukijiangalia kwa kioo pia unaweza jiona tu ujue kama kunayo ama hakuna. Sitaendelea sana, hiyo nitaachia hapo. Matiti na pembe GMO hatujui hiyo labda inapea mtu Bernard, even though I come here making fun, it's very, I don't think it's unconstitutional because there's freedom of speech. But to hear a whole president talk about, okay, first of all, you know, we've been speaking about GMO over here. Tell us we are not educated because the president thinks he's the most educated person in the country and he knows everything. Bernard, we've been speaking over here. Have we ever spoken about that GMO inaletanga matiti ama inapatiaga mtu pembe? I understand it might be rhetorical, but again, you should have at least said, I have been using it, but I have not had cancer. Because that's the reality. GMO, most of the time, we know it's cancer. And he's lying when he starts talking about USA. I don't know when Ruto lived in the USA to understand that USA uses GMOs all the way. Sijui kama kuna njia, kuna hapo hivyo katikati ya Kimathi Street between Nairobi University na State House kama na Parliament, kama kuna mahali kunaitwa USA hapo katikati, mtatuambia. The last time I thought ilikuwa F1, Florida 1 or whatever, or Nyanza, you know, whatever it was there in between them. When he talks about these countries, what does he know about these countries? And for me, I listened to it, Bernard, and at some point I shut down. I just couldn't listen to him because for me, the only thing I got from him is people paying taxes. And it's right. Everybody needs to pay their taxes. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you, why do you pay taxes? To be saved? Did you already save for you to get a business, to get your taxes, you know, for you to pay taxes? What is this obsession about taxes? When you pay taxes, you want your roads made. You're contributing towards your Kijiji road. You're contributing towards your electrification. You're not just giving, and it's not a must. That's my money. Bernard, it's not a must to pay taxes. And when you pay that taxes, well, my road better be made. Kwangu kwa boma yangu acha nijipange. Lakini hizo zingine zikuwe zimepangwa. You know what I'm saying? Huyu jamaa anakuja ni kama taxes, ni kama ndio kila kitu, ni kama lazima mpeane, lazima sijui kila kitu, na atuambii anataka kutupatia mkopo. And he's doing that on live TV. I mean, why don't you just keep quiet? And Bernard, and all the panelists and the people in the uko nyuma, I'm going to ask you another question. Is Kenya all about farmers? Is everybody that lives in Kenya a farmer? Bernard, kila mtu anakaa Kenya ni farmer. Ati sasa mnatuletea ati sijui fertilizer na unatuletea na anasema oh tulifanya fertilizer ikakua hivi lakini tulitoa help. Lakini tulitoa pia ya watoto. Na watoto waendi sijui boarding school. Some of us are good, living outside the country and living out there because we went to boarding schools. Because that's the time you ulijua kujifulia nguo. Me kwanza the tax thing, the way he kept on talking about the taxes. And then the other one, let me say this one, Bernard. Nani, he was talking about the politically influenced charges that they've dropped and nani na vitu kama hizo. Bernard, do we still have a case of what we saw on CCTV of Echesa trying to do a gun deal at Harambee Annex? I mean, we saw it on national TV. We saw the CCTV cameras in his own office. Look, I am not going to say that anyone should feel down just because they've never traveled or they've never gone anywhere. But Bernard, it's the reason that we have this benchmarking because of people like Ruto. Benchmarking that goes and takes a lot of money of our taxes. We don't even know why we pay taxes. And that is what Mother Karua and Raila were talking, saying, when you pay your taxes so that you can get services. Nile kuchangiana. Unajua when you live boma moja mmeachiwa na baba yenyu. Mnachangiana, mnasema tuweke kabarabara pale kenye katakuwa kakikuja kwetu, gari sikuwe ikikwama ama baiskeli sikuwe ikikwama. It's not an investment. Go invest in your own business. You don't invest with Kenya. You don't. And by the time you invest in, you're also getting the same money that you're trying to invest. Na ukisikiza venye anaongea kwa media, he talks like we don't have experts in Kenya. He's the only expert, one and only. Being a president does not make you know it all. You're going to take this country down. Alafu Bernard uniambie, sijui kama mliona, between the Swahili and the English version, Petre ilikuwa wapi? Alisema ni Mama Rachel ndo alikuwa ameenda kutafuta. But all in all I'm trying to say, I watched that thing, Bernard. I did not finish it because I just nilifika tu mahali nikajiuliza yenyewe hii ndio Kenya yetu. Because the president and the obsession of competition, not even competition, talking about the last regime. Where was Ruto in the last regime, my friends? How do you talk about last regime? Yet you are the vice president in it. And then you start saying that by the time I was kicked out of the door, who kicked you out? I thought by the time to the election, you were still there. People told you to resign. You never resigned. So now how are you telling us that you got kicked out? Si ulikatalia hapo? Ama Bernard nimedanganya? Si alikatalia hapo? So now how are you talking about last regime? You were part of that problem. For me, like I said, I just wanted kuja kusumbua kidogo, but I think Bernard, hiyo kitu iliniumiza sana to just listen to him na venye alikuwa nakaa and all, you know, the lies and everything. And I think Ruto has mastered an art of lying to Kenyans, because he knows when he says something and it looks kind of like you know, like kama ka scholar kidogo, like numbers, even the numbers that he was talking about, they're not even right. Ukiongea akisema numbers anadhani tu kila mtu atamsikiza. He's a pathological liar. He knows how to do it and he's learned the art very well. Bernard, let me finish, but I just nilisimama mahali tu kidogo tu niingie because I was waiting for someone to come over. I'm picking up someone, but I'm here kidogo tu, and then I drive home, alafu nitakuja sasa nikiwa on the other side. I'm using my phone at this point. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Nchi yenu ni hiyo, kiongozi ni yule, msipochunga hii ni kama afadhali shamba la wanyama, kwa sababu hapa ni ngoma. Kuna mambo ambayo viongozi hawastahili kuyasema, na kuna vile nchi inaendelea, technological advancement, that some of the things you are talking about will not imagine. You cannot be talking. Acha tu nicheze hii, msinaambie ni nini.
ya GMO. Mimi nimemea matiti ama ile wanasemekana sijui nani atafanya nini, utakuwa na extra nini, you know, lazima tuambiane ukweli, you know.
Bernard, hata mimi sina matiti na lakini na mimi si mtundu pia, kwa hivyo sina pembe.
Tafadhali. Bernard, hello everyone. Poleni, do you have guts kucheza hiyo tape jameni, please? Don't play.
No, that is the president now. What do we do? In the meantime, that's the person signing the checks for Kenya in the name of Kenya, on behalf of Kenyans. God help us.
Mpaka unaongea Nigeria, that's your president now.
Karibu Sister Nifa, endelea.
Ningependa kuwasalimu mara tena. Ni siku nyingine, at least tuko wazima, ndio tuko oppressed, na nilipenda ile when I came in, mlikuwa mmeanza show Bernard, but ulikuwa umeomba kweli long prayers. I hope Mungu atasikia hiyo maombi. Unajua hivi, wacha tu nitoe miwani. Cool. So one man show amekuwa na interview. I think it's the first interview
after 100 days, I'm after akwe the president, akwe elected. So I wonder why such a time interview sasa wanafanya interview ama now he's a good friend to those media, because those media I can see their languages. They are, they are not really throwing bad questions to him. Like hao pia wamekubali, they are also captured, they are also compromised. And if you see the language, the way he's speaking is not like the other previous before when he was the deputy. Tena saizi at least anawapatia time. Like the other time when he was interviewed before the presidential debate. Like alikuwa anaongea sana, hata akiulizwa swali anajibu mambo ingine. Now that tape amesema niko na matiti. Mimi nimeona matiti zake. Mimi nimeona matiti kwa hiyo t-shirt amevaa. Unless hiyo t-shirt si mzuri. Yeye ameuliza, it's wrong, president, unajiita president and you speaking such terms, to be honest. And that's demeaning. And I ask myself, when they say Sakaja linunua karatasi, a PhD student cannot speak like that. A PhD student cannot speak like that. I'm not going to speak about, I'm not saying I'm well educated, and those terms of words ameongea, according to hizo tape zenye umecheza, that's not the term of a PhD student and somebody who wanted to be in the office as the president, to be honest. So, hizo mambo zenye amesema zote, I've written down as in, like the way it's saying, scientist, Nani amemwita is like one scientist. I say it's a one-man show. A one-man show who wants to be everywhere, And sitaongea sana Bernard, because actually there's no need for us to keep on speaking, and maybe sometimes to an extent tunaingiliana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe because of those people. Hao watu wanafanya dhambi, na hiyo dhambi ambao wanafanya ni kamba inataka kukuja kwetu sisi. Amesema hiyo mambo ya matiti, it's just to show that hapana, GMO is not bad. Nyi kuleni, manake nilikuwa nakula GMO. I don't understand why Sainda anasema anakula yeye na familia yake. Hata angesema me and my beloved wife and my children tunakulaga GMO. Sasa anasema saizi anakula GMO after they started talking, after Mr. Kuria started talking about GMO. So it means when Mr. Kuria spoke kuwa wataleta mahindi, and then that ule MP ama senator ule Cherengai akapinga, kumbe they were on the right track. Kumbe ni kweli hizo nini ziko huko kwa port zinangojea, walikuwa na buy time with wananchi, wanangojea wananchi watasema nini kila siku, wanakuja with one nini after the other. So since I don't know. Rhoda said, some people say they're disgusted. Wengine wanasema they are surprised. I'm saying I'm not surprised. I'm not saying I'm happy. I'm saying, I knew that person will speak like that. And right now, hiyo nini yake ameongea is very arrogant. The way anaongea, now it has come to his senses. Now he's the Mr. President. Because before your 100 days, he never knew that he's Mr. President. Na sahi anajua yeye ni Mr. President. There's nothing anybody can do. Amepata hiyo sword, amepata hiyo certificate. And I wonder now what happened to wale kina Cherera. Sijui kama hiyo interview ameongea about kina Cherera na kina Chebukati, because they were supposed also to, wale kina Cherera, they were supposed to be walienda huko kwa koti. I don't know what has happened. They are not talking about it all of a sudden. Sijui kama aliongea about IEBC, if it's going to be rectified. Sijui kama aliongea. Maybe utacheza hizo video tena. But I think this is a person who saved himself and other the CSS out, a bench of crooks. And that's why they are where they are. So they can do whatever they want to do. I don't know if he talked again about your opposition's office kwa hiyo interview again. I don't know, because these are the updates zenye alikuwa inatakikana apeane kwa wananchi. And also Hustlers Fund, those are the updates inatakikana watu wafuatilie. But yesterday somebody talked about data, and not yesterday, leo asubuhi, and he talked about data na mwingine akasema data is sio mzuri, but now again nimeona hiyo data imeletwa hapo pia. Wamesema about data will help in fertilizers distribution. So I don't know, sijui. And then about hizo bill, about the subsidies again, amesema 16 billion for fuel, 8 billion for unga and 3. That adds total of 27. So nimeweka, according to his interview, nimeweka hiyo 27 times, maybe from September, October, it's like 4 months. Ukiweka inakuja 108 billion. So which means 108 billion, it's equal somewhere, plus the 1 trillion ambaye alikopa this 100 days ila amekopa. So which means they have something. Kama wana kitu, then in the ninio, then wasiseme ati they are empty coffers. So I wonder, and then he only spoke about fuel, unga and electricity. He never spoke about education na ile ya wazee. So which means it's still more, apart from 108 billion, manaka amesema hii ndio pesa they were losing. Hii ndio pesa walikuwa wana lose. And then again amejibraga akasema, so how do you expect elected president to continue doing wrong? So yeye anafikiria anafanya vizuri. He knows what is right. Yeye anajua what is right. And again, he's blaming the former president. Alisema kuwa that was not economic. Hiyo mambo ya subsidy was not economic but political decision. So political decision by who if he was? You see guys, tusiongee tu, muchukue the points zenye vile anavyosema. And I'm not saying you are not wrong. Muchukue the points zenye anasema. If you're saying that it was political ndo kusudi wananchi wa nini, is he talking about 2012 to 2017? Because 2012 to 2017 is they were together, yeye na he was the deputy. So now he's saying, and he was number 2. So he's saying, he was saying, I'm sorry to delay you. He was saying that he meant to, this was a political decision meant to placate Kenyans to vote in a certain way. Unfortunately, I did not buy, the Kenyans did not buy it and they kill it. So he's saying Kenya walikubaliana na manifesto yake. And that's why, so still anaenda pale kuwa he was elected legitimately. You understand? Unaona such speeches, mtu kama huyu, such speeches, unajua that's a big blunder. And that's why I say a PhD student cannot speak like that. You understand? Hata mtoto Nairobi, mtoto mwenye amefika class 8 cannot speak like that. Guys, I don't want to speak much. Naweza nikaongea mengi paka hata naweza nikatafutwa. Nikuwe wanted. But, you understand? It's, you know, I don't understand. And then amesema kumalizia, amesema, hiyo the, they were hired by, no, ngojeni, poleni, here. Amesema, The inflation was meant to 9.5 to 9.6 because of intervention they have made. Which interventions have they made? Maybe Bernard umejua hizo interventions zenye wamefanya na hiyo serikali yao. Imeenda, the inflation yao, it has gone down, and they've made again the right decision, 9.1. So wametoa 9.6 to 9.1. So the 3 years they put themselves into these 3 years. Is it 3 years? Is he talking about the handshake? Which made them, the decision was wrong. You understand? Sasa na blame hiyo 3 years. Now within again amesongeza, watu wasifikirie one week ama 1 month. It has to come, itachukua 3 months to 6 months for the country to go back to normal. For the next, sasa yeye anasema again mpatieni 1 year. Amesongeza again 1 year after hiyo 100 days imeshaisha. So which means so they've set themselves into trajectory to make sure unga is not 240. So I don't know how much unga is supposed to be, and they've put brakes on to continue increase unga the prices, which is 109 or 250. Wameka brakes on to continue. Wameka the gap between the farmers who are producing the cereals. Watafanya nini? Wata import the maize, and that's what Moses Kuria said. So they're going to import again 10 million bags, and not only unga, plus other food like maybe mchele and others. Alisema to others. So so I think they were buying time with citizens, and also they're going to control the food prices. So nitamalizia tu na hapo, but mambo si mazuri, mambo yanazidi kuwa mbaya. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you for that elaborate summary and strange responses. He says subsidy was put there for political reasons. Majority of the subsidies were introduced because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Was that political? And if it was political, he was part of that politics. He was the deputy president. He was in the cabinet that passed those subsidies. And he knows, like every other Kenyan knows, that the subsidies were majorly introduced to mitigate Kenyans from the effect of the slowdown economy by reason of the regulated movements because of COVID-19. And COVID-19 has went on for almost 2 years. So what is he talking about 3 years and subsidies? He has no idea on how an economy is resuscitated and an economy is brought back into profitability. Denying Kenyans or making Kenyans buy things expensively doesn't add to the economy. It makes that's what generates even inflation, for his information, because now the less we had people who are living from hand to mouth, they were few, and now they are multiplying. The middle class is drifting back to below $1. We have now a resurgence of more poor people than we had previously. Life is becoming unbearable with every passing day. At the end of the day, we will only end up having a nation of beggars. Okay, and he wants that so badly because it will make him feel important because people are asking help from him. It is bad that at this point in time we have that kind of a person in the highest office in this land that needs to make a decision on behalf of Kenyans. It is sad state of affairs, na mtu ambaye hawezi kusema ukweli, yani ako kama shetani, akisema ukweli sijui atakufa. Kwa ni lazima udanganye tu watu wazi wazi, watu wanajua. Subsidies zimekuwa na sisi hapa all along. It was not for political reasons, and Kenyans don't need to be given subsidy to vote or know how to vote. Kenyans voted, they voted for Raila Odinga to be their president. Chebukati and team selected William Ruto to be the president of Kenya. He knows that. That's why he's talking about legitimacy issues. He knows he's guilty, and he doesn't fit that office. That office is too big for him. The running of the country is weighing too heavily on his shoulder. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's confused, and now he wants to blame on everybody. That is a sure sign that Kenyans should come out and begin to call this thing for what it is: a failed leadership, a failed state, a failed articulation of issues and approach towards solving those problems. Hakuna jina lingine na hakuna ubatizo tutafanyia. Hii ni serikali ambayo haina mwelekeo, haijui kile inachofanya, alafu inataka kujipendekeza, inafikiria itatumia PR and blogging to get things done. I'm happy that people did not even follow the broadcast online. They kept off. It was very hard even for the 36 bloggers to fake the number of people who are viewing. Everybody was dropping from the whole thing. Now, this is sure the telltale signs that we are courting a failed state, and it will soon grind to a halt, not many days from now. Thank you, Stony PK and the other admins, please, wherever you are, njooni, masaa yenu ndio hiyo imefika. Mimi nataka kung'atuka. In fact, I've been here longer than necessary. Leo hawezi kuwepo, anasema watu wa Kenya Power walipita kwao. Sijui walikuwa wanafanya marekebisho yepi, miti ilianguka, so hana stima. Angekuwa hapa. Ndio hiyo sasa. Wanakata miti, wanaangusha stima, tena wanaongeza pesa ya stima. Mungu saidia Kenya, Mungu okoa Kenya. How will Baba have made Unga kuwa 300 is just in the imagination of one William Ruto. Baba is the only one who gave us Unga ya shilingi 100. He did it in 2007. He did it in 2022. Baba is the solution to the problems of this country, and William Ruto knows that. He needs Baba badly. He even is begging for Baba's presidency. That is why his name. Ni vile tu hawezi kuconfess, ndio tunamsaidia kufanya hiyo confession. Naomba tumlete mzee Mlumbu. Karibu Daddy.
Happy New Year to all my brothers, sisters, for this New Year 2023. 23, we're gonna see.
Happy New Year to you.
2023 mtaona mengi na bado mjayaona. Is when you're gonna see them. According to the topic of today, unajua mimi siwezi, I don't listen to Ruto. I don't. Nikiona ameweka mimi natoka, I don't, because it's nothing he's saying. But I'm happy for his speech, because for his vile amekaa na wanahabari to give what he knows, what he doesn't know. That's good for Kenyans, because Kenya, they need that. Because once the Ruto did what he did, they could have come out and they complained that that's not the person they voted for. But once they kept quiet, they approved that Ruto is the good person for them. So Kenyans, just face it. You die slowly, the way you wanted it. And as I'm talking right now, people are really dying down there in the village. First of all, they are dying because of the no medication. Second, they are dying because there's no food. 3, they are dying because there's no jobs where they can go work and feed their families. That's the 3 important things: medications, food, and a job to get money to provide for themselves. So because Kenya we are used to keep quiet, because Raila only is the one who can say, oh, this is wrong, then you come out. So you just say, when you are celebrating for my dad or my uncle to die, just make sure you also your uncle or your relative is going to die, because what we are going through, everybody's going through. If your elders' money has been squandered, even you in your area, there's elders people, their money is not there. If subsidy of petrol was squandered, if it affects everybody on your area, it doesn't matter where you come from. Whether if you come to Central or from Rift Valley, it doesn't matter. It hits you. You who thought that you are the one people that can lead Kenya, no other tribe that can be the best person that can lead Kenya. We are all together. So let me tell you why Ruto is a genius. So let me tell you why he's a genius. That's why he talks the way he wants. There's no more in Kenya who is clever than Ruto. Ruto is the best man all over the world. That he's showing the world is the best man. Do you know why? 2007, he organized. He killed Kuyus like cockroaches. Then when the case came, nothing was done. Nothing was done. The Kikuyus that he killed, they came to him so that he can support them. He won. Then the government of 2007 with Kibaki Raila came on. He was given a ministry. He squandered his own people. Where I heard him saying that he told himself what he did when he was an agricultural minister. He squandered his own people and he told them to go and forget about plant maize, plant avocado. You know what he did? He went through. When Raila said this guy is not fit, Kibaki brought him back. That's a Kikuyu man brought him back. So don't cry. That's a clever man, Ruto. He passed through that. All of a sudden, Uhuru came after him. Then he made him a vice president, deputy president. When the case came, Uhuru came off hook. Ruto remained in the hook. Do you know who has helped Ruto to come off the hook? It's Uhuru. Because after Uhuru coming off the hook, Ruto remained the hook. He was supposed to be indicted in United Nations in The Hague, but because he's smart, he played Uhuru. They played well. They played Raila, and then they came around. After coming around, the election came. He saw the money. He saw that Uhuru was trying to play. He tried to kill Uhuru, but because Raila was clever, let Uhuru know that this guy was planning to kill Uhuru. It was known that he was planning to finish Uhuru by himself. The Kenya currency was changed. He still played smart, and he overcame. I still doubled the money. I still did the money laundering. When the election came, he used the same money that when he was a deputy president, he corrupted every project that was in Kenya, na akachukua pesa kila kona na akaiweka everywhere in the world. Hiyo pesa ndiyo ametumia, alikuwa na mwaga. What did Uhuru do? Nothing, because Uhuru knew what was happening. Here they were blinding Raila. I thought he was doing the right thing. No, they knew what they are doing. Now comes election. He brings Wakina Camargo from Venezuela. They were caught red-handed. What did Uhuru do? Allowed them. Raila, there's nothing he could do because he was not in the government. He allowed them, knowing, bro, when you do just play this round, you play this around here, while you play this. That's what they did. Then when election come, people voted. Though so many people are angry, but people voted. Though the election, the votes were counted within the constituencies. But when they are being sent to the headquarters, Kamago was in between to change everything. Then what happened? He wondered, you know what happened? Because he had already bribed everybody. How can a country have, how can you, if you are a candidate, have an agent to go and look for your votes? What the use of electoral commission? What are they doing? What are their agent doing? Their agent is supposed to be there and to make sure that everything is being done at the right way. Why should you have an agent, your own agent, you pay your own money for in a polling station? What the use of the electoral agent in the station? What the meaning of him to be there? He played smart. That was a plan of Uhuru and Ruto. There's no way you can put out of Ruto here and Uhuru here, because he knows Uhuru was the president of the country of Kenya. And he wanted Kenya to be a democratic country, everything to be done right. If you win, take the win. If you lose, take the loss. But here he played smart, he made neutral, but he was not neutral. Because when the election was not done right, there's a Kamago here, everything is a blah blah here, he could have said, no, I want my people to be in peace. When we are in an election, let that person who wins win. This election is not right. Naifuta kwa sasa, I give you 6 months. Kila mtu aende prepare, you are going back to election. He had a right to that. Nanaka hapo. He has a right to do that. So to save the Kenyan from this, what you are going through right now. He kept quiet. Alienda kukunywa tu Guinness yake huko, anakunywa Jack Daniel huko, Haidan Ken wanaongea na Ruto kando kando, na wanaonekana na Mathokome kando kando, na wanaongea na Kiepkati kando kando, and then they left Martha Karua, Kalonzo na Raila in darkness. Wanafikiria hawajui, because Raila, Martha Karua, Kalonzo, they won. Did you see them going to KICC to preparing to announce? Because they knew they won. But the phone came, oh, you know, things are not good over there in Bomas. Things have changed. There is a Catholic priest or Anglican priest over there. Everything have changed. Ruto has paid billions of money. He has paid to Martha Koome. He has paid to Chebukati. He has paid to Kenyan soldiers. They are all the way in the side of Ruto, because he's telling them, when Raila takes over, you guys that who are corrupted, you are going to be in. So you either support me, you remain in the power, you eat with I eat with you, you right to the loot you have eaten, or you put in Martha Karua, Raila, you are going to jail. Don't deceive us here. Ruto is smart. Now his smart is this. He's not smart because of for Raila and Kalonzo and so on. He's smart on Kenyans' heads, because Kenyans are sleeping. Now, when he come in, pesa ya wazee anatoa, subsidy ya petrol anatoa, subsidy ya walemavu anatoa, subsidy ya chakula anatoa. Who is he killing? Is he killing Raila? Is he killing Kalonzo? Is he killing Martha Karua, who has millions in accounts? Who is he killing? Kenyan people is the one killing. Because you are stupid, you don't understand, you don't know, you all clap about him. Anakuja panaambia, do you see how he speaks? 100% Trump #2, Trump of Africa. Ruto is the Trump of Africa. Anaongea vile anataka, anawafinya vile anataka, anawacrash vile anataka. What will you do? Right now, all the watangazaji wote wanamuimba yeye. If they don't follow him, they're out. This man ambapo amechukua mnakufa nyinyi, ndiye anadish every corner. What will you do? Nothing. Basi anachukua hiyo pesa na waletea kama ya kwamba hustler funds. You tell me, I'm asking you people who are educated. Your father, ile pesa alikuwa anapata, father yako, baba yako ule hafanyi kazi, amezeeka, hana pesa ya kuenda kununua dawa, hana pesa ya kununua chakula, hawezi fanya kazi. Ile pesa yake amepewa, amenyang'anywa. He's not killed, samewacha kufe polepole. Wale walemavu walikuwa na pesa yao ile. Pengine ile kazi hawezi fanya, wamenyang'anya hiyo pesa yao yote. Hawakufi polepole. And then anakuja na wamaliza kabisa, subsidy ya chakula anatoa. Acha kunyang'anya pesa ulikuwa unapata monthly, inaweza nunua gorogoro moja, ukunyenge uji peke yake every day, so you can survive for 30 days, ametoa. Bas anakuja anatoa ya chakula, ile chakula ulikuwa unapewa kidogo ndio upate kununua hiyo, anatoa. Then he comes, ile vile ulikuwa unapanda gari ukienda kwa hospitali ama ukienda kununua kitu mahali, hata ukipanda pikipiki, anatoa petroli hiyo, anatoa. Kama ulikuwa unapanda na 50 unaongeza 100, ametoa. Is not killing you. Aliyekuwa anakuua namna gani? Unataka kuambia mimi nakuua? You guys who are well educated, then you find for well off educated people in Kenya, they clap hands because akipewa milioni 2 anaklap, anasema yeye akikula na mtoto yake istoshe. Anawaambia pesa ya shule zote ametoa, so that you do not educate your kid, they remain there in the village, wanakuwa wezi. Pesa ametoa, pesa ya vijana, so that they go back to street, so they can steal. Basa nakuambia ameshatoa hivyo yote, anakuletea hustler fund, anakuambia unaweza kopa 500, ukirudisha narudisha na 550. Wewe mwenyewe you are home, your father is sick, your mother is sick, you don't work, you don't have a job. Pengine hawa nakutegemea wewe, ile pesa ulikuwa unapewa na subsidy ya wazee hakuna. These people are ailing the whole family. Wewe mwenyewe hauna kazi, then anakupatia, chukua hiyo 500, ukishakopa utumie, basi utanirudishia na 550, 525. Amekuongeza stress ingine 10 times. 10 times because afadhali vile ulikuwa hauna, unajua hauna, hata ukikagarikika kando na upate kidogo ukule, ina afadhali. Lakini saa hii umekula, unadaiwa. Hauna kazi, hauna mali unaweza kutoa, but unadaiwa. Now you have nothing to eat. Is this but not your finish already? Hajakumaliza wewe, hajakuwa already. Then you are sitting there not talking about, you are not coming out. You wako kwa nyumba unakufa njaa tu. Why can't you go the barabara huko andamano kufa huko wakoto, ukufa hata ukoso uoze huko mifupa yake huko barabara, because you are useless. Kenyan, you are useless. Nobody cares about you. Right now, daktari, he doesn't care about you. Mwalimu, he doesn't care about you. Kwa sababu wote wale on the same problems. Watu wenye wanasikia vizuri ni ma MCAs, ma MPs, ma governors, na ole watakataka na ma president hiyo na ma CS wamechaguliwa because they are in the pocket of Ruto. Yinyi mmebaki yinyi wote from Mandera to huko Tanzania, from coast to Uganda. If Kenya still don't wake up right now, afadhali ukufe kama umesimama kuliko ukufe kama umekuwa kwa nisi. Muganda alisema afadhali nikufe bunduki risasi kuliko kufa kama nimeinama kwa nini kwa magoti. That's why they die every day. Na hii imefika. Just look the way this guy is talking. He doesn't care. Ruto doesn't care anything. He says he's the smartest. He has outsmarted everybody. He has killed people. He has done everything in the bada. Yuko pale. Bada na wafinya. Sasa saya anawapatia sumu ya slow killing. Kwa sababu ukifa njaa utaenda kulalamika kwa nani atakuma una pesa. So ukiwa na mgonjwa na una pesa, so unaugua tu na kufa nyumbani. Go to the village and see how people die. Hapa wenye wanaongea hapa ni wale wana pesa, beo unaweza hebu kwenda kununua dawa. Go to the village, you see how people are dying. Because of hakuna chakula, hakuna dawa, there's nothing. Na nakwambia wewe chukua hii pesa uende fanye biashara. Biashara inafanya namna gani? A country has to have a plan. Ina manufacturers, isupport wakulima, ikisupport wa wakulima, ichukue vijana wake ipeleke kwa nchi zile zimeendelea, wafundishwe, wawe na specialist, ndio wakuja wafanye kazi kwa mafungue mafactories, ndio bidhaa kutoka shambani ziende tengenezwe kwa mafactories, ndio kitu ikirudi hapa katikati hapa, ndio middle people here walete pesa katika chini. Middle people wanafanya kwa companies, ndio walete pesa kaskazi, ndio wewe mwenye mfanyabiashara kama uwezi uandikwa kwa company, you can do the business in between the middle class here. All these sectors ameua. Kufeni. I don't care hata kama mtoto wake atakufa huko, let them die. What can we do if we don't come out and say this is wrong? Like one time Romanians came and said that they are tired of their president. If you can go in the history, they died. Romania, the president killed almost 20,000 people, but they died. They make sure that walimshika na bibi yake wote wakamaliza. Romania has never gone to war until today. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulumbu. That's a hot one. But I still hold the opinion that William Ruto is a trickster. It's not up to any good. And you shouldn't expect any better from him. Those of you want to compare him to Raila Odinga, the only thing he can do better than Raila Odinga is lie to Kenyans, disregard the masses. His story has proved it that Raila Odinga cannot stand the suffering of masses. And that's why he gives in to pressure to end the pains of Kenyans instead of insisting on what is rightfully his. But all in all, we will get through this, and I believe we'll come out better, greater, and wiser. It is wrong for a country to be taken hostage by individuals. It is wrong for Kenyans to lay back and watch their country taken over by the mafias and hope that the mafias will return it when they are through. They may be through when there is nothing left. So let's all wake up and do the right thing. There is a video I'm going to play there after Stony PK will be here. And then he will take charge of the remaining part of the show. I just want to remind us that on Friday we'll be doing the bill payment fund drive. So let us watch out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Tumalizane na hiyo maneno, alafu tusonge mbele. So let's prepare towards that and be able to remain focused, remain vigilant from this conversation. Let's watch this quickly. I hope it is brief. And then we discuss that.
And maintain social stability in Rwanda, but there are still Western media and organizations accusing him of violating human rights. Kagame highlighted that Rwanda ignores such prejudicial stances and will continue marching ahead on the path that is best for the country and region.
We are measuring that against what we want for ourselves, for our country, and what we are doing. And if we were to discover that some things may make sense and we need to look at it, then we shall look at it. If we think some of it is just prejudice, it's malicious, it's biased, we shall keep that in mind and move on with what we have to do and sort of ignore it, move ahead. Now, but also there's something wrong with that, thinking of these people who just have a habit of simply throwing blame and criticism all the time. For example, There are things we have been criticized for since the aftermath of the tragic history we had here in '94. Even with all the changes that have happened in the last 28 years, they keep referring to the same thing, meaning they are completely blind of a situation that has changed. So that then you can realize that, no, there's something wrong. By those who are fond of making criticism. The aim is to bring you down or put you in a place where you stay permanently.
Kagame slammed Western media's double standards on spreading malicious allegations while conveniently ignoring reports on changes that have taken place in Rwanda over the past 2 decades.
So we respond in 2 ways, therefore. One is, as I said, explain. We have accepted there is a problem we have and have to deal with, but it takes time, and we explain it. There are other things we say, no, this is not actually a problem. It's what we want, and are justified and have the right to want to do it that way. We can't be insensitive to certain things. For example, if they said, yeah, there is corruption, there is this, that. You've got to check whether actually there is no corruption. If you are criticizing us because we are not doing things your way, that's fine. Stay with your criticism, but we will also stay with doing things our way, the way we want them. The other side to it, which is ridiculous in a sense, is that it's as if in this world there is one side that has the right to address other people's problems and criticize them and do that and do that. And the reverse is not true.
Kagame also highlighted the country's vision for 2050, which sets the long-term strategic vision for Rwanda to achieve a high quality of life for all Rwandans and to become an upper middle income country by 2035 and a high income country by 2050.
Thank you. Moses, that is your immediate neighbor. They say is your cousin. Moses, are you there? Moses, it seems like Moses has gone. Okay. Kagame, there. Hi. Yes, I was asking about Kagame.
Those are the people, those are the regime that we need to clear completely. Kagame, yes, for him, one credit we can give him. His country, it is having a vision. It's progressing. You see, if you have ever been in Kigali, each and every day it is growing. It's like they know where they are heading to. Then when you come to the chief of dictators, the one who is called Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, when you ask where do you see Uganda in the next 5 years, you can rotate until you get a headache and then you sit down. You don't see anything, whether it is moving forward or you don't know where it is heading to. But for this one of Kigali, one credit, the country is, at least it is promising, but is also a real dictator. So those are the students that surrounding Ruto, William Ruto, and those are the people that is learning from, getting lectures from. So these guys, these people you see, Bernard, they are like, they take themselves to be like one, all in one. They know each and everything. They don't want to be advised. They don't listen to anyone. More so, they don't give ear to citizens, They just come on their TVs and what they talk arrogantly the way they want. After all, even if I'm the one, who cares? You never voted for me. I'm not in the office because of your vote. I'm in the office by my own means. You never voted for me. So what do you demand? What will you do? You are just like a walking dead body. That's why you see when you listen to them. But at least for Kagame, like Nifa said, someone who is educated, you see the way the person frames his speech and the way how the person arranges. You know, Kagame can polish things, not come out arrogant. He will. The way he talks is different from these two, the one of Uganda and the one of Kenya now. You know, I don't know whether you listen to the one of Uganda. That is the chief of arrogance. You know, if you want to know where arrogance started from, come to Uganda. He will even abuse this and that. Doesn't care because he's in the office because of his effort. So those are the things that in future, as we future generation, we should start learning learning and laying the foundation of how to come out of this, all of this saga. You know, here I saw Ruto today was talking, but these news anchors, the way, whatever, there are certain questions that I should have asked the president of Kenya. You know, all this money is being removed. So far, ever since you came in the office, it's now 3 months. Where is this money going and what is it doing? Do we have it? Because he mentioned few amount of the money, few sections that is being removed, but there are many. Those of elderly, I had like 3 or 2 missing. So that means there is money in the bank, in the account. So why is he always crying? But I watched Kibaki's regime during his presidency. I've never seen him lamenting about the past president. You know, this reminds me when I was young, Bernard. I used to go in the garden with my mom. When she's digging, then I'll see her digging very fast, very fast. Then I'll start lamenting. You know, you gave us this small hole, it cannot dig well. Yours is good, yours is sharp. Sometimes she should, it happened like she should say, okay, take this one. Again, I'll remain the same and I start crying. You know, yours is heavy, you know, I cannot lift it. So it's like, this guy doesn't know how to, all the time he's lamenting, trying how to dodge the responsibilities. He's in power. He should look behind. We had Kibaki, even Uhuru himself. I've never come across him calling the past one, the former president Kibaki, that, you know, we're in this shit because of, he said, and this is how you know a good leader. Fact, someone will preach unity and peace to unite the country, because Bernard, you can never move, you can never progress, you individual alone. When people are not with you, when people doesn't trust you, like for now, who trusts this government? They are there on their own. You can never develop the country when citizens are not standing with you, because these are the people who will provide security for each and everything. You have how many policemen and army officers? They are less than, I think, 4 million. Not even 4 million, 2. So the rest are the civilians. If you get the support of civilian citizens, these ordinary people, then they will work together with you. They will support you. They will support you in everything. Then the country will develop. But these are the people who wants to run the country like one man is show, like you said here. They come on TVs, on press conferences, like they are playing films. Someone mentioned that Hollywood, Nigeria. No, this was Indian movie, you know. I don't know whether you watch Indian movie. Someone kick someone will fly for 1 hour before landing down. So these are the things that we are seeing in our leaders, and it is not movie. We feel sad sometimes, and we just imagine how are we going to come out of this shit? Like our brother who is out, he said few things here that at least we should start developing that habit of, even though I'm one, but it is my right to come out and I say no, others will follow. We should start that, having that spirit in us of starting with you, not waiting for others. Right now, it is ordinary citizens that are suffering, not like our brother said, not Raila, not Martha Karua, not Kalonzo. These are the people, ordinary citizens, that I cannot even afford earning 1,000 Kenyan shilling per month. Someone just hear of 1,000 Kenyan shilling. If you go there deep in the village and you ask someone, say, that one, I don't know when I last saw it. So these are the things, Bernard, we should do as a younger generation look to. Then lastly, before I quit, if you listen to Ruto, it's like each and every day is still continuing, like continuing to like developing hatred, preaching hatred in each and every day. At least at this time, I was expecting, but I'm not surprised. Like I said before, these are the things I expected from him. I will only be surprised if I wake up tomorrow, I see Ruto doing things in the right way. That one, it will be a surprise to me, because these are the people who are full of themselves. When they talk me. You never find us. Me, I'm doing this. Me, I'm doing this. Where are you getting the money from? You are just a servant. It's like they don't know that they are servants. They just, it's like if they do bring like any development, they think they are just helping you. That is what they are supposed to do. They came there in that office. It doesn't matter how they came into the office, but they are there to serve people, So these are the things, Bernard, and I'm doing some work here. Maybe I'll join you back later. But I still have like 3-4 points to summarize up. Nifa, you can. It's not that, I think.
One moment. Thank you.
Hey, Moses, get away wagendo.
Thank you.
Kimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya. Mliambiwa, tuliwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya. Mliambiwa 100 days. Sahi it is 300 days. After 300 days, they will be requesting for another 2 years. After 2 years watawaambia hii muda imebaki kidogo, acha tumalize hii term. Hiyo maneno tutaangalia next term, mkitupatia next term. Hiyo ndio itakuwa campaign tool ya kwamba tulijaribu kusukisha unga ikatushinda, sasa mtupe twende tujaribu tena. Kwa hivyo narudi kurudia na kusema kwamba mulikuwa wajinga, na bado sasa mumegundua kwa uwazi ya kwamba kweli mulikuwa wajinga. Kwa sababu muliambiwa 100 days, now it is a year. Very soon it will be 2 years, 3 years until 5 years. Na niko sure hiyo kinyangarika ambayo kimekaa katika kiti ya president ya Kenya, na narudia kwamba ni hiyo kinyangarika, kwa sababu we never voted for you. Na nitasema tena mara kwa mara,
Moses, you're saying?
She disappeared.
Okay, yes, Rhoda.
She disappeared. I know one word to say in Uganda. I don't know whether he's a Luganda tribe. I have a lot of friends from Uganda, and I like him. He's more open. Even me, I used to speak politics from Uganda because Museveni have been putting Uganda down to rule in the country that 8 years. That's very crazy. But some Ugandans, they are not open like him to discuss about Kenyans. I have friend always does. When I talk about Kenya, no, you don't want. You always talk, then I get tired, but I like him. He's more open up. I think because the way Museveni have been putting the country down, then they are not more, they forget But at least Ugandans, they have their king. Every tribe in Uganda, they have their king. I'm very proud of Uganda. They have their own king, at least. That's why we need in Kenya. Every tribe in Kenya to can have our own king. Then we can feel satisfied with the leadership, because people like Ruto, I don't know which word they come from. They have been destroying our country. The way I heard Murumbu was talking, Ruto is somebody have done criminal in our country. If you know about Kenya 1992, they are the one who are changing money with the Jalongo. The way I heard the story, they were changing money, they make our economy bad. So Ruto is somebody doesn't care. He doesn't love Africa. He doesn't love Kenya because Kenya is in Africa. Kenya is not Asia. We're in Africa. So Ruto is somebody is a criminal. He's a bad guy. And not all people Kenyan, they are like that. He have been destroy our name because we are all Kenyans. He have been destroy tribes, his community, because what wanafikiria all Kalenjin, they're like that, but not all Kalenjin, they are like that. There are a lot of Kalenjin good people. They like peace, they love joy, they see the goodness every time. They are thankful, they are Christian, they pray with the tongue. Not everybody evil like Ruto. Ruto is somebody have been taking advantage of our country for long time ago. Very crook. And let me tell you something, Bernard. It's not only in Africa, we always have such kind of people. When you do research in whole Africa, we always have somebody like Ruto Akuru. It's not only Kenya. And those people, they don't stay long. You see people like Museveni, not Museveni, this guy who died, Idami, they don't stay long. How long? He went to die in Saudi Arabia. He's not alive anymore. And he was killing Jewish, he was killing Ugandans, he was putting Operation Uganda's people, they free for their own country refugee. I know one woman, she was living my neighbor. She came here maybe she was to be free because of the because of this man. And I think he's a lawyer from Uganda. And she was my best friend actually, but now she's living in the old people houses. I don't know whether she's still alive. She told me, we're free because of this Idamin. And she told me, I was in the State House and I met Jomo Kenyatta. I was like, oh, okay. I was very happy. So these people, guys in Africa, they have been pressing Africa. I was watching one documentary, Dictator in Africa. Even Mugabe is not, you see true color. Africa may not have mercy in the continent of Africa. It's God only can heal our continent. Because when you go to the country like a Middle East, they don't have so much. Okay, they have, but they don't have like us, Africa. When you go to Middle East, not so many. Like Africa, everybody, when I meet people from all over the world, they tell me, oh, Africa is the biggest dictatorship. Why? Those questions I ask myself, why in Africa we always have a regime dictatorship? They don't respect democracy. We don't have a democracy, constitution. Those are the questions we need to ask as Africans and whole Africa, because those kind of people is the people they need to be responsibility. Like United Nations, they take responsibility. I don't know which kind of United Nations. That's their work. If they see the country that is a crew, one tribe, a very crew, they need to take a tour. Like if they don't do anything. We know 2007, what he did for us. Who bring us together? Kofi Annan, the rich Kofi Annan, he married a Switzerland, Swedish woman. But now he's a late. Tutu, they came to bring peace. And it's Ruto was bring that problem. Baba was innocent. And he killed a lot of Kikuyus in the church. And still Kikuyu, they have never timia to Pagwingwi. You still stupid. This guy, he was banning you in the church and you're still blind. From that time, I've never like banning people in the church. People they were killing. Walikuwa nakata watu shingo nini. I have my own relative died that crisis. Wanakata wanaume nini. You go and what they were cutting men, their private part. It's very evil the way they were doing. And we are still, we must take a step at Kenya people. We must wake up. We cannot have a one guy tribe clue try to take control in our country and we are just quiet. And we clap the hand like Mulumbu was saying. We must be stupid. There's a time we need to wake up, Africa. And we rise up. Tunaenda kwa but we lace up. Not this kind of hypocrite. Thank you so much. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Asante Roda, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Nashukuru moto ambao umewaka. Naomba kila Mkenya amakinike tusiache nchi yetu kwende kwa uongozi ambao haufai. We deserve better. We have come a long way. I don't think we should allow ourselves to drift into what they are inviting us into. I have a deficit of playing one video, and I leave Stony PK and the rest of the world to continue with the
I'm
second
also
or the
leaving.
third or the
I'm
fourth phase of
leaving.
this. Even you
I'm
are
also
leaving.
leaving. Yes, so Stone PK
Okay,
will be,
listen to
my
the
time is,
video first. Listen to
I'm
the
going to
video
sleep.
first.
Which video now? Hata hujamkaribisha Stone PK maskini. Hajasema habari mzuri and unaleta video.
Ndio nataka nimalize deficit ya
Stop, wacha
video ndio aseme habari.
kubehave kama Ruto please.
Ramaphosa a chance to prove himself. He has dismally failed. We will treat him the same way we have treated Zuma. He must leave the office with immediate effect because he has not respected his oath of office. Everywhere and anywhere where we find Ramaphosa or we see Ramaphosa and we have an opportunity to stop him from speaking in the name of South Africa, we will do so. We call upon all the fighters and the ground forces to start treating Ramaphosa as such. We will start on Thursday and it will be wire until he let go of that office. That office must be occupied by a man of integrity, not a hypocrite, not a man with double personalities.
Stony PK.
Thank you, Bernard, kwa kunikaribisha on that note. And that's where I want to enter from. We say our constitution to copy almost 100% from South Africans. These people are fighters. Si kumemememe hii tunaongea hapa tukiongea madegree By the way, degrees and all this is nonsense when you cannot practice. Let me greet Northern Ireland first because I'm so full. I'm so mad that people are discussing Ruto's speech. That's garbage. What have we been reduced to as Kenyans, Bernard? I'm so happy, Bernard, you uliulizwa swali ya kuomba ukaeleza why God does what he does. But when God does what he does, you as a human being who he has given so much power, because God he built us in his image. So ile power tu ametubakisha ni kadogo tu alitunyima kakua kama yeye. Manake sasa tungekuwa kama yeye ungekuwa tushamaliza Ruto kitambo. Alijua binadamu akatu limit kidogo, so we don't know the next minute. But what I'm trying to say is Kenyans can debate an illegitimate president insulting people. I mean, it has gone too far, Bernard and Ireland. I don't know how many people listen to Mutembei, but I tend to think it's either done or it's not yet done. It's either Kenyans admit, we continue to debate, and at kuanza kusema tunakosoa Ruto. Wewe mtu yeyote, I know most of us have come from the village, and we know in the village kuna kuku tunafuga mbuzi, tuna shamba. You find monkeys in your shamba zikiharibu mahindi. Wewe unasimama pale kando unaanza kusema Mungu saidia hawa nyani watoke shambani. Uko tu pale, you are folding your hands. Mungu atakuja kutoa nyani shambani? No way. Kenyans, you will sit, you will lament, you will say we are waiting for Baba, sijui tunangoja Raila, and sijui nini. We have two things, two powers. One power is us, with us the people. The rest is those who now guard the power. Kuna wale tumeandika wachunge power, na wanatakiwa wachunge power ile tunaamini, ile tunaifurahia. The army, mnachunga power gani? Who are you taking care of? You are there saying you're protecting. Una protect when mwananchi is dying? You went to protect when Kenyans are there and you are calling yourself commander-in-chief and all these kind of things? So Kenyans are waiting until a disaster happens is when we are supposed to wake up. That clip of Rama Nani, this
Julius.
yes,
Julius Malema.
Julius. I love Julius so much, although I also have some limit, some bit of reservations in some extent, but over 90% I go his way. Kama mwananchi kiatu kinakuwa kinakufinya, hamna kungoja ndugu zangu. But if you are not sure, ukiona kiatu ni kama you are not sure, unasema sijui kinanifinya, sijui akinifinya, sawa, kivae tu, tembea safari. Lakini if it is pressing you, unapiga nduru. Kuanzia the first step ni nduru. Tumepiga step tangu 15th when Ruto overthrew the will of the people, and he pretended, and he continues to pretend he was elected. Of course he was elected by not more than 3 million people, because lazima angeelektiwa na wakale wake wengine. That is obvious. Hata mi Stone PK nikiwa mbaya, hata nikiwa Hitler, if I contest it today, there are those who will vote for me. So we can't say he was never voted, but he was never voted to an extent that he can become a president of anywhere. Not even an MP in his country anymore. I would dare him to try and contest a seat in his whatever, because they have known who he is. This guy, 10 out of 10, if you score his points, the ills are more than 8. The wrongs he does in life are more than 8. The man is evil. It has been confirmed today. I was praying that he does not hold that press conference, because we know that he has nothing to tell Kenyans. So I was praying he doesn't remove his pants in front of people. Unasema una matiti. I either want to know whether umegrow matiti ama ni recho wako. Island wendi unatakiwa ujue Ruto kama ana matiti. That's an insult. Ask your wife. It's only your wife who knows kama umegrow nundu nyuma kila mahali. Wacha nitumie lugha ambayo.
Si ndio hivyo, hata pole nani Bernard, hata kwanza when I came in Bernard died na kucheza hizo maclip zao, nilicheka nikasema, hey Bernard, wow, mbona unatuchezea hizo? Ni aibu, because sisi ni wanawake. Hiyo ni language ya bedroom. Surely.
Yes.
We mwanaume mzima ati president, hiyo ni primitive, Nandi primitive. Mungu anisamehe.
Yeah, don't regret, Island. For me, when I speak and anything that comes out of this mouth, I have no apology, because I think about it, I calculate it. When I say Ruto is illegitimate, I know he is. He's not the president. He stole the presidency. But I see Kenyans pole. Kenyans pole, they are being lured and cured to come and believe and take this stupid phrase of accept and move on. To where? I've refused personally. I wish I had a church like Bernard. Mimi sahi Bernard ningekuwa wafuasi wangu tungekuwa sahi tungekuwa tuko mbaya mbovu. Mimi nakuanga mbaya. Ningewaambia kama una support Ruto usiingie kanisa yangu. Go to another church. Look for another pastor. Because how do you support devil? Tunapiga shetani kanisani. Tunapiga shetani asituingilie kwa familia. Somebody comes and tells you, I eat GMO. Yani ameanza kula GMO jana because he's importing it. How stupid can we be? That guy actually anatakiwa wananchi kesho, kwa sababu leo ni usiku. Watu wanatakiwa waamke asubuhi. We walk towards State House. Tuone ataua wangapi.
And PK and Bernard. The way I don't know if PK ulisikia ile Mulumbi ameongea. The way you talked yesterday, PK. Yani Kenyans still wanakaa. Surely wanakaa. Wanakaa na huyu jamaa anazidi. The other day ilikuwa ni 100, ati tupatieni muda 100 imeshaisha, wakasongeza tutu. Sasa wanasema 1 year. Amesema 1 year. 1 year, again next year. So people have to go until tena tusherehekee tena Christmas na Easter.
Sasa
And he's saying
unaambiwa
Bernard, kama kesho ni Thursday, wanaenda huko na nyuki huko, nimewaambia. He's saying akijua ataambia wakubwa wake, si mimi nimewaambia, you saw nimetoa press conference. When they are going, wanaenda kukula huko supu.
Listen, Island, what should happen? Kenyans kesho wakiwa huko na nyuki wapigwe bomb, wote wakufe, all of them, kill all of them. There has to be a collateral damage. We have to save the country. I wish I had that power. I would have killed all of them. Nichome huko, nipige bomb kama 3. I wish one Air Force guy can even decide to listen to me. He takes off with that jet. He burns the entire thing together with Ruto na kila mtu. We start afresh. Dismantle. Those he is sitting with, hata kama watu wa Azimio watakuwa pale, let them all perish. Then we start afresh. That is what will save this country. That is the blood that will save this country. There are some people saying, oh, Ruto is preaching peace. What peace does Ruto preach? Peace? Somebody can stand and say Ruto preaches peace? When we remember things like Bahati, we remember what happened. Sincerely speaking, a Kenyan can come telling us Ruto ni mtu wa peace.
Listen, Azimio watakuwa hapo wengi. It's CSs, PSs na secretary wale kina ule the Kindiki huyo, the Air Force whatever, huyo mkubwa wa majeshi. So Azimio are not many hapo.
They are all takataka. They are not for this country. Okay? You are telling us that, oh, you know, this and this, you are giving, and wananchi sahi wanalia school fees, nini na nini, and then you are there, and then this press of ours also, garbage. I don't know what happened. Sijui, Ruto akona, he has a power, hiyo ya ushetani, and that's why sometimes with my Christianity, I also question God like David did. And I always say, God, forgive me for asking you and questioning you. But today, Bernard has given me the answer. So I'm wondering, so how high is Ruto being taken for him to fall? And I would be happy to witness that fall. But I hope that fall will not be for 400 years to wait.
No, you see the goofs of, he's the one who called the press. The press has left a rotten egg on his face. That's part and parcel of the fall.
Okay.
He's going, the more he speaks, the worse the situation becomes. He thinks he can talk himself out of the mess, but the more he speaks, the more mess he gets himself into. So it's part and parcel of the process. What I want is let Kenyans get fed up and we say enough is enough, because this consideration and weighing, it's over. It's over with weighing and considering. Kama mtu ni mbaya tu. Kama mtu ni mzuri, ana uzuri wake utaonekana. After 100 years, hauwezi kaa na mtu kwa nyumba siku 100 na usijue unakaa na nani. Akiwa jambazi, after 100 days you will know. Akiwa ni muongo, after 100 days you will know. Akiwa ni mtu mzuri, after 100 days you will know. So it is no longer an issue of considering to see whether Kenya Kwanza is a government that can function or not. We can draw conclusive decisions that UDA and Kenya Kwanza is an unfunctional government. It's a lost train. It's off the train, and there is no way they will get their way back to the rail with this kind of captain. It's a done deal. Anybody who still has hope that Kenya Kwanza can turn around and help this country, that person is lost.
Bernard, for those of us who went to good schools, and I know most of us did, and most of us had very good English teachers who taught us how to write compositions. They told us the most important thing, take as much time as possible to construct your introduction. They said if you have 1 hour, hata afadhali uchukue 30 minutes ukitengeneza introduction ya topic yako, kwa sababu inaonyesha umeielewa. Then the rest will flow, the body will flow, and then unatake dakika 10 kufanya ile ilikuwa conclusion, iwe yani kumalizia na utamu. My teacher, who I remember up to today, Mrs. Ouma, the best English teacher in my time. Alikuwa anasoma introduction yako. Ikiwa umekosea tu, hata aendi huko kwingine, anakuwekea line mbili, anakuwa irrelevant. Wewe unaanza kupiga mwalimu, unajua I've written 3 full caps, anakuambia the rest in those 3 full caps, let's read, you read in front of the class and they will tell you. Unasimama kwa darasa unasoma composition yako. By the time you are halfway, the class is laughing. Anakuambia it's not me. Your fellow students are telling you, Stone PK, you are irrelevant. So the same thing with the leadership. Uwezi kuja unaanza, the first step you make. Kwanza number 1 unaiba. You know, you unaiba, unaingia pale, you cause drama at Bomas, blah blah blah, then you are given a handwritten certificate. Oh, wewe ndio rais. And then unatoka hapo na kiburi. After that drama umefanya in front of national TV, unaenda hapo, then unangojea sword you are given, and then immediately after that unasema watu waende kwa nini, already you know what you have cooked. Then the Supreme Court does the worst what Kenyans have never seen in life. Wanaambua kuna mahote ya na hapa na ana tunaona kwa macho. Then you expect that composition to really be relevant to Kenyans? We knew by that second step, we knew Ruto would never ever, he cannot. And even if you give him 100 years, truly speaking, hata saa hii tuseme tu tusipigane na Ruto, let's allow him to rule, he will never, because he has no ana kipawa cha urais. Yeah, there are people who are not trained leaders, but they acquire, they listen to people. You appoint intellects who give you advice. But now you unapiga tu watu umeweka pale kama maua. Kazi yako ni kuruka ruka. Wengine wanasema oh, Ruto is so good, he has traveled all over the world. What does traveling all over the world bring to Kenya? It's all nonsense. So by the time Ruto is saying he needs 100 days, even at 50 days, we knew he would not make it. Because the first time, even before the ministers or whoever he appointed, they started issuing some very detrimental comments and decisions to the country. Huwezi ingia hivi tu hivi alafu uanze kusema hiyo subsidy ni mbaya hiyo, na hata hujakaa chini na ministers wako kuchunguza.
Na sasa vile
Yes.
PK, na sasa vile salikuwa commander number 2, mbona kumpatia mwenzake advice? Kama si tuko hapa mi niseme kitu mbaya, si mtaniambia hapana, Island ni hivi na hivi na hivi, si mnapatia, at least unajaribu.
But you see, he's surrounded by dafts. That word, and I'm not sorry about it. I can list how many dafts they have. By the way, even today ndio nimekuja kukuamini, most of these Kenyan wale wanajiita ni academicians, kumbe ni fake.
Si nimemwambia nani, nimesema ati PhD gani hiyo?
So many of them are fake, and they have lied to Kenyans. I even doubt these people who sat in class mpaka wanakuwa professor, kumbe most of them bought these things. They bribed their way. I mean, simple decision. Do you want to tell me Ruto does not have anybody who would have told him, no, this is not the way? You don't begin by closing.
Yeah.
I mean, stopping. If you know the cartel, you stop the cartel. But the pipe flows as you arrest the cartel. Kama nilispeana jana example ya ICU. Umekuta Stone PK yako ICU, anapewa oxygen, na ime bypass mahali iko supposed kucharge, especially in private hospitals because they charge. Do you disconnect Stone PK akufe so that you start punishing ule ame bypass, or do you leave him to continue with the energy and you with the oxygen, and you follow, you pursue whoever is doing the fraud? So was Ruto supposed to follow the fraudsters or punish the wazee? Punish the Linda Mama? Ruto has no idea what Linda Mama does. I'm telling you, he claims, oh, maskini. Nonsense, garbage. Today, any Kenyan who understands what Linda Mama was doing, you can never dare touch it. What that mzee, the pesa ya wazee was doing, you can't touch it. You cannot even, by the way, even Uhuru's government, it was delaying 2 months or 3 months, but he would pay yote pamoja. And the wazee walikuwa wanajua hivyo, but he would never dare leave it.
Sasa kama hata even if vijana wanafanya kazi na kazi sahi, it's really scarce and it's not the way. Wale wazee wanaumia, hata watoto wao hawawezi kuwasaidia.
Exactly. Kijana ni machua, ameoa bibi hapo nyumbani. Bibi anataka sabuni, anataka mafuta, anataka chakula. Huyu kijana alikuwa anapata 400 kila siku. Sasa do you come and stop that? This guy is already a family man. Bibi yake anajua ana 400 ataletewa na atanunua hivi na atajipanga na una stop. Where will this kijana go? Mimi nafurahia Ruto atakulwa na hao mahasila wake.
Watamtafuna. That's what the other day
they only need to be ignited, and that's why I want the ignition to have been like up mpaka jana.
They will come. Na unajua watu gani wataanza PK? The Kikuyus wale wanamsupport. The Kikuyus. Manake Mkikuyu atakubali kuumizwa hivyo. And not in a bad way. I'm not saying Kikuyu is a bad person. Nasema hatakubali kuumizwa hivyo.
Don't regret. Tumesikia Wambugu akisema, you know, as much as you want to defend Kikuyu, sometimes Wambugu, did you listen to what Wambugu was saying in an interview? That he was saying for him he had gone to Azimio because his aim was to go to State House.
That plump man.
No,
ule mweupe. Siendo alikuwa anapinga hata huyo Ruto. Siendo alikuwa anajifanya, PK, let me tell you one thing. Hata Walumbu amesema, this is a plan, mister. This is a plan. That was a plan. Wengine watajifanya, where is Sabina Chege? Why can Sabina Chege say something? Where is she?
You know what is happening is there are people who are born to save people. Like what Job Bernard is doing, it's a calling. You can't stop him from doing that. But there are people in Bernard's doctrine who are thugs, crocodiles there. Na wanavaa hiyo kola Bernard anavaa, but you as a mwananchi ama tunaitwaje hawa tunaattend kanisa, sisi wafuasi, nyinyi ndio mnatakiwa mnaangalia, mbona huyu pastor huyu, mbona mwenendo si hivyo, and you are free to question. Kwanza you begin by questioning it yourself. Weki ndani ujiulize, am I seeing right? Then you go and share it with another person to confirm whether what you are seeing could be ina shida. Mkifika watatu mnaona the same thing. Asha Kiberiti.
Ama wale papasta wenye wanaanza wananyemelea wasichana wadogo ama wale wa mama they always speak.
Yes. So
wanasema
that kind of umeona hiyo. That's what I'm equating to Ruto. Wakenya tumeona and we have the answers kabisa. Hakuna mtu, we are not wrong. Hatuwezi sema ati we have misjudged Ruto. It is open. Mimi naambianga watu ile example ya huyu mtu. Aliuza t-shirt 100 for 1 million. Na tukaambiwa hata shuleni alikuwa raba za watoto wengine zilikuwa hazipatikani. Yeye ndiye anabaki nyuma anafagia.
PJ.
Yes. We were told that. I mean, those are facts. Ukiacha karabaka yako kuisha. Ruto
Okay. Order. Thank you. Nifa nitakutafutia hiyo video kama inaonekana huamini. Lakini nitakutafutia hiyo video nikusukumie. All the same, I want us to I want to leave. Wale watu mnakuja studio, hebu kujeni studio tafadhali. Thank you kina Alex for keeping the conversation going. Let us ensure that we sensitize Kenyans into getting angry enough, because what we need now is people to get angry enough so that an action is taken against this madness that is being leveled on the Kenyan people. We deserve better leadership. What I can say about Wambugu is a disappointment because he's a young politician. He needed to have some conviction. But they are all going for convenient politics. It is regrettable that majority of our young politicians have no conviction about what they are doing. They are not convicted about the right thing about Kenya, the right thing about the Kenyan people. They are all in for where can I blend in to get something? Where can I bend in to get something? And that's very, very disheartening, because people went into politics to lay down their lives for their country. They wanted the right thing to be done. That's what Jem Kariuki died for. That's what people like Tomboya, people, fought for something, fought to ensure that there is right change. Martin Shikuku was given an assistant minister so that he keeps quiet. He could not keep quiet. Why? He was the watchdog of the people. He refused to let the bendera stand between him and defending the people. So hawa kwenda state house zao wote ni mboga ambazo zitaki kwa nini, kwa sufuria, situpiliwe huko, nguruwe zitakula. Tunahitaji wananchi na Wakenya na viongozi wa Kenya katika nchi wa kusimamia kitu fulani, that mshahara uende, bendera iende, lakini it will be known that I stood for justice. I stood for transparency in election. I stood for electoral justice. Let it go on record. Not that mtu amekuja akakimbia na nini, akakimbia na mbuzi ya mtu, alafu unampigia makofi ati he's clever, he's smart, he has outwit all of us. Outwit what? A thief is a thief, and stealing is stealing. It has no Christian name. It is stealing. And when you support stealing, you are also a thief. So let's not deceive ourselves. I really want to appreciate all of you for your continued followership and support. Kama vile nimesema, on Friday tutalipa bill, kwa hivyo tujitahidi kuhamasisha kila mtu awe hapa. Tumalizane na
utatutumia link mapema ndio watu tujue ni what time, please, kwa ajili ya time zone.
Yeah, I will organize myself. Today I had double work. the live show, although we did not stream on Tembei TV. Now unaona hata nini, you are seeing our screen is limited now. We have reverted to default
What
mode.
is it saying?
There is the card for payment of StreamYard has failed. So we have to rejuvenate that. We are now limited to 6 people. We can't go to 10 again until that is done. So that StreamYard logo is not supposed to be there. But I'll work on that. That just as a signal that our bills are due.
Na sisi tunaitumia kweli. Akina PK jana Bernard, I went to sleep, I came back, bado wako tu wa jamaa. PK.
Sawa. Thank you. Mama Kelo is here. That is her baptism name today. Tomorrow maybe she will be Nanjala. Like that. She has said she's going around the Kenyan communities.
That's a good idea. So, but actually, guys, mi pia nitawawacha Julius Julius. I wanted to say Julius Malema. I wanted to
Malema ya Kenya.
No, I wanted to tell you, when I was going to South Africa for inauguration of how the entrepreneurs, I told you that tulikuwa tunawamenta. And that's the time South Africa, they walikuwa wamenini kweli kutoa Jacob Zuma. And those people hawachezi wa watu kweli. Nilikuwa nafikiri ni kama mchezo. Sasa kidogo wakamtoa Jacob Zuma. And now and they were saying Ramaphosa is good. Sasa ndio mimi nashangaa wakubwa wa serikali wa Afrika wakiingia. Kitu gani kwa hapo yenye paka mtu anabadilika? Because the guy was also good. Sasa yeye pia naye but believe me, watamtoa hata before sisi tutoe huyu wetu.
It's the Moi politics. The Moi politics of the vested interests in South Africa, such that when you are a good leader and you don't watch your back, they come for you, because the whites have the control of the economy. Okay? Then if there is a good president, there will be limitations of how much corruption takes place. Then if they know how to handle you by giving you a gift, like Moi will call a judge, wewe ni justice fulani, unapigiwa simu naambiwa iko shamba hapo Nakuru, chukua hiyo. Wewe unachukua shamba, unafikiria mtukufu amenikumbuka, amenipatia ka gift. kumbe hiyo shamba ni forana, Joana mbatisaji. Siku kesi itakuja mbele yako, utapigiwa simu, hiyo kesi ipite hivi. Niambia no, I'm an integrous judge. I will decide the way I want. Na ile shamba ya Nakuru utaambia watu utoa wapi. You coil your tail and do according to what you are told to do. So there are some people around who will come and plant something for you like a gift, but that gift has attached strings to cause you to do what is wrong. Then as soon as they finish you doing what is wrong, they are the same people who call Malema and say he has done this and this to get rid of you. So you can't navigate in that kind of political environment without being wise and integrous and refuse to compromise. The moment you compromise in one way, you get unazungukwa this other side, unamalizwa. Na corruption sio kitu unaletewa. Corruption inaanzanga ndani yako. Okay, it's something in you. It's just a manifestation. So ni appointment uko nayo, you will end up there. But like we have come where we are right now, we are in a historical year, 2023. History is going to be made in this country. History is going to be made in this country. What has never been done before will be done. And what has never been heard before will be heard.
And I hope you guys, before niondoke, I hope you guys huko mko safe. Know that they will come after you.
And watch your woga.
We are not saying because they will not, but it's a matter of when they will come. It's not a matter of whether they will come or not.
And they will find us.
We already marked, and some of us are trailed. So it's just a matter of God taking care of us and us doing what is right. But even if we die, the right thing has to be done.
And the fire will continue.
Or else we lose this country completely. And we cannot afford that. We'd rather lose a few people, but save the country, than lose the entire country to the mafias and save our little life. Jesus said, those who seek to save their life, they will lose it. But those who lose their life for the sake of the kingdom, they will gain it. We would rather gain by God than gain by people and lose by God. The right thing must be done in this country. Thank you very much.
Okay, then PK, I will join you guys asubuhi. At least Mama Mary nani Akelo yuko hapo. Mrs. Akelo is there.
Alex amefika. Happy New Year, Alex.
I'm going to sleep. Nenda kulala kidogo and then
Northern Ireland kila siku tunapata threats that we have never feared. We get calls, we get texts. The other day, live here, PK was here. He was getting 2 calls. 2 calls. Was it 2 days ago? He got 2 calls while he was here. Usifikiria hii kitu ni kidogo, Northern Ireland. We have gotten threats over and over and over.
But you are outside the country.
It doesn't matter. We've been in Kenya.
It doesn't matter. We have
families. Who told you that we don't go to Kenya? We don't parade ourselves when we are going to Kenya. We have been Kenya. We have been detained 6 hours in the airport not to enter. Who tells you when we go there, we tell people? We do come. And we have faced the wrath.
Let's release Nifa to go and rest.
Okay. Okay, nice debate.
But
then
let's also keep it sober. Keep it discreet. In the sense that war is made in secret as well as in public. If we say too much in public and we have no much in secret, we don't have a chance in war. But when our hidden capacity is bigger than our mouth, then we are doing well. So let's not spill all the beans here. They are kina black wako hapa watabeba habari waende kutuharibia. Na sisi tuko tayari kubadilisha hii nchi. Tutaibadilisha wapende wasipende. Kwa neno moja, kwa maneno mawili, kwa kitendo kimoja, vitendo viwili, hii nchi mpaka ikombolewe kabisa kabisa. Wacha hiyo inasemanga second revolution, third revolution. This one is going to be all-compassing ultimate revolution where things will go back to normal, to the right way they should be done. From election to education to health to development to everything. Hii development ya wewe ile Uhuru alikuwa anasema, wewe umechukua 5 umepeana 2 ukapeana 1 alafu napatia wananchi 50%. Yaani 500 ambia hii ndio yenu. You have eaten the whole lion share. No, not again. Thank you so much. So Stony PK, you know what to do, you guys. Just keep going, but let's keep it focused. Let's balance it and see to it that Wakenya wanapata kila wanapaswa kupata in terms of getting angry enough to will to do something. And then probably by next week or so, I think we'll begin to do some tours. We need to do some tours around bunge la wananchis. Okay, you have to ensure that the message is going down right to the least person. So we may need to up the game to see to it that all the bunge la wananchis are meeting and they are being facilitated properly, because this thing has to go that way. We thought there is a chance for it not to go that way, but from all indications, there is no other way for this thing to be handled. It has to go that people assembly way. And the people of Kenya will once again have an opportunity to decide the direction of their country. Asante.
Thank you, Bernard, for your guidance, and we always cherish that, and we will hold the fort properly. Umesikia Melema kwao amesema ni waya. That's what they say. Kwetu tunasema maandamano. For them, they don't mince words. They give you the seat, and and I love them. I love them. You better, for them, it's not a permanent presidency. Ramaphosa was good from the beginning. Of course, you can't know somebody until you unampatia hiyo kazi kijiti sasa. Like in school, you would think Stone PK is a good prefect. Wote mnasema kumbe mnakuta is another very funny guy. Mnamtoa. So that's what we need to do. There is no sin in removing Ruto in 100 days. Hata amekaa sana. Let him go on record because he's a man of records. Tena negative records. Zote. Zake ni negative. Doctorate ya sijui plans ya uongo. Kila kitu uongo. So there will be no surprise. Ametolewa. It will be the best. Kenya will have done it very well. That we realize a mistake. Mwizi aliingia kwa boma. Muka-realize, mukatoa. We have many Kenyans who can lead this country. And it doesn't have to be Baba. But we better be led properly. I think Kenya, we have to mature to that level. I know people say Kenyans are resilient, but let's be resilient in resisting evil. Thank you. Maybe we welcome Alex and Kenya Akelo. Bernard, wewe enda urest, take care, be careful. Na uhame kule unaishi. Mtu wa sasa, sisi ni wakimbizi, unatakiwa tunahamahama.
Political nomads.
Yes. That is what Bernard has enumerated.
Alex ndo anajua. Alex ndo anapaswa kututumia ufunguo.
Sawa. All right, Bernard, welcome. I mean, Alex, karibu, and then we go to Kenya Akelo. I can see Duke Omariba ameingia, amesikia moto vile imewaka. Duke, moto iko mbaya.
Stone PK, I thought I was here before Alex. Alex, you can wait because I have 2 minutes.
Ladies first then, ladies first.
Alex, yes, please. Alex, do you accept that?
Of course, Mama, I have to. I have no option.
Thank you. All right. I was here before and I really stayed on the line. I was not called, so I disappeared a little bit, but I was back. Hii ni kitu ina ichi mtu inakusukuma unataka kusema kitu. Maybe you can say something of encouragement to other people or give an idea to other people, which is we should not shy back and we should bring forth our ideas and comments. so that we can develop our country and make our countries, our Kenyans strong, and let them know that they can do something for their future. They can stand and say something and they can be heard. Malema, I have watched him so many times and I love the way he acts. But I see like there is a difference between them and us. Because in parliament in our Kenya, those people is like they have coiled their tail. They don't want to say anything. It's like they have been made cold. They have no arguments that they would think that will provoke the big fish. They fear. They don't bring things out. But when I see Malema doesn't care. He stands there and gives his own words and his comments and his whatever he wanted to say in such a vigorous way, and he is not shaken by anybody. Parliament in Kenya, what I have seen is like they have swallowed cold. They are cold. I don't see them strong. I don't see them fighting for anything logic for the Wananchi. I don't know whether it's because UDA are more than Azimio, but I don't believe even if you are few and you have points, you don't have to air them out. I'm saddened because if they are cold that they cannot bring out points or arguments, it can be very bad, because that is where we channel our problems, because they get our problems and then they take it to parliament. If they cannot channel those problems in parliament, then I don't know where we are heading. Though Wananchi have got their own way of how to deal with this problem in our country. We have seen so many jokes that Ruto has brought. Actually, when I watched him talking when he was in interview, on that interview, and these questions he wants to pave and make him, because he knows everybody is watching, so he want to make those narration so like it's so important thing that he's talking about. But all of them, what he answered today, I was able to listen to him halfway, but I was put off by everything. In fact, I compared him with Robert Mugabe, who one day was giving a speech, and he said he was talking in front of few guys in these Western people, and he told them he said that you guys, you have gone to the moon, and as Africa will go to the sun. And he was told, no, you can't go to the sun because the sun is hot. Then thinking that he's so brilliant, he said, no, we'll go to the sun at night. I don't know whether he thought the sun will be cool during the night. So everybody was laughing at him, and he thought he made a very good comment. So when I looked at Ruto, he is trying to present things that he think they are going to win people's heart. But he is making it even more worse, because there is nothing he's scoring. There is nothing he's telling people that is new. It's what people have already gone through suffering. People, what they have seen, it's a failure. And he's still adding on top of it. So Ruto has joked a lot with God's name. Ruto has joked with Kenyans' lives. And I don't think God is punishing us, because God does not compete with human. He does his right thing at the right time. And he's gonna work for Kenyans. And Kenyans need to pray and make sure, because you are not fighting for something that is not there. You are not ignorant. You are not lying. You are not that there is nothing itching you. God will make you prevail. There was this thing that was put there that he is doing census of hustlers, of farmers. Who knows what he is planning? Is he planning to know the number of Kenyans, to know how many to eliminate? Or what does he have in mind about census? Kenya has already been censored and the number is there. I don't see why he is going on doing all these kind of things. We cannot be like goats. We are human beings. He should leave us alone and he should concentrate the right thing instead of giving people headache. Because the more he talks, the more he makes us, he gives us headache. We feel uncomfortable. Because first of all, this legitimacy he is fighting for, it will never come. However, even if you go on foot to the moon and come back, it will never work. We know he was not elected with the many people. There was the person who had won. Him had not won despite of the cooking, what they did with the Chebukati and his judicial. That's all we know. And it is the truth. And for him, he needed to even keep quiet, do the job. Then we see what he is doing. It's good. Then we can appreciate. But he still fights that he is the president. He is not the president, actually. He is just a person who installed himself with no mark, no scores. He had all the time thinking that this is what I'm going to do. And it is very evil, because he snatched the happiness of every Kenyan. Legitimizing his presidency, it doesn't mean that he should keep on telling us. He got to the seat, to the chair. He got the government. Don't tell us who you are. We know who you are. And from the beginning to this time, we know who you are. You are a conniving person, a person who does not accept defeat. And even if you get what you want, you still go on nagging people and making people look foolish. Kenyans, they look stupid in front of you. And for me, I would put this way. In fact, I think rich people have made this world unlivable. Because what they do, they see poor people like flies. They don't see you like a human being. They don't count your life like it's worthy. That is what I have observed, because I have seen many people who are poor, treated so badly that they are not considered like human, like they have brain, like they can do anything by one person who is rich. That is my take. And I believe that is what things do go. Because Ruto, as he played his poor card, that he was poor, he was what? Now, if you get rich and you are poor, you should know the pain poor people go through, so your behavior would be different. But this guy is just an animal, a person who don't care about people's life. You are talking about fertilizer when people are dying because of food, and it is something that the government really can undertake, and people get food to eat. You cannot tell people until next year. Even the following day, you cannot tell somebody you'll eat tomorrow when somebody is hungry, when somebody was expecting to eat. So whatever he is talking, it's something unbelievable from a president who's told somebody's winning. He should play his cards wisely. Otherwise, Kenyans will not take it anymore. And I bless my country. I love my country. And I always pray for my country. God bless Kenya. And God bless our Kenyan people. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Kenya Akelo. And I continue also to thank those of us who are participating from the commentary side. It is good. Let's remain civil. Yeah. Highlight whatever you're saying, and here we will be able to also bring it to the screen for many people to see if we feel like it's making some sense. Most of what you guys are saying, of course, is making a lot of sense, and we are happy. You also make it part of our discussion. It is true that truth cannot be, usurped. You can usurp you temporarily, but it will still stand. Itasimama tu. It doesn't matter how long it will take. And one very interesting thing and good thing is that even the UDA people, deep inside themselves, they know. Because one thing my grandfather told me is that the worst you can do as a human being on earth before you die, it is to lie to self. Yani ujidanganye mwenyewe. Ukikuta ile siku unajidanganya, you tell yourself a lie, you are dead while alive. Ni kumaanisha nini? Ukienda ufanye kama kosa, unajua hako kakitu ni mimi nilifanya. Hata ukidinai unadinai tu kibinadamu. I'll give an example of drivers, those of you who know how to drive. As you drive that car, you are the one who knows, yenyewe mimi hii gari mimi nimejifunza, gari nimejua tu kwa mwezi moja. Okay? So I'm not experienced, number one. But when you are in front of other people, because you have a driver's license, you want to pose like wewe ni dereva pia. So driving is a good example of life skill. That everyone who has a driver's license thinks he is qualified, is good because he was given. But then the accidents you have are caused by the same drivers who think they are so super, they are so good. Same thing with what is happening in Kenya. Ruto knows, and that's why inakuja ina slip out of his mouth. Anajaribu kuprove. What is he proving? Alex, Duke na ule wengine. Kama umechaguliwa Alex, do you need to prove to people? You are the head of a family. Do you need to keep on proving to people that I'm the head of this family? Wacha wataona vile nitafa. My good God. Yani Mungu amefanya vizuri, amepumbaza huyu rais, and I'm so happy. Anajikaanga. Like I said before, if I were him, I would not have held this kind of conference. He exposed himself too much, and thank God we are getting closer kutimua yeye na ataenda. Alex, it's your chance.
Yeah, I did not have so much to say. I came in to deconstruct my sister Northern Ireland, but Amanda. I think sometimes we skew up history and we think we know what we are saying, and utterly we are so ignorant. It's Bob Marley who said, if you know your history, you know your destiny. In the abundance of water, a fool is thirsty. There are some comments that we make sometimes that I wonder. When somebody says Cyril Ramaphosa was good when he started, I wonder where he has been, which bush he has been. If you look at the history of Ramaphosa, he rose up from the labor union, and he made the Lomina mines through the labor unions. And this is where Marikana happened. And you remember what happened to Marikana?
Yeah.
People were killed and massacred. He literally sent people there to kill people so that the Marikana mines, that betrayal will never be forgotten by the people of South Africa. All they were asking was a livable wage. Yeah. A livable wage.
And they were massacred.
They were massacred. If you go to YouTube and see that video, and you look at that video, you will wonder if that was the right thing that they had done. And anyway, they did it. Now, you see, in politics, they say the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Until you are done with that, then you bring it back. So that time Zuma had to go because of the Gupta. The state capture that had happened. The Guptas were ruling. In order to become a minister, you had to go. The Guptas had to choose even the minister for finance because that was their special interest. They had completely taken over the state. And therefore, they were looking for a solution to get Zuma out. Remember those, there were 23 by then, the EFF. And most notably, it was Malema, Ndozi, and Shivambu. And also the lawyer, his name is gone. I don't know why his name is gone. And there were notably 4 boys who kept on saying in that parliament, pay back the money, pay back the money on daily basis. They were never tired of saying that. And indeed, and they swore to their feet that Zuma must go. NC thought it was a joke, but 23 young men made Zuma go, a giant, a commander-in-chief of Mkote Wasizwe, the armed forces that helped remove the white capitalists from power. But let me read for you what Malema told Ramaphosa when Ramaphosa became the president. The position you occupy needs someone who is going to be honest with you. Those who failed were told many times that they were right, even when they were wrong. You must never listen those who say you are right against the court, especially chapter 6. Malema said those before Malema failed because they were utterly ill-advised. Stellenbosch is a problem. We know your proximity to him. We have not elected Oppenheimer. We told your predecessor Zuma. We have not elected the Guptas. We elected him. He did not listen. Listen to the collective wisdom of the people who elected you. Once you listen to white monopoly capitalists, you must know that you are likely not to finish your term. That was prophetic. And I agree. If Zuma finishes his term, if Ramaphosa finishes his term, then he will be one of the luckiest person. And he's not going to. Once those people say they are going to make parliament very difficult for him, they don't joke, they don't miss their words. First and foremost, there are 2 reasons. The first reason, they are learned, they are knowledgeable. They don't read True Love magazine. Those young boys go and do research. When they come to parliament, when they speak, it is pin drop silence, Mr. Stone. Even the ANC listen to them, even the DA listen to them, even COP listen to them. When those boys stand up, especially Ndozi, they listen because they know the future of those boys. Like it or not, one day Malema is becoming a president of that country. Okay. Why is it so? It's because of their love for the country. They have decided to fight for that country. And that is why I think that is the missing spice in comparison now. We don't want to do empirical without, you see, you must give the exegesis and then now the exposition. Now, we are missing that spice in Kenya. And that is why yesterday I was saying, I think we made a wrong choice by going to the presidential system. The presidential system has taken away the accountability. The reason those young boys are capable of doing what they are able to do and even take head on is because the president must come to parliament for question and answer. The ministers must come. So the problem is that we have a parliament where Ruto cannot show up. How do you tackle him? Then you send some quirky yellow journalists and to State House to interview him. And before he interviews them, he has already started coercing them. Before the interview started, I don't know when you saw the preambles, what he was doing. He was coercing them. They started laughing. And the word was, oh, si walisema utakuwa rais lakini umekuwa rais. If journalists can say that before they even start an interview, is that an interview anyway? I mean, that's why I say the West Ministerial, and I thought Njonjo was joking when he said that, and I hated Njonjo, but I think the accountability level that South Africa has today is because the president must come to parliament for Q&A. The ministers must come. They cannot send even their assistant ministers. They themselves must be there. And I wish we had there in our Senate, people like Sifuna could deconstruct people like Ruto right here, and they could look the most illiterate people. These journalists, when they go there, they see the tantalization and the opulence of State House. And you know, there's something about that. It changes you. Instead of you becoming a journalist, you start feeling. There's one journalist who once said in the middle of an interview, it was MSNBC, that Obama was passing by with his helicopter and he had to stop an interview. Go look at how he's coming out of, and it was one of the extreme things and absurd things that I had, that he left the live interview on the way to go and see. There's something about power, but also there's something about parliament. Parliament is where you discuss issues and you interrogate. I wish our members of parliament from Azimio had an opportunity whereby Ruto could show up in parliament and be interrogated. That is when we can see changes. But as long as Ruto is inviting people to State House, those are not interviews, those are cliches. It was painful to watch the whole thing. I don't even want to deconstruct what was said. Things like breasts, you know, I eat GMO. Pure lies, pure lies. When did he eat GMOs? Why didn't he tell us that this is the GMO that I'm eating? Bring it on so that we can see it. These people do not even choose the food they eat, Mr. Stone. They have nutritionists. A president has advisors that are beyond reproach, my friend. Even what he eats, the time he wakes up, the snacks he eats is not what he chooses. It's according to what his health is. So him telling us that he eats GMO, that was the purest lie. So I'm applauding these 46 young people in South Africa called the EFF. Though sometimes they make mistakes, they yell in parliament, and I think it's because they are very few, and I think they have managed to study the Lenin socialist agenda and other, you know, socialist movements, especially the China one, on how they were able to break the camel's back. And I think their disruptive nature is intentional, and it has made the ANC to calm down and to be humble to a point that when they go to committees, they're able to negotiate. And in cities like Mandela Bay and others where they were not able to get the majority, they are humble enough to negotiate so that they can make coalition government. I think Germans started this revolution of coalition government. It went to Israelis, and I hope Kenya gets to a point whereby people do not get, we have hung parliaments, and in that hung parliaments, we are forced to make coalitions. And when we are forced to make coalitions, that is when committees function, like the coalition government. That is when we are able to speak by force, whether we like it or not. That is when we are able to participate in robust debates in terms of what we must do, and development is not politicized. I think the presidential system makes one man too powerful, and that is the mistake we made. Is it possible to go to Westminster? I don't think so. Is it possible to cut the powers of the president? I don't think so. So Stone PK, we are stuck there. When a president is everything, is the constitution, there is the judiciary, is the executive, is the legislature, is everything. Bernard, Stone PK, you're stuck there. There's nothing you can do. That's why the parliaments of South Africa and the parliaments of UK are very progressive. When you have a prime minister that does not perform or is joking, he has no option. They resign. You've seen what happened in UK in like 2-3 months. Three prime ministers in a row. 1, 2, 3. Why? Because of Westminster. You cannot survive in such kind of politics. Ruto cannot survive in such kind of politics. He can't. Many people could have resigned by now in order to get the best leader. And that's why I applaud those young people, because they are able to interrogate those ministers. They get right information. They don't want cliches. They don't want yellow journalism. They put them into task. And to the end, you find the ministers resigning or responding or sometimes looking like fools. But what happens to Mutukama, this lady from Kilifi? She can't survive a question from Sifuna. She can't.
Aisha Jumwa.
She can't.
Bure kabisa.
She can't survive a question from Sifuna. So you can imagine if we had kind of system, if we had that kind of system, how many people? Linturi can't. I can name the ministers who can't, but Kindiki can. That's a fact. Murkomen can. You know, Mgala muwe lakini mpe haki yake. So there are so many ministers who could not face the West ministerial type of government. And I hope we fight for that, the return of that. But this thing at the opposition leader, a seat that is not going to help us, that seat has nothing to help us with. We want the ministers and the president in parliament and in the Senate to be interrogated on a weekly basis so that we can see where it can go. Those lies will stop. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Alex, for that. And I believe, you know, if we could really get rid of this Ruto guy, the next would be to make sure that we go back to accountability. You know, Kenya, as I always say, we make very huge mistakes because one, we bloat ourselves. We pretend we are so advanced. You know, like when we took this constitution, we didn't even look at what if. You know, we were in a hurry, in a haste. We gave so much powers. We released the people who are supposed to be answerable to the communities. We let them loose. We protected them. Ati yeye anakaa huko juu. Minister huwezi mguza. You know, you have nowhere to reach that guy. How do you make somebody responsible and you are not able to question him or her? All these guys should go back to parliament, as you are saying. We want to roast them there. Imagine at unaitwa parliament and you can ignore. That is Kenya. At one time, okay, Matiang'i, I like him so much, but at one time I think he refused, and many other PSs refused to attend the parliament. I mean, that is one you know, indicator of failure. You should, if you are summoned by a legislature body like parliament, which we believe has been, you know, elected by the people, given the mandate, whoever, what makes you feel you are so superior that you cannot sit there to be grilled or to be asked questions? So I think whoever we are going to install, because Alex, tunatoa huyu mtu. The issue is ni nani tuta install. This guy will go. I'm telling you, even if it's not me and you, his hustlers watamtafuna kama mahindi. They will chew him like he has never been chewed before. What interview he did today, he doesn't know how good it was in terms of setting fire below his butts. You don't tell people, ukiniangalia mimi unaona nina matiti. That's an insult. You are insulting the nation. Hata hao wakale wanamsupport. And I'm not sorry, I don't regret mentioning it that way, because Kenya, we are just too tribal and pretend we are not tribal. We are too tribal, and we have given the politician that valve, which is what they use. They know we are tribal. They know hata ukiwa mwizi. It is in Kenya where we use that phrase. Hata kama mwizi Alex ni wetu, ni mwizi wetu. I mean, that's a country glorifying mwizi just because he's your relative, anakuwa ni mwizi. I know we played a clip here about Kagame. I also felt I had people misinterpreting. The purpose we played that clip here, Kagame was not to be juxtaposed with Ruto. Totally different. What Kagame stands for is opposite of Ruto. When he says, please don't question us when we have decided, he says we, because Kagame is with his Rwandese people. And hakuna decision Kagame make that is detrimental to the society of Rwanda. anything anafanya, it's against the international people, sijui manini na nini, ma IMF, but beneficial to the mwananchi. For those of you who have been to Rwanda, who have worked there or stayed there, they know very well. And that's why he says, anything you see us doing with the people, because he is with the people. And I always challenge anybody who says, oh, you know, he's a dictator. Just give 1, 2, 3 points you feel Kagame is doing that are not approved by his common mwananchi. Because mwananchi kile anataka, number one, security. Afanye biashara yake 24 hours. He has provided. Mwananchi, yeye anataka akienda nyumbani, akiuza vitu zake, gharama iko sawa, the profits are huge. They are good. He's making progress. Period. Mwananchi hana haja ya kuanza kwenda kwa street kuanza kupigana na wale wengine. The politicians are the problem. There is no mwananchi who has said he has no freedom. Of course, there is one thing he brought. Na akasema they can say he dictated. He said no one should ever ask any other Rwandese what tribe you are. Yeah, because he knows how poisonous that question has been. So he decided that in Rwanda you don't talk about which tribe you come from. Just see me as a Rwandese. And I applaud him for that. And that was his tailor-made approach to healing Rwanda. No one will ever convince me Rwanda is, Kagame is a dictator. If he rejects all these things from the Western because they are useless, they are not beneficial to his people, then we brand him whatever. Yeah, like Kenya today. Oh, Baba was told remain cool. You know, if you do this, the international community, if you call people Kibira to come, people to come to Bomas, you know, and resist, oh, it will give you a bad image. So Baba has a good image internationally. How about Kenyans? We have a thief as a president. Yes. Oh, Baba protected his image. Oh, he's a statesman. Statesman Mavia Kuku. Statesman in which state? Where people are suffering? In fact, in the next very short days, people will lose faith in Baba totally. And it is so sad that his legacy will end up to the gutters. Soon people will say, hata Baba akae kando. Ako pamoja na kina Ruto na everybody else. Because Baba anapiga mayai yake na kila kitu yake Karen very comfortably. Okay? So let's know that ule ambaye kiatu kinamfinya si Baba, si Raila, ni mwananchi wa kawaida, ndio hao wanapiga nduru. And that's why mwananchi wa kawaida Kenya sasa lazima ugeuke sasa useme enough is enough. Tokelezea whichever way it takes, it doesn't matter. So long as umefukuza Burukenge kutoka kwa shamba lako. Alright? Ukipiga nduru neighbor akuje, sawa. Ukiendelea hivyo neighbor akuje, sawa. But the thing is, we have to do that. Okay? Duke Karibu, you disappeared. You have your welcome to the panel. If you have something, it's your time.
I was having some issues with my connection.
Pole.
So for me, I want to say two things. One, I want to tell Kenyans and especially the young people of Kenya.
Happy New Year, Duke.
Elda amekucorrect Duke, utare ukwani abantu.
You know, okay. That's been, sometimes you forget the protocol because it has taken long for me to be here. But Happy New Year to all of you and the listeners. And in connection of that, I want you to, Kenyans and all of you to have your goals, because I've been in vocation for some time, and I was assessing how I achieved my goals of 2022. And what did I not achieve, and what I'm going to do different this year, so that I will ensure that in this year I will achieve all my goals. And what I was saying is that I wanted to tell Kenyans and young people across Africa and across the world that Success demands a measure of reproach in terms of the effort you put in. So success goes hand in hand with your hard work, with your efforts. So whether it's a government or it's an individual, there must be a mechanism whereby you are working hard, you are putting in more effort, you are organized in the way you are doing your things so that you can achieve success. There is a wave of perception that the government, a good government can make you successful individually or something of that kind. But I'm not disputing that the government has a critical role in ensuring that people are able to dream, they are able to work hard, and they are able to achieve their ambitions or to exhaust their potential. But your personal discipline, your personal effort, your personal hard work is critical as well. So there are a lot of Kenyans who are thinking that this success, more especially in their own drive, will be just be done maybe by a government or by somebody becoming the president. Everything is sorted like that. That's not true. So RX, you should also tell them that even when you go to the US or in the UK, yes, there is employment opportunity, but you have to work hard to get money. You have to be very smart, very creative for you to start a business. It's a process elsewhere, everywhere actually. So as much as we are trying to hold the government accountable or to tell it to do the right thing, also our youth, our young people, Kenyans should also work hard. They should invest in themselves, in what they are doing, in their own personal lives, because even if the government creates employment opportunity for you, if you earn maybe your salary and then you misuse it within a day, you are not getting assisted. So government is critical, and also in your part as an individual, you have to work hard so for you to be successful. And therefore, the critical or the key word is that success is a process. Transformation is a process. Creating wealth is a process. A country transforming, it's a process also. Therefore, you don't expect maybe something to happen, a miracle to happen so that Kenya becomes a first world country within months. It's not possible even within 10 years. So sometimes we have to embrace the reality and tell people the truth. And I've been complaining about the mainstream media and the social media misrepresenting the facts or trying to give a perception that there is no employment, maybe this is this because of ABCD, but it is a combination of many factors which have to be sorted, and as a person, personally, you have to play a big role in transforming your own life. And the government is also part of it, but it's complementary. It's not all what's needed for you to be successful. Coming to the statements of Ruto today, I disagree on genetically modified food because I'm strongly against genetically modified food. Because those who are in the US, you witness the way many people died there. And the reason why most people died there is because of the consumption of more artificial products, genetically modified food, so that you find their immunities was compromised. So when you come to Africa, people were actually taking more natural products. And that's why their immunity was very strong. Very few people died in Africa. Even there was somebody who was 1 or 6 years old who got COVID and did not go to hospital, but he did not die. That will be difficult for somebody who was maybe in a Western country, they are consuming genetically modified food. So I'm strongly against genetically modified foods. And however, most of you have been misquoting the president. What the president was trying to respond to some social media utterances that genetically modified food will make women to have beards, something of that kind. There is some creeps around the social media which are propagating that. So I think he was responding to that. But still, there are many effects of genetically modified foods. So that has not yet convinced me, and I'm strongly against the genetically modified food. But coming to other factors like the subsidies and all those, I support the president to some extent because those who are in Kenya, those subsidies were not properly implemented to the extent that very few companies were getting billions out of that. And it created an artificial shortage where you go to a supermarket, you are told you have to buy 1 packet of Unga, and maybe that Unga appears in 1 hour. So if you have an extended family of 10 people, so you suffer like that. Personally, like 2 days I was unable to get Unga because I can't wake up very early in the morning to go to queue so that I get 1 packet of Unga, and you are paying that. So that was it was not done in the right way. It was more political to some extent. And there are cartels across the government sectors where, for example, if you find, for example, you are saying money which transfers to elderly people, you find that maybe a given fraction, a given percentage, say that 50% goes to people's pockets. It's just it's a process whereby it's actually like a mechanism whereby people are taking money from the government. But the president is demanding that all systems must be digitized so that we know all the old people. Maybe if you click the age of 70 or the minimum wage where you will qualify for that amount, the government has your own data on that. And you don't need to go to have all those processes of queues, filling forms, APCD, those bureaucratic procedures. So where we find that maybe they say some people are not qualified, but it's because those money is going to pockets of some few individuals. So it's good for the system to be digitized so that we know that if the government is giving assistance to specific disadvantaged group, it benefits them accurately and without having cartels coming in to take a fraction of that. So that's what I can say for that. I know, Alex, you have questions, so I'm ready to take some questions because Tony Piquet is not there.
You know, I agree with you to some extent. However, it has taken long for for former deputy president, who is now the president of the Republic of Kenya, to have come up with a mechanism on how to, because this money, the subsidies, was budgeted and the money was released under the finance bill. I remember we debated the finance bill at a very late stage. I remember Muturi calling parliament, making sure that whoever takes the next government must have money. Well, I agree. And I'm not going to say that the large amount of money that were meant for subsidies came to us. We have seen ghost schools. We have seen textbook being taken to school by force that are not having even written anything inside. It's just outside. It's, very well written gateway. Inside, there is nothing written. We have seen all those kind of things. So I think on that, we needed to work on the cartels that actually were taking 3/4 of the money for subsidies. But having been in the government for more than 30 years, you should have known on how to stop these subsidies just for a while, come up with a contingency plan, and know how to now mitigate the rest of the populace that is hurting. Especially, they say that Uhuru government did not conduct itself and grow itself in any way. Now, if you are coming from that background where you are saying that Uhuru government failed, and you come and take subsidies again for 100 days, you don't have a plan on how to return those subsidies, then I fail to understand if you have common decency or you really love the people you are serving. If I was him as a hustler, as he says, a person who understands poverty, who wore shoes for the first time when he went to secondary school, a person who sold chicken, a person who went to university with no money, if I was him, I could have understood the perils, the troubles, the problems, and the pains of the many university students who are being now denied help, of many young people who are going to Form 1 who may not be able to put on shoes, of the many people who will not have an opportunity to go Form 1 because now school fees 20,000 was affordable. You can sell a cow for 5,000, and then the headmaster can allow you your kid to be in school while you are looking for an alternative. So I think your president has taken 100 days without knowing on how to channel those subsidies in a better way. 100 days without coming. Now he's going for a retreat for 5 days with his cabinet to teach them on how to do service delivery. It is until Raila said something is going to happen, and they knew that the issue of Unga is going to be part of it, and they knew the issue of school fees is going to be part of it. That's when Limturi for the first time responded. And the short answer could tell that he was forced to give a statement. So Duke, it's appalling when we still agree with you that, of course, the cabals and these cartels had the biggest pie of the subsidies. But 100 days as a president making a decision. You see, in this country, there is a question you are asked in every presidential debate. You are asked, are you a person who can make a decision at 3 a.m. in the morning? And I used to think that's a petty question. But Stone Picker, if I woke you at 3 a.m. and I tell you this has happened, what decisions are we going to do? Are you capable to make it? So Ruto has proved for 3 months that he's not capable of making a decision on how those subsidies can be channeled and put into place so that the poor people who voted for him, who believed in him, could be cushioned in this difficult time. Duke, you are living in Kenya. You're not living somewhere whereby you don't understand the pains of the people. So it could be that he wasn't prepared to be a president, but he's been in a legislature. He's been in the position of cabinet. He's been in the position and proximity to the highest of the highest. He's been a minister for agriculture. He's being a minister for higher education. That puts him down that he cannot understand the pain. He has headed these institutions for 3 months, not capable to come with a solution with those subsidies and keep on saying cartels, cartels, and blaming Uhuru, so on and so forth. 3 months, you can't be, you can't complain about spilt milk. It is gone, it's gone. In any way, he had a manifesto on how to deal with that. He knew that was a problem. So 3 months down the road, not capable of making a decision of those subsidies, if we agree with you that the cartels were part and parcel of those problems, then now he is the biggest cartel there. Why is he holding money for the subsidies? Now he has become a cartel himself. He's the only cartel we have in the country. Duke, you can go on.
Okay, I want to respond to that. You say that he has taken 3 months and he is unable to draft up a plan on how to roll out the subsidies. That's not true. The president has said that he has eliminated the specific consumer subsidies. He's not working on a mechanism to implement or to bring them. One, he has said that he has eliminated them. And the reason he has eliminated them, one, is about the scarcity of resources. So because we are, how does the government works? How does the government get its money? It taxes people. So the taxes already are not enough. So the government is forced to go and borrow. So an introduction of more subsidies means more taxes or more borrowing. And who are these people who are taxed? Or who are those people who will pay the borrowed money? These people. So it means that maybe you are taxing 200 bob from each poor Kenyans, so that you can be able to give him a subsidy of 100. So there is a wastage, because all of you knows that the tax correction process is not effective. Not all coin which is corrected as tax gets into the government coffers. So a lot is lost on them. So that was it. That was that. Number two is about the scarcity of the resources. We don't have enough money. So also, was it the right approach? No. As per him, it's not the right approach, because for him, we want to come up with an approach
Duke, let me interrupt you. You are talking as if this money was never budgeted for. And that's why in my preceding statement I said, when the finance bill, Mutuli called all these people and told them the next government must be functional. These subsidies have been budgeted for. Duke, don't talk as if scarcity of resources. If you tell me 23, 24, then I can agree. But 22, 23, it is on the budget. The finance bill was passed.
No, that's not true. Let me rectify you that. You have to know about what's a supplementary budget and what is emergency funding. So sometimes the government can spend money on the basis of emergency funding. The way the president says that that's what he used to get the Hustler fund. So emergency funding, the executive can just spend for emergency purposes. Then later,
like the 800 million, like the 800 million he gave to the judiciary, that was emergency fund. He was able to get it right away on the day he became the president.
I'm not sure that's what he said he will do. I don't think that he did that outrightly on that day. So I don't know the status, whether he immediately paid that money to the judiciary, but he may be promised to do that.
Whether he promised or paid the money, Duke bana, we are tafadhali. Whether he promised, he paid yesterday, today, tomorrow. The guy said he paid. Alitoa 800.
For example, let me say, for example, if you are talking about the maize subsidy, that was passed during the campaign period. I don't think there was a parliament was there which actually passed that financial, something of that kind. So
Duke, it is budgeted for. I can read it for you. You can give me time. Duke, all these subsidies were budgeted for. Stop, Duke, when you come here, stop sugar shaking, please. Stop that sugar lobby to defraud the people of Kenya. Say the truth, Duke.
No, what I'm sure it was budgeted for is when you talk about maybe the pesa for the elderly, money for the elderly, that I can agree.
Everything was budgeted.
Even the education.
Everything.
It's 530 billion. Go look at even Google, 530 billion for the education sector. Duke Amaze bwana. Duke, sometimes don't defend the undefendable. Let us speak with the truth. This thing was budgeted, Duke.
The issue is not about getting budgeted or not budgeted. The issue is, if maybe you are the president and maybe you have identified that doing this something is wrong or it's against my policies, or maybe it may make the country go to a wrong direction, you can change that. So we are talking about that adjustment. Is it right or wrong? Well, that's a debate. There are people who are saying that those consumer subsidies was not the right approach. The right approach maybe is to increase manufacturing and also create employment opportunities for people to afford food. So we are debating on that. But when you are the head of the government can change the policies, can change it can change many things to ensure that all the functions of the government are aligning with the given manifesto or policies. So you can't say if something has been budgeted and it's wrong, it must be there for the entire year. The government has power to do away with something which is not achieving its goal.
So where do you take the money that has been done, budgeted, and now you've taken it from where? Where do you take it?
It can be reallocated. For instance, maybe if we have said we are going to increase manufacturing, production, maybe it may divert it to fertilizer subsidy, something of that. I'm not very sure of that because that's my thinking. But you want me to say that?
I'm glad you say you are not sure, so I can keep listening to you because you are not sure. I can't question you anymore. Just speak because you are not sure what you're saying.
For you are saying that you are sure that he has become the cartel and he has taken that money. You want me to say that? Are you sure about that? Can you give evidence of that?
Duke,
and how much is that?
Duke, if you take the fuel subsidies, you take the food subsidy, the maize subsidies, you take the school subsidies, you take all the subsidies, you are not reallocating it somewhere, you are not talking about it, those subsidies are sitting somewhere. Are you not now a cartel because now you're the one holding them? If you say it was going to the cartels, okay, we agree on that. Now that you are holding on to it, it is not going anywhere. Are you not the only cartel left in that country?
That's not true because that's why I told you about the emergency funding. If you, for example, you talk about subsidy of the school fees, it was maybe to caution Kenyans on the effects of COVID. And now COVID is behind us. So that was to end somewhere. Actually, it was intended to end on 2021, but it was extended for another 1 year. So sometimes you also understand that emergency funding, when it was maybe drafted, what was the purpose of that emergency funding? So sometimes you find that the emergency funding was running maybe for a year or for 7 months, and maybe it's expiring during the tenure of the Ruto administration. Now people associate that it's Ruto who has actually eliminated that. So sometimes that's why we have to know the facts right.
Duke, I come from the economics background. Let me advise you on this. Subsidies removal without spending of the associated savings, because they are saying they are savings, increases national poverty level. This is due to the consequent nature of that you have deprived people of their very allocated money, and which is called input cost, which is higher than the rise of selling. And that's why even the dollar is going to reach 150.
That's very wrong. Actually,
Duke, subsidy removal without spending of the associated saving brings poverty. It's not wrong. It's proven economically.
You know, I know much economics. I'm pretty sure I know much economics than you. You are talking about
Duke.
You know
do not just stamp here that you know economics more than me.
Okay, I want to counter that.
We are not here. We are not here to say who knows more than what. I've never said I know more of your what we. Let's not even go there, Duke. Let's talk about reality here. It has brought more poverty to Kenya. Agree to that.
Okay, that's your perspective. and also give me time to give my perspective on that. You have said that elimination of subsidies brings poverty. For me, I can say that too much consumer subsidies brings poverty, and I can economically explain that. Number one, what is wealth creation? Wealth creation means converting ideas and into goods and services. So when you are actually converting ideas into goods and services, it means you are creating more wealth. And that process of creating wealth, you create more employment opportunities. The more the goods and services, the more the GDP of a country. But now, when you are giving consumer subsidies, you are not creating any good or service. You're just giving people handouts. That means
you are clueless, my friend.
In this
you
situation,
are very, very clueless. You need to go back and read.
Can I explain that?
Don't lie to Kenyans. You are very clueless. That's not the issue. Subsidies comes with the producers and consumers, and that is where you argue the point of subsidies from, not from the point where you're arguing from. Go to your economics, the ones you're telling us you know. You talk subsidies from the point of consumers and producers, not from the point you're talking about.
That's why I'm talking about consumer subsidies and producer subsidies. That's why I'm saying
I've just introduced those words to you. You are not talking about that.
Listen, because you are not connecting, or you are not giving me time to make a complete statement. So if you cut me halfway, it means you may not even understand what I'm trying to say.
No, because you are not speaking from the producer-consumer point of view. Subsidies cannot be said from the point of view that you are speaking. They are totally tied to consumer and producers. Take it to the bank. That's what the subsidies are tied to. You give subsidies so that production can be cheaper, so that consumers can be able to afford them. That is all the issue about subsidies, Mr. Duke. Not what you're talking about. Let's talk it from the point of producers and consumers. Then you will connect the dots, my friend.
You see, now I hope you listen carefully this time. That's why I talked about consumer subsidies, and I said consumer subsidies makes a country poor, while producer subsidies may make a country progress. And when you talk about consumer subsidies, is when you are maybe giving people or subsidizing consumer products. If you are going to buy a bread, so the government says it can subsidize you 10%. So you buy that bread.
That's not what we were doing.
Listen fast.
That's not what we were doing. Uhuru's government was subsidizing producers, my friend. Don't lie here. Let's read the report. Let me Google the report and you see how the subsidies were working. How the energy subsidies were working, how the maize subsidies were working, how the school fee subsidies were working. Nobody was being paid school directly at unapewa fees, unatumiwa kwa M-Pesa yako. Duke, nobody was given money for maize. Sikutumiwa pesa kwa M-Pesa yangu for maize, that consumers are given money directly. Stop that nonsensical waffling here. That money was given directly. There's nothing like that. The producers were given money.
Alex, let's be a bit orderly to educate Kenyans. What both of you, let Duke, once Duke present, don't stop him halfway. Then now you come in to put it to Kenyans. Because if you stop him, like in my tribe we say, ukiona nyoka anatoka kwa shimo, usianze kupiga kwanza, ngoja kichwa itoke kabisa. So let UDA, sorry to call Duke UDA, let him, wacha alete hiyo maneno. Don't interrupt and then give him his time. Okay, Duke.
What I was saying is this. You are trying to force the connection of consumer subsidies and producer subsidies. The two are totally different. When you are talking about producer subsidies, whereby you assist producers, maybe by lowering the cost of production so that you encourage them to produce more. And in the process of producing more more employment opportunities are created. People secure more working opportunities. On the other side, if you are talking about consumer subsidies, is maybe you are assisting people to afford specific products, not to produce, to afford. So they buy and consume. And that necessarily does not mean that the demand will increase, which will actually trigger more production, which is more important in increasing goods and services, which are connected to the increase in GDP and creation of employment opportunities. So the main subsidy was actually consumer subsidy, because those millers were given a given amount of money, not to produce more, but to reduce their selling price. So how does that increase production, which will create more employment opportunities? So you have to connect the two. So that's what I was talking about. Consumption actually makes a country more poor, because it means resources are being used without creation of wealth or creation of more goods and services. So you are just assisting people to consume. You are not assisting people to produce, because more production means more working opportunities, more goods and services, which translate to more GDP, which means increased economic growth. So that's what I was saying. So can you counter that?
Duke, there is no country that is more subsidized than the country of America. And when you say that a country that has subsidies becomes poor, I wonder your state of mind. Let me give you a prognosis of what happens in this country. When a child is born, immediately you become pregnant. You start seeing your doctor. All your medical bills are subsidized. When you give birth, it is subsidized. Immediately, you are given weeks, which are for the child's food. All the food is subsidized. When that child starts education, it is subsidized, especially before they reach the time to go to school. It is already subsidized. There are programs that you take your children to somebody, there's somebody who comes to the house and start teaching your children by reading them stories, ABCD. From there again, when they start going to kindergarten, it's subsidized. There are food in school, there are transportation, and everything is subsidized. Is America poor? Heck no. No, Duke.
Oh, okay. Let me respond to that.
Wait, Duke. There's value in listening, and there's also civilization. I want you to be civilized in 2023. You just started with motivational speaking here, and you thought we did not hear you. And part of your 2023 whatever mantra is for you to listen more. That is what you said here. When you look at the subsidies that are given, you can convince me, and that is where you started, and we agreed, that was a drawing board, that in Kenya, the subsidies were going in the wrong direction. That one I totally agreed with you. The energy subsidies, we realized were going in the wrong direction. The school seat subsidies were going in the wrong direction. The maize cartel had become even more worse. Every time somebody became the minister for agriculture, they become instant billionaire. I can agree and I can attest to that. The question is, after 30 years of Ruto being in the government, knowing this, he did the noble thing to take the subsidies. the subsidies and freeze it from the cartels. But he's holding on to the money, he's not giving it back, he has not come up with the right solution. And that's why I'm saying he's the biggest cartel. What is he doing with the money? Let's allow Bushiri to come before, because me and you will never finish the issue of cartels.
Just a minute.
Let the
1
lady
minute.
first.
1 minute. I want to respond to something.
Help you. Let her talk. She might help you, Duke.
No, because you are running away from the facts. Why are you running away from the facts?
Duke,
why are you being scared of me? Because you asked me a question. Why are you scared for me to answer?
Let him talk. Let him talk. Just let him talk.
Okay. Talk your facts.
I want to respond to what you are talking about, that in the US there are a lot of subsidies. I agree with you on that. But the critical distinction between maybe Kenya and the US is this. We have a country which has surplus resources and a country which is borrowing for it to have enough. So for a country which has surplus resources, it's easier and it's a good thing to do for you to roll out subsidies. If you go to countries like Norway, you go to countries like, there are some countries which people are not working, are paid every month. In some Middle East countries which have a lot of oil and minerals, people are paid a lot of money even every month because they have abundant of resources and money, excess. But here we are talking about a country which we don't have enough. So any subsidy we are giving, it means is you are forced to tax more or you are forced to borrow more. And if you tax more, those people you are trying to assist, you are actually even pinching them more. Because you and me are very sure, maybe if you tax Kenyan, for every 100 of Kenyan tax, maybe 150% will be accounted for. Therefore, it means if you want 100 million subsidy money,
but you may
be forced to tax more.
That taxing you are saying is already coming. It's already coming. You're not seeing it yourself.
Thank you, madam, for saying that. If you are honest, Duke, if the subsidies were taken, then the taxing should have reduced. The guy wants to broaden the tax base, and he has taken away the subsidies. That is the irony of it. So if you are saying that in rich countries, that is what you believe, Duke, you're hitting yourself in the foot. You don't know what you're talking about. The taxes, the man spoke, and he has spoken over and over again. He wants us to give our Huduma number, our phone numbers, and all this data. And that's why, let me tell you, it's a ploy. This thing called a Hustlers Fund. You give all your data information. It is a ploy to expand the so-called tax basis. The people who are taking that, they are giving their information without their foreknowledge that that's what Ruto wants. Ruto is asking the company called Safaricom, but under the Privacy Act, if Safaricom makes a mistake in the international community, it will be disbanded because it is a breach of the Privacy Act to give data to the government. Even this country cannot force Facebook and others to give data, because if you do that, it's a breach. So when you are saying that it helps lower taxes, yet Ruto is saying that he's going to broaden the tax base, and he has started it already, and you saw it. You saw it. The military, when Gachagua was asking money for the so-called the famine, the military were cut 12,000 in their salaries. Read it, by force. Watu walikatwa mshahara. It was not taxes, it was taken by force from their salaries. And you're coming here and say, we took the subsidies away so that we can relieve you in the so-called what? A tax base. That's a lie.
You know, why is the president trying to broaden the tax base or to ensure that every person is paying tax? It's because we are funding the government from borrowing. So he wants us to stop that borrowing. So without borrowing, to ensure that you are running the government using tax revenue, it means you have to increase the tax base and ensure that every person who's paying tax is doing so. So to ensure we are able to have enough money to run the country without borrowing from China and other countries, which at the end will mean you will need more taxes. At the end, so that's actually what he's trying to do, to ensure that
what he was trying to do, he could have done what Magufuli did. In 3 months, your guy has borrowed 1.2 trillion. 1.2 trillion. And you are saying here that he's trying to not borrow. How can he not try not to borrow? In 3 months, he has borrowed 1.2 trillion. Duke, stop those nonsensical lies here. Duke, be serious sometimes. Duke, you're a learned person. That the president is trying not to borrow.
Okay, order a bit, Alex. Kidogo, Alex. Yeah, welcome, Julia, and then Alice Bushiri Karibu. As I said, let's to peane time. I like when somebody dances himself or herself lame. Tupatie Duke to amwage, and then we count. I think that's the best order. Bushiri, you came before Julia, so. I mean, Julia had a question, I think. That's why you raised your hand. Bushiri, do you want to say something? Chakamdume, Karibu.
Just one thing I'd like to ask this Duke guy. Duke, for you to put ugali on your table, where does it start? Question to you, Duke. Just a question. For you to put ugali.
In which context? Are you talking about the source
in any
or the
way,
effort to get ugali?
in any way for the ugali to come to your table, like as in from the start, when it's from the shamba, all that to be on your table. Where does it come from?
If you're talking about from the production point of view, it must start from farming.
Even on the farmers, because even the farmers are even affected because the fertilizer is very expensive. You know, they cannot even afford the fertilizer. Then we come to the producers now. I think that is where it's supposed to be subsidized. Then it comes to the distributor, and then it goes to the retailer, then goes to the consumer. I think, if I'm not wrong, I think I went to school kidogo. So where this thing has to start with is to where the factory itself, where it is being manufactured. You know, then it comes all the way to my table. But you are telling us that the consumer is the one that the thing is being subsidized, which I don't think it's what you're really telling us the facts.
Your statement is very correct. That's what the president is trying to do. He's trying to subsidize from the source. But initially, it was at the end there, at the retailer point of that. Therefore, that was wrong. But what you are saying is right. The source, and the source is farming, and that's why fertilizer is coming in.
And the fertilizer has not gone down, has it? That's my question to you. Has it?
What do you mean? Has
it gone down?
Gone down to where? To the farmers?
The price of the fertilizer, has it gone down for the farmer to be able to buy?
Down to the Duke, you know.
But the government has subsidized fertilizers, which means that is subsidizing
Are you
production.
a farmer? Have you ever bought that fertilizer at that price that they're saying? Have you?
Yes, I bought like 6 packs.
You bought? In your place, I need to get in contact with you so that you can get me some. Because that is a lie. Duke, you're lying to people. Don't lie here.
Let me leave you there because you don't even know what you're talking about.
No, are you
Thank
are you
you.
now trying to
Thank
say
you,
there is
Tony.
no subsidized fertilizer? Alex, can you contact your people? I give you direction where you can get
There's
that.
no fertilizer that is cheap.
Duke, I have not had anybody who has forgotten that fertilizer in Kisii. I'm not going to lie. You can direct me. I'll be glad, because even me, I am a small scale farmer. That might help me. Just direct me. Here in the channel, not privately.
Tony, it's morning here, you know. Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Stony. Thank you.
Yani Stone unatuignore ama ni aje?
Julia, Stone pike yako zake hataki kusikiza Duke.
Bana, nilikuwa na multitask. Julia, karibu ni wewe sasa. Sorry.
Why are you ignoring Duke?
No, I'm not ignoring you. Thank you. Welcome. Nilikuwa na kasimu naangalia kitu.
Sawa, asante, nashukuru kuona nyote. Alex, happy new year. Happy new year Stone, Kenya. Mama Mary, umepata bwana huko kwa Wajaluo? Naona umepata mtu na mtu amepatikana.
Msichana tafadhali. Okelo ndio mwanaume, Akelo ni msichana.
Oh, Akelo ni msichana. Oh. I'm sorry. Nidhani amepata mtu, amepata Akelo. Chaka Mdume, Duke, good to see you, and good to see you defending. I just want Duke. There are no consumer subsidies in Kenya. I stand to be corrected. There are no consumer subsidies in Kenya, and all the subsidies given by the government go to the producers. Even the education subsidies were going to the producers, because it is the book suppliers who are being subsidized so that they can supply books at lower prices. So it is not the parents who are being given cash money to spend on school fees. And I think it is the cost of education that was being subsidized. So if the cost of education is being subsidized by the government, then it means the government is subsidizing the producers of education. So the cost of education is lower for the parents. So that is producer subsidies. It is the cost of production of maize and buying of maize, wherever it was being bought, that was being subsidized. So it is the enterprises and businessmen who are buying maize that were being subsidized by the government, so that the price of unga is low. So it is not the mwananchi who was getting direct deposits so that they can afford to buy unga. The same thing with petroleum products. So all that subsidies were going to the producers. So the prices of those commodities and the cost of education is affordable by the common mwananchi. So Duke, I wanted to deconstruct that. There are no consumer subsidies in Kenya. And there are no direct deposits for Kenyans. They have never been direct deposits for Kenya. There are direct deposits for in America. People are given, like especially in the days when we had COVID, Americans were given, not just American, anybody living in this land and pays tax, walipewa pesa. First Trump akatoa sijui 700, Biden alipoingia akatoa 1,400 tena. That was to increase consumption. That now was direct deposit to the people living in America, so that they can increase consumption, or is increased because it seems the economy was going to collapse. Now, Kenya doesn't do that because Kenya can't afford that. However, Uhuru could afford to subsidize supply of petroleum products, education, supply of corn flour. He could afford to do that. So if Uhuru could afford to do that, why Ruto cannot afford? Now you talked about that the cartels. Ruto knows the cartels. Wakulima wanajuana kwa viremba. Wakulima wanajua 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 kwa vir
Those cartels that Alex was talking about, that people supplied books that were not there. Ruto knows them. It just seems it is not rocket science to do auditing and find out who was supposed to supply KLB books to these schools and didn't supply and was paid. It is just a simple mathematics and auditing, and then stop that, the channeling of that money, and then use it prudently. You know, if this government would use their finances prudently, they would save so much. So withdrawing services from Kenyans will not convince us that they have the heart of the Kenyans in their mind. It is a big lie. Now, you also say that America affords to do that because America has so much resources. On one side, I agree with you, but on the other side, I disagree with you. America simply has what we call prudent utilization of the available resources. Alex, I teach in a school where I'm given stationery, pencils, na box, exercise books, easy notebooks, marker pens, and I have been brought up now in this culture. If I have pencils for last semester, I don't ask for more pencils, Alex. Nasibeba hizo pencils na box yangu naleta kwa nyumba, ndio nitapeleka Kenya nikienda Kenya, ama sijui nitapatia mabeshte wangu. So if next semester finds that I still have the notebooks that I was given, I fill a form. I don't need notebooks. We are given a form to fill. Now I a form, I don't need those notebooks this semester because I still have more. I don't need marker pens. They have what they call prudent utilization of resources. Kama ingelikuwa mwana Kenya, Alex, hiyo box yote ingekuwa na beba anaenda kuuza. Mnajua kuna walimu wa primary wanauza hizo exercise books. And when they were given, the primary school head teachers were given money to buy notebooks for the children. They bought the ones for that 2 pages, and they were given money to buy the ones for 200 pages. Those are the loopholes that Ruto's government needs to seal. It is not making the cost of education expensive for Kenyans. They need to go down. Did you know how much the head teachers have at their disposal that can be controlled? Do you know, you people, these especially the secondary school head teachers, principals, do you know they are corrupt people, number one? Do you know they are the biggest thieves, one of the biggest thieves in Kenya? Do you know ukisikia principal anajenga darasa moja, hiyo darasa moja ikisimama nyumba yake inasimama? Alex, does that happen in Kisii? That a principal is Alex Nijibu? I don't think we'll have an echo.
The richest people who stay in the scheme. You know, a scheme is where the white settlement were, and the land is fertile and big. Some of the people who live there are all the principals, especially of secondary schools, in the entire Gusii area. Extremely rich. They own the matatu circles, and the apartments they own in Kisii are not affordable. Take it to the bank. They are some of the richest people in our county.
Let me ask you, Alex. I know the most senior principal is in job group P, and I don't think mshahara yake yote imepita 200,000. It's about 160, 180, tending to 200,000. Atuambie ni wapi alichukua loan ya milioni 10? I mean, they cannot account for what I'm trying to say. Cannot account for what they have. And I also blame Kenyan parents because they have seen this happen and they have allowed them to get away with it. Ati munaitwa, munaambiwa tunanunua some schools, some shady schools in your county, Alex, are buying school buses and they don't have enough classrooms. And that school bus has been bought for the last 15 years. So every parent that comes there pays for that school bus. First school bus iko na principal anaitumia kubeba mazishi wakati wa school holiday, lakini parents in that school have been paying for that school bus for the last 15 years. Na ililetwa na Thika Motors 15 years ago. In fact, imezeeka, iko karibu ku expire. And the parents will take. So, Duke, I'm trying to say these are the loopholes the government of Kenya needs to seal. And me and you and Kenya, Akel, Chaka, Stone, PK, and Alex, all of us and those who are watching Mtembei know it. It is not rocket science. So even Ruto knows it. So he doesn't need to increase the cost of education and say that he's saving for the government and he's mistreating Kenyans. He's also a thief. So he should tell us, hiyo pesa Uhuru alikuwa anatumia amepeleka wapi? Where did he take that money? Ruto has stolen that. Fellow Kenyans, Ruto and his hawks have stolen that money because it was budgeted for. That is what I wanted to say. It was budgeted for, and it is not a new budget. We have not. We don't have a new budget right now. We don't even have a supplementary budget. So we need to know where that money that has gone, and that he should continue financing that education and that fuel prices, unga. Alafu akae chini aseme nyinyi wezi wa vitabu, nyinyi wezi wa pesa ya serikali ati ni masomo, uwezi wenyu umefika mwisho. If we could do that, we could be very happy right now. We could be celebrating Mr. William Samoei Ruto. Tungesikia kama kwamba what Alex was saying, that there were people. Alex, I want to confirm to you, and I can even confirm. I taught in a school called Mutira Girls, and at one time books were supplied. Books that we didn't need. And the principal asked, I've been saying I don't want. That principal was very prudent, a prudent manager. Akasema mimi hata nimeandika barua. Sitaki hizi vitabu mnaniletea zilikuwa vitabu zimeandikwa na Oxford. Okay, kwanza shule yenyewe inatumia vitabu za KLB from 1 to from 4. Then suddenly somebody bribes their way. These people with Oxford producers. So Oxford, I think they buy their way to the ministry. Sasa wameambiwa ndio wanaleta vitabu. Sasa Alex, guess what? When we open school, we see several tracks of Oxford, mathematics, science, from 1 to 4. Na principal amewambia kana kwamba hataki hizo vitabu. First, she has enough books in the school. Secondly, the school doesn't use Oxford because the teachers don't think Oxford is appropriate. So the books were dumped there, carton boxes. The supplier said, no, tumeambiwa tulete, and she was forced to sign. So they were dumped there, carton boxes, big carton boxes, zikapelekwa library, zikawekwa huko, and I'm still those books are still there, new, brand new, because even the teachers thought they're not appropriate for their students. So these are the cartels we are talking about. And me and you, Duke, and Alex, Chaka, Stone, PK, Kenya, Akelo, and Mr. William Samoei Ruto and Mashogu, all of us know that is what is happening. So if Ruto wanted to stop this, it was as simple as I'm saying, do the auditing and prevent those thieves stealing in the name of those companies supplying books, and they are not needed. And those, I say, just give an example of Oxford, because I saw Oxford books being supplied to a school when the school did not need them. But I'm not saying Oxford is a bad company. I'm just giving an example. Maybe they were allowed by the government. Maybe they were tendered. Maybe they didn't even know they were not supposed to supply those books. But I'm saying that we have had many situations like that in Kenya, that books have been supplied, and a lot of things have been supplied in the schools, and they are not needed. Those are the cartels that the government need to curtail and stop. Otherwise, withdrawing the services from the parents and increasing their cost of education, that is very unfair. And also maneno ya unga, sijui unga imefika pesa ngapi, Chaka atatuelezea. Mimi sijui unga imefika pesa ngapi. I'm waiting to see what happens the form ones. I'm going to do some data collection and find out form ones wamelipa pesa ngapi. I think within a few days I'll have a good figure. Ni shule gani imelipa pesa ngapi, pesa ngapi, pesa ngapi. And then we can ask ourselves, why should Kenyans go through this? So I wanted to deconstruct that, Alex. Na Duka metoroka. Asante.
Yeah, asante sana for those remarks. And I think that's the wisdom I was putting to Duke, that yes, we agreed there were cartels, but 3 months later, he doesn't have an alternative. And today was the mark of the reason why I had the roundtable is to show the achievements of 3 months. So how can you say that in 3 months, having been in the government and in politics for 30 years, that you cannot know where to channel that money to, or how to come up with a better way of using those subsidies. But I think Duke ametoroka, so I think it's time for Kenya Akelo to give us her remarks as we wait for Stone PK.
Hi, Julia, Chakamdume, Alex again. All right, now, Julia, you have brought a very good point of those cartels, how they deal with their own things and bringing money to themselves. I'll give an example of another thing that really is hurting people in a certain location about hospital. In that county, all those doctors who were for that district hospital were fired after they were sacked, because what they did is that they were not going to the hospital to treat people. Their work was just to report and then go back to their clinic. And anytime a patient would go to the hospital, they did not get the doctor. They had to queue there, stay there waiting for the doctor. The doctor will come briefly, maybe see one or two people, then disappear. And then after that, you would see that some of the people were being directed to his clinic. Now, these patients are people who depend on district hospital. They cannot afford that much that is being charged by the doctor, but they are being told the doctor is not here, but if you have any emergency, you can go. They are not even ashamed. They direct patients to the doctor's clinic. Now, you find that the service these doctors have been employed for, to serve the people, the time that they spend in that location, the hospital, it's so limited that people will stay there until evening, somebody who came in the morning, and nobody is seeing them. Can you imagine that kind of situation? And these doctors are being paid by the government, and they are in their clinics treating other people. Then that is where this medication that come to the hospital disappears. They make all the arrangements. This medicine ends up in their hands, in their clinic. These are the people who, after being fired, when the other regime came, they had already come together, those doctors, and they went to see the person who was installed. Because you see, this government, most of these UDA people, they were not elected. There was this sham game that was played for everybody to get somewhere, for everybody to be like elected, which was cooked numbers. So when this new regime and the new person came in, let's say the governor, now he has got his own group. So he will bring back the doctors. As you saw, Ruto bringing the lawyers who were not sworn in by Uhuru due to their blemishes, due to what they had done before, and they were not eligible to be lawyers. Judges. So this government, that is how it's working. That those people who are wrongdoers, they have come to life. They have come to work. So where do you expect money to come from? That is why subsidies have been taken away, so that this money can be channeled to these good people who are bad people to us, Kenyans. And also seeing that he also want to pocket some. So, and also looking at people, tax them harshly, because the money, they need money a lot. I was shocked to hear that they would go to an extent of decreasing or slashing people's salary to a certain amount. But they cannot talk about the politicians' pay, that they made their money so much. People, I mean, it's like they are the most paid politicians in the world. I would say that. But they cannot talk about them slashing their money. But they can slash money for employees as if they don't do service. And yet, the taxes will also fall harshly on the employed people, the employees. When you look at that life, you'll see that the politicians are less interested with the life of other people at all. The only thing they care is about their tumbo and their life only and their expensive luxury lifestyle. So these subsidies, I don't think we are expecting anything new, anything good about it. We are not expecting them to add anything to us. We are not expecting any good changes except being oppressed and being charged exorbitantly that will be feeling the pinch and feeling the pain. And we'll keep on complaining. And that's why I say Kenyans should not stop where we are. We should move forward, make our voice be heard. And the person who should listen and work or quit is the big boss, because he is the one managing all these people. He is the one who is telling us he knows the cartel and he knows what it is that things are going on in our country. So the cartels, he knows them, so he better bring them forth so that we can have subsidies and stop charging Kenyans taxes more than they can afford, because that is finishing us, so that we can adore or adhere with his rules, which are very harsh to everybody, so that he can bring us to the knees. So Kenyans, don't relent. This is a tough time and we should fight it hard and harshly without mercy, because they are merciless to us and they are not directing us to the right way. They want us finished so that now we can bow, and we are not going to bow. This is our country. Thank you.
Asante, Miss Akelo. Chaka, wasemaji? Sijui Chaka hatukusikii. Wewe unasikia Chaka?
Unanipata sasa?
Nakupata sasa.
Yes, nimsalimie mama yetu hapo, mkazamana yetu mpya huko ziwani Akelo, alafu na Stone PK. Mimi Julia, leo nashukuru kwa kuweza kupata hapa, kwa sababu mwalimu, kwanza nikupe zile shukrani zako kwa kile ambacho uliweza kunifanyia siku ile, maana hatujaweza kuzungumza tangia ile siku ya makubwa ulionifanyia. So nikushukuru na ni muombe Mungu akuajalie zaidi na zaidi na zaidi. Alafu leo, madamu wewe ni mwalimu, leo tutataka kumaliza huu tata, tuangalie kati ya kiongozi na mdosi. Maana juzi wengi walinicheka wakasema hata Raila ni mdosi, lakini leo nataka niwaeleze maana halisi ya kiongozi, yani kutoka the word KIONGOZI, ili ukikombine hapo ni the word kiongozi. So kila leta hapo ina maana yake. Je, tuone katika hizi sifa za huyu kiongozi, rais wetu yumo ama hayumo? Kwa hiyo nitakwenda tu kidogo, lakini kwa kweli itakuwa na maana kubwa, watu waelewe. Je, tuna kiongozi ama hatuna kiongozi? Nikianza na the word K, ile ya kwanza kabisa, kwangu binafsi nasema K inamaanisha kubali kushaurika ama kubali kushauri. K ya kwanza Julia. Alafu nirudi tena kwa lete ya pili ambayo ni I. Hii I inamaanisha ijue tabia. Ijue tabia ya wale unaowaongoza. Ya wale watu unaowaongoza. Kwa sababu sisi wa Mijikenda tuna tabia yetu. Waluo wana tabia yao. Wakale wana tabia yao. Wakikuyu wana tabia yao. So kama kiongozi umekubali kushauri, umekubali kushaurika, basi ni lazima uijue tabia ya wale unaowaongoza. Nikurudi katika the letter ya tatu ambayo ni O. Hii inasema onyesha kwa vitendo. Onyesha kwa vitendo. Alafu nikiingia kwa the word N. Hii inasema nena kauli thabiti kwa wale ambao unaowaongoza. Nena kauli thabiti. Yaani kauli yenye ukweli, si ya uongo, kwa wale unaowaongoza. Nikirudi the letter G. Hii inamaanisha gawa madaraka sawa sawa kwa wale ambao unawaongoza. Alafu kuna O nyingine sasa ya pili. Ondoa uonevu. Ondoa mapendeleo. Na Z, zuia. Zuia mtafaruku kwa wale ambao unawaongoza. Na ai ya mwisho ili kuunganisha haya maneno yangu ya kiongozi, inua maisha ya wale unaowaongoza. Ai ya mwisho, inua maisha ya wale ambao unawaongoza. Hapo nadhani Julia, kama mwalimu wangu, nimeweza kuchambua katika uchache wangu wa elimu na kuweza kutoa hii sifa ya kiongozi kwa kila alphabet yenye iko pale, from the word K, kuna hiyo letter K up to the letter I hapo mwisho. So katika sifa hizi ambazo nimezitaja hapa, je, kiongozi wetu ambaye yupo katika madaraka yupo anakubali kushaurika? Kwa sababu ni jambo alilolikataa mwanzo. Akasema I don't need any ushauri from anybody. Na akatiliwa pale pindi nani pondo na deputy wake. Hawa watu hawataki ushauri kutoka kwingine. Na kama sifa ya kiongozi ni lazima ukubali kushauri na pia ukubali kushauriwa. Sio kama tuko pamoja Julia ama niko peke yangu. Then hiyo hii ya kujua hizi tabia kwa wale ambao unawaongoza itakurahisisha wewe kujua kwamba je, tabia ya hawa watu mimi nitawa control namna gani ili nisimame katika uhaki na niweze kudeliver kile ambacho wameniweka nacho pale juu ili niwaongoze katika hali ya usawa. So lazima uijue tabia. Alafu ionyesha kwa vitendo, si maneno. Haje hapa tunayashuhudia Julia, ni maneno ama ni vitendo? So nitarudi tu kwa mada yetu ya leo kuhusiana na masuala hilo tu, lilikuwa ni kama uchambuzi ili kuweza kutuleta pamoja kutokana na mtafara kujuko hapa mnampigia madongo mpaka akakimbia mitini. Sasa sijui amekuogopa wewe dada yangu Julia ama amekubali amekimbia ule kweli unamueleza. But for real, let's wait. Mimi ndo nitakuwa kwanza kwa update hapa. By the time watoto wakienda shule, je, school fees zitashuka, zitabaki pale zilipokuwa ama zitapanda? Tuko hapa kwa Mtembei, tutatoa maoni yetu juu mimi niko huku field. Masuala ya unga Julia, kama swali ulivyolizungumza, bado tuko pale pale, bado tunafinyiliwa, hatujakuwa na matumaini. So for real, kama hawa watu walichukua hiyo subsidy, hatujui pesa ilienda wapi. Na ni kama kiongozi, kama hii subsidy imechukuliwa, basi tuambie hii ya chakula ambayo ilikuwa inasemea chakula ilikuwa nyingi mno na ilikuwa hapa hewa, haikuwa na maana yoyote hapa. Hii ilikuwa inaumiza Mkenya. Kwa hiyo hii pesa yote hama milioni tumeyachukua tumeweka hapa, yanafanya mradi fulani. Hospitali zetu hazina madawa, tumepeleka kule. Hospitali zetu hazina madaktari, tumepeleka kule. Na hii ya mafuta nayo ilikuwa inatumiza, kwa sababu ilikuwa mzigo mkubwa mno unaobebeshwa mwananchi. Kwa hiyo tukaona tupunguze hii nayo tumepeleka upande huu. Lakini hawa watu hawatuambii hizi ni pesa wamechukua, wamegawana kwa mipango yao. Stili bado mtoa ushuru ambaye ni Chaka hapa mashinani amebebeshwa mzigo kwa mabega. Akiutoa kwa bega anaodegesha kichwani, akishachoka kichwani anaodegesha tena kwa bega. So mwili ni ule ule, mzigo uzito ni ule ule. So for real, hii nchi yetu tusiposimama kwa pamoja kama tunavyochambua hapa na kushikana yale ambao ni basi hawa ndugu zetu akina Duke hata sijui wako Kenya ipi na sisi tuko Kenya ipi. Hawa ndugu zangu akina Duke, kile tunakiona sisi si kama wenzetu wanakiona, ama bado wamejazwa tu matumaini, wakati hapa kwenye hii onyesha kwa vitendo yangu ambao nimejadili hapa sioni. So mimi sitakuwa mrefu, ninataka kurauka mahali na nimeomba hii nafasi tu niweze kuchangia, maana hapa ni nyumbani, hapa mimi bila hapa sijisikia amani. So for real ni kuwashukuru kwa hiyo nafasi, lakini hiyo ndo maana halisi ya kiongozi. Kwa kila leta ina maana yake. Ila hapa tunachokishuhudia sisi tunaongozwa na wadosi. Pesa ndio zinazozungumza. Pesa yangu utanifanyia chochote kile ninachokitaka. So tumekosa leadership, tumekosa kiongozi. Tumeajaliwa na kupata na mdosi. Pesa yangu itafanya chochote ili mradi tu niridhike. So Kenyans tuna lack kiongozi. Hatungepitia haya yote tunayashuhudia. Hatungeona hii gharama Yesu ndo gumu wote wa maisha huu tunauona usipokuwa na matumaini wala njia yake. Ni wingi wa ahadi na subirini mambo yatakuwa mazuri, hatujui mpaka lini. So Kenyans, let's come together na to focus kwa minajili yetu na vizazi vinavyokuja. Ni shukuru kwa hapo Julia kwa hayo machache ambayo nilikuwa nayo kwa leo.
Asante sana Bwana Chaka, umetupa maana ya kiongozi na nakubaliana na wewe, na hata Bwana Dani Dairas anasema hivi kwamba huyu rais wetu Ruto hana hizo sifa. Umetuelezea kwa kinagaubaga na tujaribu kumpiga darubini, mnasema darubini ama kumpiga nini, kumwangalia kwa darubini pale, na hatuoni hizo sifa zenye Bwana Chaka ametuelezea hapa. Asante Bwana Chaka, na naona nisiji kama uko ni asubuhi ama kunakaa wewe, umebarikiwa sana. Unaona sisi tunapenda kuweka ile virtual background, tunaleta saa zingine tunaleta ati tuko kwa ocean na ni virtual na iko ni real.
Nakusubiria Julia, uje dada yangu. Ahadi yako bado niko nayo hapa na nakutafutia. Ni wewe upige kipengo niambie sasa nikuje wapi Chaka. Basi wewe jipange. Ukisema umedunda Kenya, fika kwa ndugu yako Chaka.
Asante Chaka. Asante.
Nataka haya mandhari haya kukicha kama hivi vijikuku, vijindege nini vipo. Ukirudi huko najua yes na sehemu yangu ambayo hakika moyo wangu utakosheka, moyo wangu utasuzika, moyo wangu nashukuru na mahali kwa kujivunia. Njoo ndugu zako tupo, tutakukaribisha ndugu yangu vile. In fact mimi mwenyewe haswa wewe nitakuelekeza, nitakuonyesha mali hii, wewe utakuwa sasa mwana Mombasa.
Asante Chaka. Mimi ni kama nitazeekea huko pwani. Naona huko mtu unaona hapa Chaka penye niko watu wanahisi baridi. Kuna watu sasa hata kutoka nje ni shida, baridi mingi hapa. Na lazima tuache mtoto kwa nyumba. Sasa wewe unajiburudisha huko hata ujui maana ya neno baridi.
Huko hakuna sahi niko nje, nimetoka hapa mapema mpaka kumekucha.
Naona kumekucha. Asante sana Bwana Chaka kwa maoni
yako. Sawa ndugu zangu, itabidi niwahi mahali na rauka mahali kidogo, but nishukuru tu kwa huo muda na pia kwa kuweza kutoka mapema hapa. Nijaribu kwenda kugangamaa, unajua kumekucha sasa hivi. Na kukicha kama hivi kila mwana wazimu wake. Jioni, lakini sasa hivi kila mtu wazimu wake ushampanda. Yule anayekwenda huku, mwisho wa siku matokeo ni jioni. Kwa hiyo wacha tu nikimbie mahali kidogo, kuna mkutano nikimbie huko Kinango kidogo.
Asante bwana Chaka, siku njema, tuonane kesho yake.
Na nyinyi
Ama leo jioni, asante.
Msalimie ndugu yangu PK hapo, simuoni. Maana sijui kembea wapi, namuona amejificha hapo, lakini mwambie salamu zangu nyingi tu.
Sawa, nitamsalimia. Siku njema bwana Chaka. Bwana PK, unatakaje? Unataka kukaribisha wageni na waona wanaingia, ama unataka tufunge studio? Bwana PK uko karibu? Nitaka kukaribisha mzalendo na sijui tufunge studio bwana PK. Karibu mzalendo. Naona PK sijui ametembea wapi. Karibu mzalendo.
Asante sana, naona mnafunga. Happy New Year Julia, tujaonana mwaka huu.
Happy New Year. Wewe uko kwa barafu ama uko wapi?
Siku hizi bana, tumezoea baridi, so niko Kenya sai.
Okay, umetoroka barafu. Naona umetoroka barafu.
Nimetoroka kidogo.
Okay, karibu mzalendo.
So ile nataka kuchangia tu kidogo tu ile mambo mnasema hii ya school fees, subsidies kuondolewa. Mi naona saa zingine ni propaganda mnasema, kwa sababu waziri wa elimu alikataa hiyo maneno kabisa. School fees, hakuna subsidies yoyote iliondolewa na serikali. And wewe kama mwalimu, you should know that it requires a tax force kutoa hiyo subsidies ya ile serikali ya Uhuru ilileta. So hakuna school fees subsidies zimeondolewa, ingawaji bei imeongezeka kwa maybe 2,000 3,000 juu ya gharama ya maisha, but subsidies hazikuondolewa. And another thing on it matters of education, subsidies the university for universities, that is something that you have to look at holistically, because even private universities are getting subsidies. They are getting HELB loans. Now, ukiangalia the number of universities which are coming up in Kenya, universities for instance, ni mingi sana, na wanafunzi wale wanaingia pale ni wengi sana. I mean, this is not something that is sustainable. Yes, you can subsidize public universities, but you can't subsidize each and every students coming into our universities, because mtu ameona kuna loophole na pesa ya serikali inatoka mahali, anaanzisha shule yake, a private institution, and expecting government to fund each and every particular student to up to 70%. These things are not economically sustainable in the long run. They might be exciting to mwananchi, but they are not things that you can sustain. So saa zingine tuache tu kuongea juu tunaweza ongea juu ya mambo ingine. Mambo ingine ni kuangalia ulimwengu inaelekea pande gani, na hizi prices zimekuwa affected na nini. Ni bei ya mafuta Uarabuni ama ni nini? Kuna vitu vingine, maisha yetu hawezi kuwa ni kama tulikuwa kukunwa na COVID ama hakukuwa na shida yote hapo awali. Mambo ya fuel subsidies, yes, iliondolewa na mkaongea vizuri sana. Kulikuwa na makartels wanaiba hiyo pesa ama wanaipora, but kwa hakika serikali ilitoa subsidies kwa mafuta kwa wale wabwenyenye, wale wanatumia regular fuel na gasoline kwa magari yao. Hiyo ndio subsidies ilitolewa. Subsidies ya kerosene bado iko, na diesel ile unatumia kila wakati bado iko kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Ni hayo tu ndio niko nayo.
Asante mzalendo. Naona hiyo maneno ya subsidies ya masem, I'm seeing Alex saying that the fee is increasing from 20,000 to 69,000. Okay, there was a press release, mzalendo. I think we need someone to find us. Okay, I never like to pay attention to data press, but statements coming from TVs like NTV, KTN, then I take them very seriously because I think they also they are very careful before they release something. I think there were press releases from one of those stations saying that the school fees is going to be increased. There's a way in Zalendo that the government finances education. I mean, pays part of the cost of education. And if that is what they are withdrawing, then I think, and I also don't like Mashogu. He keeps on jumping from one side of the argument to another. I remember when he talked about the financing of the higher education for university students. And the likes of Babu Owino said that the next day they are marching to his office. What did he say? He withdrew the statement. So there's a problem there, Mzalendo. And then I understand that they are also interfering with HELB and they are merging it with something else, Steve something, in the name that people don't pay loans. Let me tell you something, Mzalendo, that's a lie. Anybody who is working in Kenya is paying HELB. Kenya, hata kama uandikwe wapi, as long as uko na HELB na uko na PIN, HELB wanakupatanga the next month, you start paying. Do you know, Mzalendo, even teachers working under the board of management in Kenyan schools start paying their HELB before they are employed by TSC? Because there is a way HELB gets hold of them. So maneno ya watu walipi HELB. Alafu kuna hii kitu, Mzalendo. In the recent past, there are lots of jobs you can't get in Kenya unless you have the HELB certificate. Even there are lots of travel documents you can't get, especially if the government of Kenya is involved. If the government has to do with your travel documents, hawezi pata mpaka ukuwe na HELB certificate, yani clearance certificate. Kwa hivyo, the issue of HELB, the issue of financing university education, secondary school education, it has to do with prudent management of resources. It is the government that has to put a stop to stop the thieves who are stealing that money. But withdrawing the support they have for our children is rendering illiteracy for Kenyans. So we are still asking ourselves that we want to see, nimesema hapa, after the next week, Mzalendo, I will be here. Ninaenda kufanya survey and I will come with fee performance. If you want me to post them here, I will post them here on Mtembei. I will come with fee performance. I want to prove those allegations, whether the school fees has been increased or not. Because Mashogu keeps, this government of Ruto, Mashogu keeps on jumping from one statement to another. Sasa akisikia ati akina Babu Owino amethreaten and I withdraw your statement. Anasema mimi kusema ati we are withdrawing support for university students. That is. So Mzalendo, let's agree on this. Leo ni Wednesday. Children are going back to school. So by next week, we'll have evidence whether really this government.
Yeah. We love evidence. I mean,
Yes.
when we talk on this show, we must have evidence, because I remember when my son was going to high school sometimes back. That was almost 4 years ago. We were being told that the school fees is 55,000 shillings for national schools. But ukifika pale, you find the fee has been increased to about 100 to 90,000. So as much as we will be talking here that the government is subsidizing education, the principals of these schools are also increasing fees. So huwezi jua ni nani anafanya makosa ipi, unanielewa? So there are no standard like fees. Lenana, where my son was, the fee would be this much. Ukirudi next year, it is not a constant. And you are being told when you attend some of these meetings that school fees ni mambo ya in-house. The increments that you are seeing here, this is in-house. And nobody should talk about it. So that is happening in public institutions of learning in Kenya, especially the secondary and high schools. Parents can no longer have a say in the amount they are going to pay. As much as you'll be pushing for them to pay low fees, wakifika shuleni, if it was 40,000, unapata principal ameongeza hiyo fee to 60,000. It is happening in Kenya. And that is not the government. That is a principal who has just decided, mimi nataka kuongoza hii mshahara, hii school fees ya hao wanafunzi. So sometimes it is just about you as an individual, and the government has got no way of cracking down on this principle. We've seen all these stories.
They can do that. Mzalendo, let me correct you. I think when Matiang was cabinet secretary, he put a bar, and for some time that bar worked, and because the principals were scared. You know something? These principals have taken advantage of the ignorance of Kenyan parents. Because Mzalendo, wacha nikwambie, Lana is a public school. Hakuna penye hiyo principal atakupeleka. Do you know they can't even send your child away? There is nowhere he can take you if you decide to defy what he's doing. And let me also shock you that nobody will stop teaching your child because you aired your complaint at Komkutano. Because usually the teachers, because I've taught many years in that country, usually the teachers care least about what the board decided and how much money was increased. Because usually the teachers are always like with this attitude, kwamba we are not benefiting directly. So bona mimi nikatae kufundisha mtoto wa mzalendo juu alisema hivi. So what happens, parents have been bullied, especially in the big schools. In the big schools, have been bullied to imagine nikicomplain ati mtoto wangu hatafundishwa. It's a lie. The teachers are usually very, very independent from the administration, and really, I think parents should not buy this. But I also want to disagree with you, Mzalendo. The bulk stops at the government. The bulk, there is so much evidence how much Mzalendo paid for school year 2022 in a certain school. So, and there is so much the government can monitor these schools to find out how much fee they collected in that school year. There is evidence in the banks because parents don't pay cash money. Most of them deposit money in KCB, and most schools have been ordered to have accounts in KCB. Now, a school that is not having, that's having another account in Cooperative Bank, that principal should be sued and interdicted. But the government knows that. Sasa akina Mashovu na akina huyu mwenye alitoka anaitwa nani, the former cabinet secretary for education, his name is whom? This huyu mtu wa Western. Makoha, yes. In fact, Makoha watered down Matiang's efforts, all Matiang's efforts. Because even towards the end of Makoha's reign, we are seeing exam cheating cropping in. And now with Mashovu, I think things are going to be very bad. So the bulk stops at the government. It is not rocket science to order Starehe Boys Center that the bars of the school fees is 60,000. Bona yenyu inafika 80,000. Can the principal account why? If you see that sheet of the school fee, it is normally iko a description, tuition, this, boarding, bra 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 bra. Sasa hii ingine mnalipa inapelekwa wapi? Can the principal account for that? Who asked you to ask money for a school bus? Who asked you to buy a school bus in the first place for the school? Okay? So the bulk stops at the government. It is not rocket science. These school principals have just taken advantage of the level of irresponsibility and non-accountability of the government. So the parents are the sufferers and they are being exploited. Alafu wazazi now, ati nyinyi mnaitangwa. Mimi nashangaa kina Mzalendo na all of us who have been parents. Ati mnaitwa pale kwa mkutano, ati mnaambiwa hii shule yetu tunataka watoto wa perform, tunataka kumotivate walimu. Unaona, do you know there are schools that take, I have no problem with this, there are schools that take their teachers to Dubai. I'm telling you, some teachers fly to South Africa with parents' money. Tunataka kumotivate walimu, tunataka sisi, hii shule yetu. Some schools have these school buses, Mzalendo, or 4. Are they doing business with school buses?
You know, this issue of school bus, in fact, that is something that, it is a scam. It is something that is happening in all the counties. And politicians have also taken advantage of it. Unaona politicians buying buses for schools that guarantee you your next seat. But ukiangalia ideally how many times these buses are used by the students. Yeah, how many times do they need this bus? They don't commute with these buses to back home. They are not picked by these buses to go to school. This is something that just stays in the school, and they could as well hire a bus in the long run, because they are all used for sports and other co-curricular activities, or maybe school trips. Those are the uses of these buses. Ideally, if the constitution was to be adhered to, most public schools would be having a transport company, a transport bus company under the county government of that particular school. So kila bus, the county buys buses for the schools, and they are stationed somewhere. It is managed by the county. Kama ni Nairobi County, it has got its own school buses that are zoned Western, hii ni Westlands, hii ni mashule za pande hii ya Dagoretti, hii ni mashule za pande hii ya Eastlands, and things like that. So it is easier. So the school buses would be standard, and it would be economical for parents. So there would be no cost addition to parents in buying a school bus, which your son or daughter will only use in his school year or a school year, ataitumia mara kama ni mingi mara 3 ama mara 5 na amalize shule. So it's not necessary. And when schools close down, the buses also generate revenue. This revenue goes to the principal's pocket. And issues of school fees, umesema vizuri sana, the accounts are in KCB or cooperative bank. Unfortunately, now you can pay school fees via M-Pesa. Unfortunately, you can have multiple accounts in KCB under different names. Unfortunately, we are in the same country, but this is happening.
That's sad, Muzalendo. Those are the things that I was saying that the government needs to crack on. And me and you, we know. See, we just mere common men, public. We're in the public, and you know these things. And if you utter size, whatever I'm saying here, nobody can take me to court. I can prove them. I can tell them, Georgia, let's just pick one school or 2 schools only, and I can prove all the things I'm saying. So the government can crack the whip if they want, but because I don't think they are committed to that, I don't think they're going to do that soon. So poor Mananchi will continue suffering. I see Alex came back. Alex, something is burning.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, finally, you see, Mzalendo is coming, his state of mind is getting better. You know, Mzalendo started by saying that tuko na propaganda. Remember, that's how he started. Those issues are propaganda. Now, when he came to his son, he was so cordial, and he was pristine and articulated it very well. He seems to be a good father because he protects what he talks about his son very well. But he castigated us that what we are talking about, the education sector, is propaganda. But now finally he's agreeing that even after the circular of school fees was given to headmasters, they still went ahead after Mahoha came into the helm of the education sector, and they arbitrarily increased the school fees. So, and that is what we were talking before. So for him to have come here and say it was propaganda, I think maybe now salvation has come to him. Mzalendo, this is not propaganda. The issue of
Let me just correct you.
Let me finish.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, Alex, what I wanted to, what I said, and maybe you are misquoting me. is I said there are no subsidies that have been removed in the education sector. Get that right. Hakuna pesa ile imetolewa that was subsidizing what Uhuru had done. Ruto's government has not removed any
So,
subsidies in the education sector. That
let me
is
ask you.
propaganda.
So let me ask you, Mzalendo. The circular for school fees was printed in the main media, and we saw it. It's not propaganda. The secondary schools that are not national, because you are lucky, or not lucky, you are blessed enough for your son to have gone to Lenana, which is a good thing. And that is not the talk. The talk is about the general Mwananchi who go to county schools. These county schools and other schools that generally millions of our children go to, the average school fees was about 20,000. The government gave a circular that they are going to be almost 69,000. Now, what does that tell you? Doesn't it tell you that they took the subsidies away? They are not saying the truth. They are only saying that they have increased the school fees. How do you increase the school fees if the subsidies are already in place? Julia, how do you increase the school fees if the subsidies are in place? Is that even possible?
We had a chat with I think you were probably asleep, Alex. We said that even with the subsidies being put in place, the principals still go behind the government's back and increase school fees. All right. So
But this one is not about the principle. This one was printed in the news media, Mr. Mzalendo. Let's talk about.
You see, there is a standard fee. There is a standard fee that was printed by, and it's a circular from. If it is I didn't see it, but if it's a circular from the Ministry of Education, it should show you that the fee for this particular year or per term is about 53,000, and it has increased by probably 3,000 or 5,000. That is how that circular should be. If you are paying 30,000 for a district school, then your fee this time would be 35,000. That is how that circular should be. If you are paying, I don't know anywhere where people pay 10,000 in Kenya in terms of fees, whether it's a district school or a day school. There is nothing. There's no fee such amount of money. But the increment that I'm talking about, the 5,000, the 8,000 increase that has been put there, is because of factors that you and I know, COVID, the inflation, and all that.
Mzalendo, may I play something so that we get clarification of this? I found a clip from KTN. Let's see what they are saying about the subsidy issue. Let me play this.
As schools close this week for a 2-month third-term holiday, parents must get ready to dig deeper into their pockets to fund their children's education when academic calendar normalizes in January. Under the constricted school calendar, which saw learning reduced from 39 to 30 weeks, the government subsidized school fees in all public secondary schools. From July last year, parents with children in national and extra county schools located in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, Nyeri, Thika, and Eldoret had been paying 45,000 shillings per year against the normal and approved 53,554 shillings, which allowed parents to save at least 8,000 shillings per year. Meanwhile, school fees in all public boarding secondary schools and extra county schools in other parts of the country outside the big towns of Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, Nyeri, Thika, and Eldoret had been paying 35,000 shillings, down from 40,535, allowing them to save at least 5,000 shillings per year. However, with the academic calendar reverting to 39 weeks up from 30, parents must get ready to spend more on the education of their children. In a circular dated November 15th, 2022, Education Principal Secretary Dr. Julius Juan has directed all county directors of education to ensure that since the academic calendar will revert to 39 weeks from 30 weeks for the academic year commencing on January 2023, parents with children in national and extra county schools located in the major towns of Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, Nyeri, Thika and Eldoret will now pay 53,554 shillings, up from the current 45,000 shillings. While those in boarding schools and extra county schools in other parts of the country, outside the big towns of Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, Nyeri, Thika and Eldoret, will revert to paying 40,000 shillings, up from the current 35,000 shillings. On the other hand, parents with children in special needs secondary schools, which cater for students with various forms of impairment, will revert to the previous fee of 12,790, up from the current 10,860 shillings per year. In strict adherence to the government's policy on free day secondary education, the government will provide 22,244 shillings for every learner in all public secondary schools. Meanwhile, ahead of junior secondary transition next year, private schools have signed a memorandum of understanding with the National Bank of Kenya.
Thanks for playing that clip. There is, it's only nimeingia kwa bed, Julia. There is a circular that was sent to the newsprint. And that is the one that people have been using of 69. And it was written by Machogu, not the Principal Secretary of Education. Now, it seems to be there is a contradiction of that nature, that they are both speaking from different angles. And if it's true that we are going to follow what the Principal Secretary is saying, then that will be a little bit better. But if we are going to go to these roadside declarations of Machogu, and remember, Machogu had to get a lot of heat and to rebut, to how do you call it, to cancel his statement that he had said earlier, to apologize of what he had said earlier, because he had given two contradicting statements and he had to apologize to Kenyans. So there was something circular that was written, and I read it several times in both the Nation and Standard, whereby they say the school fees is going to go standard of 69. The 22,000 that they subsidize on the one that you had on every student was going to be taken away. So probably it's the pressure that they have realized that it might cost them a lot. That's why they have reverted it. I am not sure when that video was made, Julia. I have not seen that video, but the earlier statement for Machogu was very clear. No subsidies for any student. We were going to go back whereby you pay your whole school fees. And actually, what was shocking was special schools. The special schools, they were not going to be the 10,000, 12,000 that they are saying. I remember people complaining and say, even special schools, you are taking away the subsidies. I remember us having that discussion because the special schools were going to be about 50-something thousand too. But if that is the case of what the Principal Secretary has said, then I agree with Mzalendo that the increase is about 3,000 to 5,000, which is at least affordable. But at the same time, it's a little bit more for the current cost of living. So thanks for Julia for that clip, because it gives us hope, especially parents, because we were kind of worried where are we headed to.
So,
Okay, Alex.
and now, Alex, now you see that the maximum should be 53,000. but Mzalendo is telling us about 90,000.
No. Don't say that. I didn't say that. You played the actual thing that I was saying, and I wanted you to play a clip where the government is saying that they have removed subsidies for education. So, Alex, you need to apologize, and thank you for acknowledging that the subsidies
No,
have not been removed.
Mashogu said that openly, and he cut the heat. Remember that.
You see, Julia has played for you the latest news by KTN.
Yeah, but you also have to acknowledge that Mashogu said it, and it brought a lot of it. You have to acknowledge that Mashogu had a roadside declaration.
Yeah, those roadside proclamations are not, they don't hold waters. Matters of education, they have to go through a task force, even increasing any kind of school fees or changing the curriculum. It's a big thing. It's not somebody just waking up and declaring a fee that itakuwa hivi. Parents and stakeholders must be involved. Those are things that you can't just change. So when you say that the subsidies in education, we've been running with that for a whole month, had been removed. It was all lies. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it wasn't lies. You have to acknowledge that the Minister for Education,
you've just seen a clip whereby the government is saying every particular student will get 22,000 shilling. I didn't see the KTN reporter saying that the 22,000 shillings the students were getting will no longer be there. And you have to acknowledge that the number of weeks the learners are going to spend in school is 39 weeks, up from the 30 weeks they were spending. That is where the increment is coming. I mean, this is just facts.
Okay, I'm seeing that Alex Mashogu came up. I'm seeing another thing from Citizen. He was explaining that after people went up in arms about his earlier statements, I'll get his earlier statements about school fees. So what we are seeing, Zalendo, is a man, like you are saying, Zalendo, you are right, that we cannot just have people come up and say we are going to pay this new school fees from nowhere without those legal discussions and all that. But that is what Mashogu has been saying. He's the same one who talked about funding of university education. You remember that, Mzalendo, when this government took power, they talked about reducing university funding for university education. And Babu said they were going to work to march to his office. What did he say the next day? He came up and then withdrew his statement. So we are seeing a government and of people who really, I think they have a problem with how to run a government, or what the definition of a government is. And I think they are trying to run it the way they run their houses. Remember the story of Kuria talking about GMO. Kuria is CS trade, and we know the CS agriculture. So these people just talk left and right. But Alex, I don't blame them. I think they speak the mind of their boss. I mean, I think maybe they meet in the bus or somewhere and start chatting like, hata hii masomo tutapunguza hii pesa ya masomo. Hata hii pesa ya I can imagine how their boss speaks. Hata hii pesa ya university tutapunguza. Hata hii pesa tunamwaga kwa secondary tutapunguza. Then the next day, Mashovu calls a press conference and he speaks about it. And when you see the reaction of the people, he comes back and he said, I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. He reversed what the government was doing. This, what we have seen from KTN, is what has been happening with Uhuru government, and that is what should happen. So should we see anything different? So like I'm saying, next week I'll be very quick to bring fee structures here. I will have a day school structure, I will have an extra county structure, and I will have a national school structure, fee structure. I will be very quick to do that, so that now we can discuss and say, didn't we hear from KTN that the fee should not go beyond 53,000? That is what I want to say about this education thing. So I think PK umeenda wapi? I can see Duke is here. Duke, karibu.
You see, sometimes whenever there are politicians or a political process, there must be political statements. So actually, most people make political statements intentionally, maybe to achieve specific issues. Maybe you knew that eliminating that subsidy, which was there, which was meant to cushion the effects of COVID, people may react negatively in a way. So maybe he was trying to say that we are going to remove everything, so that when he comes with that removal of that subsidy, then people may not react much. So sometimes in governing a country, politics and political statements are part and parcel of the process. But still, what I can say is this. Well, it's very difficult. I say that the government of Kenya is not managing schools, public schools and universities well. Those institutions have excess power. So you find that some schools are coming up with their own fee structure. Even if the government maybe says the maximum is 53,000, then you find the principal calls a few parents, board members, and they say maybe we want to give 10,000 for remedial ABCD. So you find that the end school fees is almost 100,000 plus. So that's what I want. The government must be strong in terms of controlling the educational the institutions of running. So more especially the universities are actually doing business. They are not actually offering quality education at all. Their main focus is about getting as much student as possible. They don't care about the quality of education. They don't care about the infrastructure they have. They just want to admit and they get more money. And then they invest all the funds. If you go to some universities like KU, you can find that hall has a capacity of 10, maybe 50 students, but the timetable is for 200 students. So you find the director somewhere, and some students are hanging around the windows because the space is not enough. Even if all people stand, you cannot enough. So all those factors have to be considered, and there must be a strong enforcement. I feel that the government should be able to print a fee statement, not schools. You know, the schools are the one who are printing the school statement. So I think if the government said that we are the one to print the fee statement, and what we have printed is what the students are going to pay, and then it limits the principals and the boards of coming and actually maybe coming and with an agreement. And sometimes you find it's very difficult for all parents to be represented, especially in rural areas, or poor parents who cannot actually raise their perspective. You find that a few maybe who are well off, or the board members who also benefit from that excess payment corrude, so that you find at the end students are paying excess amount of money. That's what I can say on that.
Yes, Duke, I agree with you. The bulk stops at the government and they should do something about it. I want to play this. I wanted to tell Mzalendo, and this is how Mashewe is behaving. Earlier, this is what he said. Let me play this.
And reports from Sham al-Sheikh as it happened. Please stay with all our platforms for that. Now, students and lecturers from various universities across the country are now demanding that Education CS Ezekiel Mashogu retracts his remarks on university funding, which have caused an uproar across the country. Speaking on Saturday at the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, Mashogu said that the government will no longer fund public universities. Thus, they should be able to fund themselves to generate their own sourced revenue in order to stay afloat, rather than relying on the government. On the other hand, the university's academic staff union, WASU, has said that in the event that the CS does not retract his remarks, this will now give public universities a leeway to charge university fees at the market rate, a move that will affect many students who are unable to cater for university education. NTV's Helena Ura with that report.
A number of our universities are faced with problems, particularly finance. You get them complaining about underfunding, and we are encouraging that they must generate their own revenue, because the exchequer, as it is now, is not going to be able to continue funding more.
The ripple effect stemming from the above remarks made by the Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu at the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology on Saturday. With the university's academic staff union, UASU, as well as student leaders from various universities in the country weighing in on the matter.
We are going to address this issue in every avenue possible. We'll go to court because it is an issue, it's a constitutional issue. We will go to the streets. If they want us to go that way, then we will go.
That the government is not going to fund universities has this implication. It means now he has given universities free will to charge fees at market rate. That is the implication.
UASU has also called out the government for continuous allocation of funds to private institutions to support government-sponsored students. This despite the
So once again, Mashogu is at it. So Mzalendo, this what you are saying was not propaganda, because I'm sure Mashogu said something to that effect. I searched for that clip about reducing the subsidies on secondary school education. Now he talked about the university education, and now he retracted that later on. You see, so the problem is not the funding. The challenge is the prudent management of resources. Now, question number one: why do we even fund private universities in the first place? You see, I think it's Duke who analyzed here the other day, and I want to agree with him that we have corruption scandals in the education sector, such that government-sponsored students are placed in private universities so that those private universities can get funding. Now, if we don't have enough number of students to go to all universities in Kenya, then let us take all our children to public universities. Now, if you start a private university in Kenya, fund it yourself, charge your own fee. Don't even call our children to go there. Let those who can afford to bring their children to your college, bring them. Otherwise, let us have all government-sponsored students go to public universities, period. You know, where that happened earlier, I think before Matiang'i controlled cheating, it happened earlier because we had too many students who qualified with a C+, and therefore there was an influx, and maybe the government thought to make sure that everybody goes to the university, let us incorporate the private universities. However, after Matiang'i decided to stop cheating, what happened? The number of students qualified with a C+ decreased. So what are the private universities doing? They are buying their way and bribing the Joint Universities Placement Board to place students in their colleges, and they get funding into their colleges. That should stop. And kids should just go to public universities. So if you want to take your child to a private university, pay that higher fee. So I want to say again, the bulk stops at the government. It is not rocket science to stop this. If I were Mashovu, I'll just take that thing to parliament if need be. I'll take it to the cabinet and to parliament if need be. And this year in January, next year, September, next admission, no public sponsored, no government sponsored students should go to a private university. So when we start there, then we can go look at now, are the resources that we are investing in our public universities being managed prudently? We can now pin down the administrators of our public universities. We give you this fund. What happened to this fund? We can go to that level. But with withdrawing the funding, it means our children will no longer go to the universities. So I still say the bulk stops at the Minister for Education and with the President himself. Asante Bwana PK, karibu. Tumekaribisha Bwana PK, naona umerudi.
Asante sana. Naona Bwana Mzalendo amejaajaa huko.
Bwana wewe ulipotea wapi bwana?
Niko tu. Nyinyi ndio mlipotea na Mato, sijui muli.
No, something, you take a break because you talk the same thing all the time. Unless you're bringing some new propaganda is when we come in to challenge what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
fortunately, I don't deal with propaganda. I deal with the reality.
yeah.
That's the good thing about my life. So when I don't have anything real to talk, I don't talk. I don't appear. Kama sasa ninasema I may not belong in this TV show because when the reality is not being faced. Mimi nilimaliza maneno ya debate shule zamani miaka mingi. Oh, sijui nini, mother is better than father.
A girl is better than a boy.
A girl is better than a boy. Hiyo utoto, hiyo mimi nilipita. Oh, Ruto should be doing this because for me Ruto is not my president and na hakuna mtu anaweza nitoa hapo.
Wewe unajua Biden ndio president wako, so
no, not even that. He's not my president at all.
Wacha kudanganya wale Wakenya wale wako nyumbani.
Mimi niko nyumbani, mimi Mkenya halisi. Nikisema mimi si mrecognize, sikatazi wewe na yule mwingine kumrecognize, and that's how we are supposed to look at it. Wale wanaamini ni yeye ni sawa. Mimi siamini because I don't think he's legitimate and all that. So na hiyo ndio nasema I cannot debate. Ni kama sasa mtu aniambie kudebate maneno ya religion. Kuna Yesu, kuna Mungu. Mwingine anaamini hakuna. You cannot hold a debate. Islam is better than Christianity. You cannot discuss that. Hiyo unaachanga mtu aende laini yake na huyu mwingine laini yake. Then if you want to do other things, sorry, there was an internet whatever. So those are things what you wanna engage in, which sometimes goes into the sum total becomes a waste of time. Like now what we are talking about is if Kenyans feel they are happy with what is happening, you leave them to be happy. Whoever is not happy, you keep quiet. Unaona? Kama watu wanafurahia kuambiwa GMO president amekuwa kila GMO na ana matiti na ana matiti, sasa mimi nashindwa tutaona matiti ama ni bibi yake. Unaona? So if you have a president talking like that, sasa unataka Stone PK at support kitu kama hiyo, na mimi ni mzee, mimi niko karibu kuingia elder bracket, and you know when you enter that bracket you are supposed to tell people, give wisdom, ambia watu ukweli, but Kenya imeperish. Mambo ya ukweli ulikwisha, wazee wamekuwa watoto, utu umekwisha, there is no humanity. Maskini akiwa maskini akija kukuomba unamtukana, unamuuliza mimi kwani wewe ni maskini kwenyu wakikuwa naulizanga utuketio ati unarisembo nani kwenyu maskini, you never worked hard. We adore thieves, we adore mali ya ya uongo, we adore lies. In Kenya today hakuna kitu inaitwa lies. Hakuna uongo, hakuna mwizi, hakuna sheria. Yani
so leo unaongea kama mzalendo kweli.
No, that's the way, that's where I've been standing, my friend. The reason why I talk the way I talk is because I see everything has changed. You know that it doesn't matter how you get your money. That has been confirmed. Before tulikuwa tuna condemn, yeah, but now it has been imewekwa imepigwa inaitwa rubber stamp, sealed. You cannot accuse Stone PK of stealing or embezzling funds, public funds. Wezi, hakuna koti ya kupeleka hao watu. Why? Because everybody who has those kind of cases tumeambiwa ni political. So now we are waiting for cases of theft and corruption that will not be political. We are still waiting for that page. Tufunguliwe tuone ni page gani. So for me, lastly, is just to tell Kenyans is I keep on saying you have two choices: accept the situation as it is, deal with the consequences, or resist, stop paying taxes if you feel taxes are not being used the way they are being used. You know, there are all those options and they are there. Wakenya wasidanganywe, oh, we are praying for peace. Hiyo kwanza ni nonsense. What peace are you praying for when you are languishing in poverty? Unasema uko kwa peace. Yeah. So again, I know in Mtembei hapa ni maelite ndio wanaongea, wale watu wanakula 5 meals in a day, unaona. So tunadanganya tu, wale watu wamevaa kiatu kinawauma. Sisi hapa tukiongea vizungu zetu mingi, mapolicy mingi, tukieleza vile tunaelewa economics, vile tunaelewa politics, vile it doesn't help Kenyans. Wakenya ni wachukue rungu, panga, spade, whatever, wakimbie, wafukuze ule wanafikiria anawamumiza. Wasingojee sisi hakuna kitu tutawasaidia. Sisi tunaingia maprado zetu hapo, then we watch from afar. But Kenyans, you are on your own. You don't have MPs that can talk for you. Forget it. MPs waliisha kutoka 1997. Parliament died. Kwisha. Hakuna parliament, hakuna mtu anaweza simama pale akiongea juu ya mwananchi. It's all garbage. They go there kazi, kupata pesa, kukula hiyo mshahara. Okay? In fact, today I was Googling yesterday. I realized it's in Kenya where we have some of the most mediocre systems. Mediocre systems. There's a question that was asked, why do we pay our MPs that kind of salary? Who can justify for me? Bwana Mzalendo. Why do you pay that MP that kind of money? This is nonsense. Kenyans were conned. Kenyans were cheated. They were lied to. I mean, why would you be the highest paying in the world even? And you produce zero. You have nothing.
Stone, that is why this guy is killed. Unaona anaua ndiye apate ile kiti.
Exactly.
That is why you find that doctors who are supposed to be in hospitals are running for political seats because it is the highest paying job. In fact, it's a career nowadays. Politics is a career. You pick it up, you don't leave it. Our best lawyers, they are politicians, and they stopped practicing law a long time ago. Teachers are going into politics. It's the most lucrative job. Engineers are going into procurement because they can steal. Yeah, unaona umeambiwa you've been admitted at the University of Nairobi to do medicine, then you change into a procurement course. That unaona engineer anaenda anafanya degree yake ya pili. Ukishamaliza engineering sasa unafanya tena procurement ama unafanya procurement ndio unaenda uendelee tena na engineering. I mean, that is how rotten our society is, but there is light in the tunnel. We might see a difference in the coming years because the political systems are changing each and every time. Yeah, Ruto is a new entrant in the political seat in the presidency, but he has been in the system long enough to understand how it can be manipulated and how it can run. But there are new players in the political scene who are going to make a difference. So don't give up on your country. Stand up, run for these political seats. Ukikuwe pia MP uende pale parliament, you change laws that will benefit the locals. So that is the only way. You know, Stony PK, if you have lived overseas, there is a cautious that you have that is different from somebody down back at home. Ukiona unaenda kuiba, unajua hey, hapana, hii ni mali ya umma, hii sifai kuguza, hii sifai kuiba. You know, I must do some services for my people. But when we adore thieves, when we embrace them in our society, it is dangerous. We come to this show each and every day knowing that our political parties earned over 2.16 billion in the last financial year from the government. The same government, me and you are funding these political parties. Yet, you cannot account for your political party's finances. wametumia aje pesa ile walipatiwa na serikali? Yeah, how did the political party that I support use their funds? How did they get their funding in the last campaigns? Waliiba pesa ngapi ya mwananchi? Hizi ndio vitu zingine. Before you want to get government, you must show that you are also accountable for the little resources that you get each and every day. Not so many people know that if you form a political party and you get so many votes, hata ukue number last ama ukue number ngapi, you will still get funding from the government. Not so many people know that. Not so many people know that UDA, Jubilee, and ODM are getting funding directly from the government. And this money is not audited by anybody. Not even the civil service society can ask questions about this money. Yeah. So when we are talking about we want to improve governance in and we want to correct Ruto's government, also try and show us some accountability on your part, not having a double speak. Just a few years back, but Raila Odinga was talking that GMO is very good for the country. A few years back, that clip was played here, and we somehow we have forgotten that he said that. That should be played, and you will realize that these politicians are there for their own personal interests. Yeah.
All right, good. Kenya, Kelo, you have something you want to say, or Duke, any of those, as we move on? Maybe Kenya, maybe Duke, maybe Alex.
Yes, I wanted
to add on what Mzalenda said. On top of the political funding, each member of parliament is forced to give some money every month to that political party. So when you add up the money, it's a lot of money, especially Jubilee last time. It had many members of parliament. But as you said, you cannot account for any amount of the amount of money our political parties use in their various activities. I saw this time Wiper was lucky enough to receive some millions. Hopefully it will be the first party to show us what it has done with this money. But ODM and other parties, ODM has been getting a lot of money over the years. I don't know how it spends its money for sure. That is a good question that you have brought forth. Before we are able to criticize the government, we also need to go back and ask about the monies that the members of parliament give, and also the monies that also the government gives. How because I've never seen mass recruitment. You see, Mr. Stone Picker, we were talking about South Africa earlier. In the last 3 months, EFF was able to do mass recruitment with its own money that it had been given. And they went to Limpopo, they went KwaZulu Natal, they went everywhere, and they were able to register 1 million people. I hear that, I read it in the newspaper that UDA wants to do mass recruitment next month or next week, something of the sort. I read that in the newspaper. I want to see if it will be the first party to use its money effectively. But I'm not sure where have you ever seen ODM do mass recruitment with its money, Mr. Stone PK?
I don't understand what mass recruitment would mean, because I thought all these parties were recruiting people pre-election, or what were they doing, and what is it they would do differently?
Alex, this is a very good question. Maybe Tony PK, you can let me answer Alex. Alex, what ODM did last time, and I'm telling you, this is just pure theft. They had a number that you send unatuma ID yako, then I think you pay 5 shillings for that. But it is your money. They are not spending a single dime on that particular. It is your money. Unatuma kwa hiyo pesa inaendea kwa chama. That is the only way. They don't open offices countrywide. They get the 2 billion each and every year. They don't advertise. Their workers who work in those particular offices are poorly paid. Their assets are not accountable. They have not bought any building to Seme. I think maybe Orange House recently, kama walinunua, I didn't see any figures or the amount of money they are paying in rent in that particular place. Same to UDS, same to Jubilee. But Jubilee, I think they bought the house in Ngara and they said, hey, tumenunua and we have acquired this. Now, this is where the problem is. With the at the exit of these political big figures, Kalonzo, Raila, and all that, we have a party that probably the assets are in somebody's name. Unapata hiyo pesa yote iko kwa akaunti ya mtu, hiyo pesa yote iko kwa akaunti ya mtu, and yet you want to form government. Accountability starts from within you.
No, Stone Picker, what I meant mass recruitment is we don't wait until when election is coming. That is when we are looking for electorate. What I see developed countries do, like especially in this country, you will find them recruiting, for you to become a life member of a party, so that they are guaranteed of certain votes when it comes to voting. They say we have lifetime members of this party, and the problem is that the fee they charge for you to be a life member of a certain party is unwarranted. If you want to become a life member of a party, why should you pay 20,000? For me, that's ridiculous. I think to become a life member of a party, it's a goodwill. It is a choice you have made because of the philosophy and the ideology of a party. And I think because once you become a life member of a party, you are, in retrospect, you are forced to vote for that party in a 6-piece. You have no option. That is what mass recruitment means. You see, Malema was doing it. He goes to universities, he gives speeches. He goes to villages, he gives speeches. He goes to every corner of the society that they believe that they are able to get people in masses. So I've never seen any party in Kenya do that, though they receive that money. It's not long ago that we started receiving that money, but it's time for us to start going to universities, having conversations with them, go to other institutions, having good conversations like tertiary colleges, like TTCs, like MTC, because that is how you build your political capacity. Because if I was a politician right now, I will start dealing and giving bursaries and also engaging students who are in Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, because I'm 100% sure by the time the election is coming, there will be voters. That's what I call mass recruitment. You coerce, you go after the electorate before the election. The kind of campaigns, Stone, we have them because they've become so expensive. Stone Picker, let me tell you, you may have the capacity, we may love you, you may have all the qualities as a leader, and I know you are a leader. The problem comes that when election comes, now those who have money are able to manipulate those who don't have money, because we were not able to engage in that conversation earlier. So we engage with them too late, and what do? We start bribing them. So I think we must be intentional in our politics, whereby we allow activists and people of goodwill, and that's why I like Bunge la Mwananchi, as you have said, and it's Stone Picker who told us, people like Simbarati and other leadership, came out of Bunge la Mwananchi. And that is how the engagement is. Beyond Bunge la Mwananchi, we need to go to universities, we need to go to tertiary colleges, we need to go other institutions so that we can start engaging with them, so that it can't be that people with money only are the ones who can now become members of parliament. We need to see more people who have the capacity, develop their prowess and their rhetoric and their speaking capacity and giving people hope through engagement in such kind of sphere. In this country, they have halls whereby people engage in such kind of conversation. The problem with our country is that we only hold a political conversation in funerals, and that's not enough. And it is wrong to have political conversations in funerals. And yet we have been given so much money, I think, that we can organize such kind of conversations in different areas, even if we were to hire halls. I want to see that money used effectively, and also I can be able to prove that that money is being used, not to be given just a mere statement that it was done, this was done, this was done, this was done. At least let it be feasible to us that this money is doing something. That is what I'm all saying.
Alex, for the first time we agree. That is something that should be done in Kenya. And I don't know when, but we have started the conversation. This is the high time that our politicians are accountable for the money that they receive. This is your money, you should ask questions about it. So kudanganya some ignorant people that hakuna pesa mnapata, yet the big political parties, UDA, Jubilee, and ODM, are getting over $1 billion shillings each and every financial year to finance their activities. Which activities are these that they are financing that we don't see each and every year? So by the end of the year, if you are an Azimio supporters, you should tell us the kind of activities that was financed by the party. Yeah, so that we hold our leaders accountable. I think that's a step towards the right direction. So sio uongo, ninasema this is something this should happen.
Yeah, Unyula is saying that parties have various ways of conducting recruitments of members. There is no set way of strategy to speak of. In any event, ODM took a leading role to make sure party membership is formalized. Well, that's a good thing to know. And that's why we are here to inform each other. But however, I mean, that should be known, that should be made known on how recruitment is done too, so that there are many people are willing to be members of those parties, come rain, come sunshine. They have subscribed to their political tenant. So, and I think not so many people, Mr. Onyulo, know that. So what we want to see is an improvement in communication towards that. If that's their strategy of doing recruitment underground, well and good. But I still insist that the monies that our parties are being given is huge money of money. It's a huge sum of money that accountability should be there. That's all I'm insisting. Jubilee last time got a huge amount of money. Plus that, they had many, many members of parliament, okay, including senators. So if you put, because they were being forced at one time to pay 10,000, later on it was put to 20,000. When you put like 200 people in that, that's a lot of money in a month. So at least they should come up in a way to show us that how that money is being used. That is my opinion. You know, that's a personal opinion. It doesn't have to be a national opinion.
Thank you, Bana. Thank you, Alex and Mzalendo, and those who are contributing about party politics. You know, we are really missing the boat. We are starting to climb a tree from juu kutoka kwa branches. when most of the things are not in order. Kama serikali yenyewe, it's not in order in terms of accountability. How will parties be accountable? And you guys are talking as if you don't know parties in Kenya are individuals kiosks. I mean, really, nyinyi wa Kenya saa ingine mnanishangaza. Even those who are elite, you debate, you want to discuss about party as if parties are very, very national entities. No, there's no national party. Parties are individual kiosks. Mzalendo unafungua yako leo unaita Stone PK Mzalendo Party. Hiyo ni yetu mimi na wewe bro. Tunakatisha pesa, hiyo ni yetu ya kukula.
Ina sound vizuri. Hebu tena sema inaitwaje? Mzalendo Stone PK Party.
Yes.
And Alex
ukiweka Alex inaharibika.
Inaharibika. Sasa hiyo ni kiosk. And you see, when some of us are really so bitter about what is going on in the country, it's because we are not setting systems. We are not setting precedents. You see, as much as we pretend, oh, mimi na support UDA, mimi na support Azimio, I mean, and they are enjoying us. They are seeing we are playing into the foolish game. Ruto anajua Wakenya ni wajinga. That's a fact. He knows we are fools. He knows we are fools. We cannot do nothing. Hata tuende wapi. In fact, ndio unasikia akisema, ukisikia yeye anajaribu kujifundisha Sheng na ni mtu wa Shago Sugoi. Ati anaongea juu ya ufala, watu wanaona ufala. Hii amesoma juzi. Jaribu kunini. He knows nothing about ufala. Anajua tu wa Kenya ni wajinga. And he has fooled Kenyans since Moi's time. That's the bitter truth. And that's the most painful thing. And he's doing what he's doing, whether it's right or it's wrong, with maximum authority. And he doesn't care. Actually, Ruto does not care what you guys talk about. He doesn't care what you think. Because he thinks, yeye amepata ile kitu alikuwa anataka, mutadu. That is very, very, very bad. So whether we talk about parties, ziwe hivi na hivi, he has no business about it. Hana interest. Ruto tu ni mahali dola zake, Kenya shilling zake zinaingia. That's it. And that's the worst now that we have happened. Hiyo ndio, those who know how to play draft, the ultimate goal huwa ni kufika king. Then unaangaisha watu na hiyo king ikianza kurudi nyuma. Ruto alifika king, alitrika, akaifika pale, akawekelewa hiyo Kikuyu wanaita ndhombe. Sasa mutatii. Kidole amewaingiza kwa mapua, anawasukuma na rivers. Mkenya utapiga nduru mpaka utanini. There's nothing. Oh, party sijui ifanye, party hakuna. The party people are earning personally. The party owners of the parties, they have money. Those billions. How many seats to gawa that money? Ati oh, sijui party yetu imepata hii. Hakuna. It is 2 or 3 people who decide where that money is going and all that. We can cry from here to heaven for us to have accountability ya hizo party money. Unaulizwa siuanze Kenya, tunaongeanga hivi. Stone PK unauliza juu ya ODM, siuanze yako.
Anza party yako. That's
Imagine, Mzalendo, that is what unaambiwa. Ukileta nyonyo unaambiwa enda ukaanze chama chako.
Chama yako pia ufikishe watu kama hiyo.
Kama hiyo. I mean, that's how we solve problems in Kenya. Oh, Stone PK aliniibia, si hata wewe ungeiba. Oh, Stone PK juzi alionekana amepark gari hapa, si hata wewe utafuta yako upark. Oh, Stone PK ana misuse gari ya GK, si hata wewe uingie serikali upewe gari ya GK. That's how Kenya, and sorry to say this, that kind of precedence, this country is gonna bust, and to fix it, it will be impossible. In fact, hii country ika disintegrate kidogo hivi, kuifix, it will be worse than Somalia. Kenyans are worse than Somalis. As much as we are so many, Kenyans cannot even sit and reason together. Those of us who have been associated with, kila mahali tunaendanga, inakuanga ni vita, disagreements and all this. So I laugh here when people say, oh, you know, this country has to... When has Kenya been won? Mzalendo, wewe umekula chumvi kidogo. Lini, wapi Kenya ilikuwa moja? When? Those are theories.
Sasa vile wabunge wanaongeza mshahara yao,
Exactly.
They are together.
They are together. The 250 something people inafanyangwa within 30 minutes.
Within 30 minutes, their salaries are, and right now, they are fighting for CDF. They are very much together. They will.
No, the first bunch has been disbanded. Has been given, my friend. Unfortunately, even they defied the court order.
Huh?
Yes.
The first bunch of the CDF has been given.
Jesus of Nazareth. Sasa unaniambia,
It has. I have friends who are members of parliament, and now you can see them. Like if you look at the Kisi politics, now you can see like Japhet Nyakundi today. He was all over North Kitutu. He was in Sensi. He was in Marani. He was. Why is he paletting all over? They have gotten that money. The first batch. They have vetted the judiciary, and they have found a way. Through proxy means, I don't know which rules, which laws, which bylaws, and now they have CDF. Though constitutionally, they are not supposed to. And why? Because the judiciary was bought. And Muzalendo cannot talk about that. Muzalendo cannot agree that the judiciary is not functional. If they can get CDF, and the highest court has said it is illegal, and the highest court is now quiet, Muzalendo.
Alex, this is just news because I thought that banning CDF was one of the good things that happened to the country, because it was very, very mismanaged by the same politicians who passed that law a few years back. So when it is back through backdoor, then probably they must have passed other new laws that will give them that money, and disregarding CDF. I am sure wameita jina ingine. They will not call it CDF.
Hapana Mzalendo.
Just dig.
Hawajali, iko hivyo hivyo. They don't care what name.
Wewe ngoja tu tutaona, utaisikia inaitwa jina ingine. They will not call it CDF. They'll call it another name, coin another name, and say this fund is meant for the constituency, and parliament has passed the bill. Lazima, but kama wamepitisha hiyo bill, then it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because this is taxpayers' money.
And you know, fellow panelists, when I say Kenya is doomed, people think I'm a prophet of doom. And we have seen how doomed countries, the path they get, the trajectory. Hiyo njia tunaenda ndio hiyo. Na hiyo njia, it's always set up by the kiongozi of the inchi, the so-called kiongozi. The moment kiongozi amesema hii mambo yote mlifanya ilikuwa political, hizi law hakuna, saa hii today ukienda uachilie mabusu wote kamiti, ufungulie hiyo mageti toke, jela zingine zote zitafungulia mabusu, because itakuwa jela kubwa imewaruhusu watoke. So it will apply to all the criminals who will be let loose into kwa watu. So the same thing Ruto has done. Ruto ameambia wa Kenya hakuna wizi. Amesema all that is political. And for those who support Ruto, I want them to even come back to their senses. Sincerely speaking, hata kama Stone PK alikuwa amechajiwa wrongly, si aende through due, ufanye just redo it again, reconstitute the review of whatever the charges were. Review them properly, uone kama kuna mahali nimeonewa ama sijaonewa. Not blanketing. Not ati Gachagua hiyo pesa ilikuwa alifanya biashara, and he confessed. Alikuwa amefanya kazi na alikuwa all over the counties coercing and doing zero delivery of things and getting checks. Ana supply hewa ama ana exaggerate ma prices. He was in the league yale ya oil barrel ilikuwa inatoka sijui 1,100 na kitu. I mean, really?
Stone PK,
yes.
I think in Nyeri there was that complaint of the hospital having been supplied with broken machines, which Gachagua was trying to say that he supplied. And those machines ended up being plucked off and brought new machines, but the money was already spent. So the government spent another money on top of that. So what he is trying to say that he worked for it, that is not, it is untrue, very untrue, because he never supplied anything to that hospital. He supplied, fake stuff, things that are not serviceable, and he had already been paying money. These UDA people, they have done a lot of shambles with the money of the taxpayers.
So, Mzalendo, let me read for you something interesting here. It is from Digital Citizen. It was written on 1st December 2022. Treasury finally releases CDF funds in 2 billion batches weekly. Okay. In communication to the National Assembly through the Speaker, Moses Wetangula, the Treasury says that after receiving advice from the Attorney General, it will be releasing 2 billion weekly from the 9th of December 2022. According to the advice from the AG, the Supreme Court has not pronounced itself in the NGCDF Act 2050 as a matter is still before the court under litigation. Technically, it remains force until express declaration is formally made by the High Court or other superior court, as may be seized that the matter is still on appeal. So the Treasury Secretary Njuguna Ndung'u has said that it has put aside 44.289 billion funds for that batches, and it will be given in 2 billions weekly. In the light of that advice, Attorney General, the National Treasury confirms that the commencement of it will start on the 9th, but the monies will be gotten later on. The minority leader, Opiyo Wandayi, who has been in the forefront for fighting for CDF, accused the executive of derailing the disbursement because they wanted it on the 9th, not later on. At least sense has prevailed from the National Treasury, because we told them all along that there is nothing. Whatever you do, even if it is unconstitutional, we must get the CDF. We appreciate now that we have seen sense. Members of Parliament came together to threaten to boycott House business if the Treasury failed to give them. They were not going to deal with the Treasury, and they were not going to deal with the finance bill. The fund has been thrown into limbo after the Apex Court ruled that CDF of 2013 should not be allowed to be managed by members of Parliament because it offended Division of Revenue and Public Finance Law. Now the members of Parliament are happy because the first batch will be received before the end of the year.
Wabunge wanaraha kweli, wanaraha sasa kweli, pesa imeingia ya mamiradi, inaitwa mamiradi. Now,
Sasa
so nipigie.
honestly, hata kama tunapiga siasa Ruto, sijui Azimio nini na nini, do we have a country?
Wandayi ndio moja wa Azimio.
Yes.
Why are you singling him out? Why are you
No,
singling
it's
him
okay.
out?
It's a minority. It's an MP. Then you have the majority.
Alex,
It is a tribe. It is a tribe called members of Parliament. When they are fighting for their rights, what do? They become one tribe.
And it, in fact, it's not a right. It's a ruin. They are ruining the country. That's why I'm thinking Kenyans should rise against Ruto, against the Parliament, against the Senate. Chase all of them away. Dismantle the country. Dismantle those systems. They are not beneficial to the nation. Hakuna faida tuko nayo hiyo mabunge yote mbili. Hakuna usaidizi ya mwananchi. But if Kenyans want to, ni shauri yao. But there is no benefit at all. Those guys are there just to enrich themselves together with the president, together with everybody else. Wanagawana mali, ni watoto nyara. Ile pesa ya nini ya serikali kugawana namna wanavyotaka. Because hakuna, utakimbilia nani? Hakuna koti, hakuna rais, utakimbia wapi Mkenya wangu? Kwisha sisi. Kenya kwisha, Kenya kwisha. Kenya kwanza, Kenya kwisha. Kabisa, by the way. And it's so bad it has happened in our lifetime. That country will never stand again. Believe you me. You remember me for these words. Country Kenya, finished. Kwisha. Finished. Whether you pray Mungu juu ya mahali mountain Sinai ama wapi, kwisha kabisa. Pole sana. Kenya Kelo, unataka kusema kitu?
Just shocked because these people are just enjoying the money while it was illegal from the judiciary. It had been stopped. But they decided that because the case is going on, while it is going on, let's go the other side and start, taking piece by piece and running away with it. When they come to rule, then we will be having our money in our basket. That's it. That's how they are doing it.
And that's the Kenyan style. Mjalendo, you know that. Wacha tuchukue saa hii, wakirule ni illegal, tunaambua turudishe. Ushawahi sikia ati turudishe pesa? You remember the salaries ile walijilipa? Koti ikarulu warudishe.
Well, Stone Pigay, as we are speaking right now, the county assemblies are also passing a law ya MCAs kukuwa na CDF yao. Yeah, kiti yao. So kuna CDF
No.
ya...
You are not right there. It is
Wait.
the president. It is the president who pronounced on it.
Alex, unajua utakuja kukula maneno yako hapa because I will take you to the county and see the laws that have been passed by our various counties that and you know they are passing. Yes, the president said that they will increase the kitties to the county government, but the MCAs and the governors have created a CDF for themselves. MCA kwa kila ward anakuwa na mamilioni kadhaa that he controls. Now look at this duplication. MP amekuja na CDF yake, MCA pia amekuja na CDF yake, barabara zote barabara ni za constituency na ward ile MP anaserve. A governor pia akona ministers wake pale. Executive are also implementing what the MCAs wanapeleka pale bungeni ili kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. There's a lot of duplication and a wastage of money in Kenya. Wastage of public resources, wastage of funds. Hakuna, it is just a total confusion. So imagine utapata barabara mbili, they have been allocated CDF money, they have been allocated the governor's fund, they have been allocated the MCA's development. Haya, bado kuna kura, sijui kora ya kura hii ya kutengeneza barabara. Yeah, bado kuna hiyo inatengeneza barabara. Yeah. Bado kuna Ministry of Agriculture at the national level. At the county level pia kuna ka ministry kengine ki agriculture, sijui kazi yake ni gani, na hii ingine ya national kazi yake ni gani. Yeah, a lot of duplication. Yet tuko hapa tunashangilia maviongozi wetu kuwa ni wadhaifu, wanafanya kazi mzuri sana. It's unfortunate.
Hiyo inaitwa na Kikuyu gayano jethe. So watu wanaweka nyama kwa meza, mtu anachukua kiungo yake anakimbia. That is how now it looks like. And it is very unfortunate our country is being done like that while we the Kenyans we are watching. Sababu kila mtu sasa au wako huko politicians. Inaonekana sasa ni speed. Nguvu zako ndizo zitakupatia kile unaweza beba. That is how it looks like. They gonna go in there. Ukiweza kuconvince, unapewa kiwango yako, unachukua unaweka kwa gari yako, unakimbia. That is how it is. It is not service for the country. It's not going to happen to make Kenyans feel that they are being given service. The service will be for those who are near the pocket, near the port, whereby they get their share and run away. They are not running away with what they get to kusaidia mwananchi, ni yao. And that becomes very dangerous because now it is for them, how much do I get and I run? That is the way it is. Saa hii hivyo wanaenda kwa hoteli kwenda kukutana. In fact, they are just having luxury life. They are enjoying life. Because I can't imagine people going to such a very expensive hotel to spend money that they are going for refresher. It's like training or meeting to do what? To discuss what? Which they cannot discuss in a state house. Can't they even make it somewhere else in Kenya whereby they just meet and discuss? Why go to the restaurant? I really congratulate Uhuru and I miss him terribly. I miss Uhuru seriously. Because Uhuru, hata kutaja jina la Mungu, watu wangegeuza kichwa, wajue kweli huyo ako pahali imefika, anataja jina la Mungu. Uhuru never played with God's name. So when I see all what is going on in Kenya, I don't know. It's very, it's foggy. A lot of bad things are happening in our country, bad things. And it's like people have been tongue-tied. They're not able to express themselves. They are not able to say what is itching them or eating them. I love my country and many people are willing to go back home where they came from peacefully and have comfortable life where you are born, where you have been brought up, and where you know corners of where everywhere you can go. But it looks like we are paralyzed. We are being finished. We are being shown that life is nothing. Kenyans are being shown life is nothing. While I knew life is good because you are created to live in a comfortable environment. But now, nchi yetu imezorota, imetumiwa vibaya na hawa watu. Na wameingia tu pole pole. And in fact, hata sasa uangalie uone hata kama ni UDA ama Azimio. Kusema kweli pesa ndio imewaongoza. Na kweli pesa ni shetani. Because we can see our country burning. It's becoming poor, while the few are becoming richer and richer. Where are they mining this money? It's from the poor people who are working day and night, who are not politicians, who are not sitting somewhere to divide money, but they are working at least to put food on the table, of which they are not sure of. Lakini yule akonazo, ndiye huyo na kikapu tena, anakimbia huko anachota na anakimbia nayo, without thinking twice. Seriously, that country, hata vile wanajaribu kujikompea na America ama na Britain ama other western country, hiyo ni kama dunia ya manyani. Zile nyani haki zinakimbizanaga huko, zinatoa fumbi. That is how the country look like. I can't imagine human beings, watu wanasema wamesoma. They don't respect their dignity. They don't respect lives of other people, and they are calling themselves scientists. I think they are scientists of robbing others, not giving them happy life. I feel very bad. Our country needs more better picture than how we are seeing it now. Tutachekelewa, tutachukiwa, tutaonwa kama sisi wanyama wa mwitu anywhere we go. I feel very angry, really, and I feel very, very frustrated because our country does not deserve this. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria hawa politicians ni watu ambao wanaweza kujipea heshima na hata sijui tunawaita waheshimiwa wa wapi, au ni waishiwa. Wameishiwa na akili, wameishiwa na tabia, kila kitu mbaya ndio wamebeba. They should come to their senses. Really, if I'm given a chance, in fact, I can stand in front of them and let them know whatever they are doing is very shameful. And they will look at themselves and find themselves shameless. Huwezi kutesa watu ambao unataka tena kuwanyonya damu. How mean are you? Kenyan politicians. In fact, imagine they are the most paid politicians, and yet they want to finish everything that is in the store. Ati watu sasa ni waanze kukimbia kutafuta pesa ya kupeleka watoto shule, ambapo hawakuwa wamejipanga. Halafu unaona tena kile kimebaki kwa store, wanaenda kuchukua tena wagawane. Watoto wao ndio wanasoma masomo ile mzuri. In fact, I was even shocked because I saw this called National Youth Service. Now even the rich people are taking their children there. And when they finish their training, the first people who will be getting good places are for the rich people. Wanapelekwa kwa maofisi, wale wengine watoto wanachukuliwa wanapelekwa kulima huko kwa mashamba. Hiyo ulisikia Ruto akisema hapo ati National Youth Service walime. How ndio wanalimaga? They don't even go, they go to class for a few hours, then they are taken to the shambas. Kulimia hiyo mambo yote, kama ni mananasi, ama kulimia hiyo ndizi. Na baada ya hizo kuwa, zinawekwa kwa malori zinaenda. It does not benefit those people. I believe when I was in school, we had a garden. Na kile chote tungelima huko, kilikuwa kinachukuliwa kinapelekwa kitchen. So we enjoyed that food. It is ours, kwa sababu ni sisi tumelima. Hao watu wa huko National Youth Service, they get nothing. Nilisikia they could be given kama ni watermelon, one head of watermelon, 20 people divide. That is like licking. It's just like you lick and taste. But the rest of the fruits are taken for sale. Hiyo ni maisha gani? Nchi inakaa namna hiyo, ni kama haina kiongozi. It's terrible. Kenyans, what are you thinking? What are we going to do? And how are you going to live? Seriously, we can't fit in foreign countries. We need to be in our country. And that is where we belong. Other people are in other countries. They are not living comfortably. I'm telling you. A lot of racism, a lot of mistreatment, and a lot of hard work. They don't get money easily. But if we are given a chance to be in our country, maybe we can feel a little bit comfortable and know that God has really given us a good country. Let's agree on one thing. We should not let these politicians exploit us. We have got our voice and we can voice it out. Ni watu washikane, waambiane, sisi tumekataa na nchi yetu tukatae nayo. South Africa did it. Sri Lanka did it. And they did it like a joke. And you saw the president of Sri Lanka had to fly. He fled. It wasn't funny. You saw those people swimming in his swimming pool. It was not funny, but they had to do it to make sure that their country come to their hands. Same way we can do, Kenyans. Let's do that. Let's unite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. It's good at least we are having this kind of discussions, because we shall be replaying them. When the country will be on fire, it will be trying to recollect the pieces, putting pieces together. We will play these clips. We will tell people that we were crying for our dear country. We will tell people that we were saying this, and then people are saying, oh, hao watu wanapiga mdomo tu, wengine hata hawaishi hapa Kenya. You see the way Kenyans wanaingiza maneno. Mzalendo, Stone PK, Mary, tukiongea tunaambua, hao ni wale watu wanaishingi nje. Hawana nini, you know? Kumbe you are raising awareness. Awareness is raised by anybody who is Kenyan. Whether you are living in Uganda, whether you are in Kampala or Dar es Salaam or wherever, you don't stop being a Kenyan. And you are not supposed to be muzzled. That you cannot say, atunajua hawa watu hawako hapa hawajui. Sasa hatujui aje, and we are there every other day.
But you see, but Stone PK, these people should remember that maybe the time somebody left Kenya, it was not what it is right now. So they shouldn't say that people are saying that because they are out of the country. Maybe you left just when the Kenya was beautiful and good, and you just went to look for greener pastures, then you come home. The problem is, right now, whoever is outside is not feeling comfortable to go back home. Why? Why do we have this problem? Uhuru was there. People were coming back and forth. They were going back and forth, and they never had anything feeling that you are insecure.
Yeah. So basically,
Mzalendo, I wanted to answer you. You told me that I'm going to buy it, and I want you to read. I wish I had your number. I send you the memoranda that was sent by Mohamud, and he put it in the tweet. When they were discussing the CDF, I don't know if you remember huo mjadala katika in parliament yetu, when they were discussing CDF. Do you remember that?
So we all remember. We all remember. You are keenly following.
Oundo Opiyo was the one who was making a lot of noise and even said, we were surviving on it. You can't take it away from us. And one of the things that they were told to do is that they were told include it in the I don't know why I've lost it. I had it here and I wanted to read it for you. The memorandum came from State House. They said, now, if you want CDF, we are going to give you, but include the word equitable division. And they were forced to do that. The idea came from State House. The members of parliament were even shocked of the amount of money now that they are going to disband. Now, apart from the 44.289 billion, now the members of parliament are going to be forced. And that's why the Speaker of the House has not decided what to do yet. I think in his wisdom, he wants to refuse because he understands it is going to cause conflicts within the counties. Up to now, since Ruto came to power, up to now, money have not been released to the counties, by the way. The only money that was given to them was an emergency fund for salaries because people are going for Christmas and they had not been, some counties is 3 months, some counties is 2 months, they have not gotten their salaries. Yet they are discussing, the county is not able to pay the employees, and yet now they are discussing another new bill called Ward Equitable Division of something. So that circular came from the State House that if you want CDF that bad, include Ward also Equitable Fund. That was Ruto proposal. And it is very sad.
Sasa yote hiyo 8, 7, 9, 10 ni kwamba nchi ya Kenya imekwisha. Mwananchi wa Kenya kwisha. We have joined the league of our neighbors. Sitaki kumention jina. Our neighbors, mwananchi has no voice. Mwananchi has no voice, and you know where I'm talking about. And it's realistic. I've lived there for so long. I've worked there for, I know. Mwananchi wa kawaida, yeye tu unang'ang'ana na shamba lako. Luckily for them, wana rotuba. You have your 1 acre of land, we una chakula, you are comfortable. Maneno ya serikali nini, you are able to afford kwenda private. Uko private clinics ni ziko million. Every kiosk is a private clinic. So mtoto akiwa mgonjwa una pesa, manake unauza matoke yako ama nini na nini. Them hao wanaweza kuishi bila kutegemea serikali. Unaona? Wanaweza kuishi bila kutegemea project. Hizo kama tuseme mabarabara ama nini na nini. Hiyo nchi iko, it's a bit unique. Nayo nchi, serikali ya huko haishughuliki hata kamwe. It is terrible. Yani, and that is where we are fearing nchi yetu inafika hapo. Ile kwamba sasa mbunge hakusaidii kamwe. MCA ambaye ndio wako wa karibu hana habari na wewe. Hela ile amepewa atakuwa sasa akiangalia kwa Stone PK, wacha nijenge kadama hapo kwake ndio ni mbribe, kwa sababu familia yake ni kubwa, siku ya campaign atanipatia hizo votes. So it is at their discretion, and unfortunately this is Ruto's doctrine of buying and coercing people using money. So to him it's normal, and that's why Kenyans should come and say no or say yes. Ruto believes in bribery as a person. Na si kumwekelea. He believes in bribing. He believes in corrupting people. So hata ukija kumwambia ati passes MCA wanapewa pesa, sijui it's not fair, sijui nini. CDF, he wants loyalty. He doesn't care what will happen to mwananchi. He doesn't care whether that CDF will even do projects in a nini. Na Wakenya wataona, we will not go, hatutaenda muda miezi mingi kabla wajaona, nothing will happen. In fact, Kenyans wasahau maneno ya government project, sijui CDF project, basari, hiyo wasahau kabisa. MP na MCA hiyo pesa atakuwa anakula peke yake na jamaa wake, huyo fund manager sijui anaweka. 3 of them will be deciding. Pesa ya county is being decided by 3 people. They dismantled the ministry, the department. Was it? Yeah, it was the Ministry of Devolution. Why was it dismantled? Yeah. It was killed so that money is only controlled by individuals, Ruto, Gachagua, and Waiguru. It is 3 people who will be deciding how much money goes to where. You may call that whatever you want to call, but it's a fact. Why you kill a ministry is because you want to have direct control of
so Stone PK, nimepata hiyo kitu, acha nisome alafu so that you can understand.
Go ahead.
The president, through a memorandum to the speaker of both houses, has supported the initiative of CDF, but he has urged the speakers to facilitate and expedite the process. While the justification for the amendment is sound, there is a glaring exclusion of a fund that will enhance growth in our village and ensure equitable sharing of devolved fund in our counties. And we must call it County Ward Equitable Development Fund. Now, those who are managing the CDF, the County Assembly Forum, which is coordinating the 47 county assemblies, have been told to rally the 47 counties assemblies in Kenya to petition the national government to incorporate the county wards equitable development, and thus they must start to make a constitutional amendment bill through the counties so that that bill can move to the National Assembly. Henceforth, all 47 counties must start a debate. The County Assembly Forum, who manages the CDF, whose primary mandate is to promote networking and synergy among the 47 county assemblies, recently urged each county assembly to move a motion to pass the petition to the same for the forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration, so that CDF will be released with the Ward Equitable Development Fund at the same time. So,
amesema hiyo.
Mzalendo. So
Mzalendo alisema hiyo award. Okay, go ahead.
So Mzalendo, sometimes it's not like we are biting our own words. We may not exactly remember. We read so many things in a day. I mean, this digital era, there's so many things that come in a day until, unachapwa tu na shocks zingine, unanyamaza tu na unasema hii kitu nikiendelea kufikiria itanisumbua. But you must know, it was a circular and a memorandum from State House when they were discussing CDF. And as Stone PK has said, this is coercion of the highest order. He was trying to buy also the ward representatives who are the MCS. Upon MCS hearing this, what happened? You remember during the BBI, what did Uhuru do? Uhuru literally, in as much as tunapenda Uhuru, they literally told the MCAs wanaenda kupata magari. What did they do? The first county that refused was Baringo. After kusikia magari, all the rest of the counties passed the BBI. So you can understand how thirsty the ward representatives want desperately this money directly to them. And the question is, the little money that they have been getting, who is accountable to them? More especially the county assembly. At least the members of assembly, we are about 20 to 30% asking for accountability. But the ward representative, who is going to be accountable to them? They coerce themselves with the CDF managers. The CDF managers, are from the national government, so that they can at least know how the CDF and through accountability how it's being used. But they coerce each other with the members of parliament, and they're able to steal it. So, are you going to hire again each ward a manager again? The wage bill will be too much. So you have a ward representative and also you have a manager for that kitty, the same way they have done with the members of parliament. I think we are going in the wrong direction. And the only purpose Ruto has done that is to buy the MCS. It's not for development. Why say that must be included? If you want me to give you the CDF, then you must include the ward, inaitwaje? At ward
Equitable something. Ni ward fund tu ile ilikuwa mbeleni. Ward development fund. Ruto is very good at adding many words to mean the same. It is
now, but this one is going to it's going to be incorporated with the CDF.
Whatever it is, but it will just go under the control of the MCA. Itakuwa ni budget yake.
Alex,
Yeah.
Your party Azimio had also promised to increase funding at the counties, and they had also promised to give the MCAs a ward development fund. So that's not a Ruto plan. It is something both parties had. The only thing that you should know is that my county has already passed that into law. So the debate has been going on, and I think almost all the counties are going to follow suit. They've already passed the ward development fund. They don't even know how much they are going to get, but already the bill had been tabled, and the MCAs already passed it. So they are only waiting to take the bill to parliament and make it a law. Then the president signs it. So in the next financial year, they'll be getting their ward development fund. CDF yao pia itakuja na hiyo CDF ya wabunge. That is what Ruto is saying. So this is not bribery as you people are putting it, but it is something that both political parties had. So if it was for Azimio, they had the same allocations. So,
but Zalendo, this is not about Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. We are saying that the Supreme Court squashed and said it is illegal. They have gone behind and come up with a new CDF. In whichever case, we don't know how. And now they have added that word. That's what I was just trying to say. That what they are doing is that they have done a double jeopardy to us by, that's all I was putting out about that.
Let me say something here to support, to really clarify what Nani Alex. You see, we are not opposed to money getting to mashinani.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that is really Azimio aim. That's why we were saying that percentage that goes to the county should be increased. What was scrapped off is the CDF, because look at it this way. Which is the smallest development unit in a county? It's the ward. And the ward, how many, in a constituency, you have at least maybe 5, 6, 7 wards. So when you pump money to the lowest unit, you are developing the constituency. And we leave the MCA to just deal with the legislature. The MCA, who is able to monitor together with his ward manager, there are these guys, there is the civil servant there. It's called ward admin. The ward admin with the MCA and the CECs are able to monitor programs that are really people-oriented. Now, the challenge was the counties should be able to develop people-driven programs. And with an MCA having, or rather a ward having a fund, they're able to mitigate those wherever. It's a very good development module, okay? But it becomes a problem when, again, you allocate so much money and call it constituency. So what will the MP do with that constituency fund? And the MCA is also developing the same constituency in terms of wards. You better have the devolved unit, which is the ward, monitoring that development in a smaller area. 5 wards make a constituency. So 5 wards, very well monitored, will be able to give results that the MP will also be proud of. So for me, banning the CDF is the best thing that ever happened. And for it to come back, I blame the president because he wants to buy and win the MPs. But for the ward, we need to have the money go to Mwananchi. And of course, have the serious mitigation that if you have 20 or 40 million as a ward, what are the projects that you have done? Where did you get these? Are they generated by the people? Yeah. Because if the people generate the project and they are funded properly, that is when you will see very fast development taking place, realistic. But with the MPs, they just hang around giving girlfriends and boyfriends. Yeah. Unaona? Wanaenda ati wanapeana basari, wanapeana nini, because they are not supposed to monitor projects. They don't have time for that. Their time is legislature, putting laws and making sure that there is check and balances. Yeah, the MCA has time to monitor each and everything in his ward. It's the best thing that devolution can achieve. But that also wants to be killed so that people have free money, they eat left, right, and center. That's the most unfortunate thing. Some toto mwananchi unaumia.
But I think the MPs seem to have taken that they are more senior than MCAs, so they should be taken in charge of the funds that will be delegated to the constituency.
But that's not their mandate, made in Kenya and Kelo. It's not the mandate of an MP.
This is That's the thing. And that is where I'm seeing it is not right, because the MCA has the small space, the small area whereby he is able to monitor and know what is needed in that area and projects. But the MP, if they are supposed to be in the parliament dealing with laws and regulations, they should let those people who are dealing with the down to the wananchi to deal with what is supposed to be done there. Because now it seems like MP want to hold the money and start dishing to the MCA the much that he can, whatever amount he can dish to the MCA. But the MCA is being belittled and not given the mandate to do the job that he is supposed to do. So that is where the money is getting lost. And it will not work for the Mwananchi because MPs, they seem to be feeling like they are more, they can be more expensive and more luxurious to spend the money for the public more than the MCA, because MCA is down to the people in the location where he comes from. I thought that is the idea, which is much better. Maybe I'm right or wrong, Stone PK. There was another thing you brought up about the neighboring country. What Ruto is doing is that he wants to own everybody. And that is how Uganda is. That guy wants to has all the MPs and everybody, so that if election comes, he has got support of so many people in parliament because he has got all those people with him. That is my take. And I know that is exactly what it's looking like, because if anybody else try to convince that he want a certain seat or whatever, the guy has got the majority of people in parliament. So any motion that he brings in will be supported by many people who he have already coerced or paid or bribed. That is the work now he is trying to do. Because I felt very bad when he started buying these parliament people, those politicians. And I also blame those politicians accepting to be bought like a parcel, and because of money, and you decided to dump your party and go to the other side. I was saddened because it seems like they don't stand with their principles. They want to be given money so that they can go the other side. What are you standing for if you can be paid to move from one side to the other? How about if you are given money to cross, you are already moved and your house is moved to the other side of the valley? Would you move? But these people have accepted to be bought and have money instead of serving the people who elected him. Because when you move, you don't move with those people. Those people were on one side whereby they stand. If they were in UDA, they are in UDA. If they were Azimio, they were Azimio. But you decided to go to UDA and leave them alone. I don't see the sense. And I don't see why a man or a woman would feel very comfortable crossing the line because you have been given money and dump your people. Because your people stand with you because they were Azimio, or they were Wiper, or they were NAC. But when you cross the other side, it seems like they are left alone. So just look at that picture, how it looks like. It looks very ugly, because I cannot imagine that I'm given money and I leave my children on the other side because of money. I wonder how the Kenya look like now, because many of them have done that and we are still quiet. But what can we do? We can't force them to be on the side that they don't want. They don't want to be poor, they want to be rich. And mark you, these guys are getting their pay. It's not that they are not getting paid, however, which side you are, but they still feel, I want more. They can't get enough. That is why Kenya is not in the right track. I think that's my.
Madam Akello, I mean, that's a very good point. The only problem is that you're forgetting that even Baba moved to the side of government. Was he coerced or was he paid some money to work with the government? So when you decide to work with the government, it is not necessarily that you are paid a certain amount of money. You go to government for you in your own violation and in your own interest and the interest of the people. So like yesterday, I was seeing the senator for Kisumu, Tom Ojienda, going to Murkomen and agreeing that they would tarmac some of the roads in Kisumu. So, you know, sometimes when you are opposing the government, you don't oppose it so much to an extent whereby service delivery is denied to your people. The African way, although government are not supposed to function that way. Here where we are, the opposition negotiates with the government. You negotiate with the government. You tell the government that since you have the majority in parliament, this is what we want you to do for our people. And the government will also tell you that we are bringing this bill. Although you don't favor this bill, let us work together. You bring 3 of your bills, we bring 5 of our bills, we pass it. That is how a functioning government should work. So the issue of Ruto buying MPs left, right, and center is neither here or there, because we cannot substantiate some of these facts. It's not factual. You didn't see the figures moving up and down. So that is just propaganda and hearsay. Somebody, I want to answer Lizzie there. I know the role of an MCA. The role of an MCA, I know it so well. It is to oversight and to oversight the governor and to represent the views of the people to the assembly. And the executive at the assembly is to implement the laws passed in the county assemblies. I know those roles so well. So don't be mistaken that tukiishu, we don't know what is happening in the country. We know these laws. Whatever we are talking about is CDF fund, which is now illegally coming back after being disbanded by the courts. And CDF was banned by the highest court in the land. So there is no way that you can even appeal against the CDF. So you have to have a new way of bringing in a bill that will be taken to parliament, passed, and the funds disbursed. But as Alex had said, some of this money has already been given, has already been challenged in the constituencies. And the constituencies this money is going is neither it's Azimio and UDA constituencies. So Azimio also, they don't respect the law. That is what we are saying in a nutshell. Both parties don't represent the law. So when a law is broken by UDA and Azimio, it's the law that has been broken. And you should look at it that way. Thank you.
Let me say something to you, Mzalendo. Raila was there for his own way, not in government. Raila was not coerced. Raila was going his side of trying to make the country be stable. He was not in government. And whatever he was doing, Raila was just a supportive hand, but not in government. He was not being paid by the government. He was just there as a Kenyan. And I think Raila have fought for this country. So whichever side he may stand, he should be respected and not associated as you have said, he was in the government. We can see very clearly what Ruto is doing with these MPs and any politician. However, we will never be shown on the table or physically money exchange or anything. Even if he is using his mouth, convincing somebody to leave a party to join him, still it's illegal, because you have to let people stand with their truth and stand with their principles, so that now the government that is there can be either be opposed or supported. But it should not be that I have to cross the line to go to the other party, to the party that he belongs, so that I lose my interest of my other party, where I come from. I have seen so many people who have moved from one party to the other, to that one. Why are they moving? They should be let to stay however the number it was. These people are changing day by day, and you cannot convince me that these people are just just anyhow walking to the other side just for the sake of. What is good there? They are not moving to a different country. They are still in Kenya. So for them, if they are moving to that side, there must be something that is making them to change their mind, go there. It is not about just for the sake of moving. I would say that Mzalendo. So you are not going to convince me. We have not seen money. That is propaganda. That is something that is happening, and it is going to continue. And they are not ashamed of doing that. I know they are not children. They are people with the guts. But what is going on, we can tell. We can read, and we understand what they do. So for me, I stand firmly knowing that these people are being bribed to cross the line and go to the other side. And that is how Kenya will end up being in a very bad track, because many will be on one party, so that now we don't have people to fight for us, or opposition who will be taking government into account.
Hello, thank you very much. But unfortunately, we don't have any mechanism to put your house in order, or to put a fence in your house, of the Azimio house, so that you don't have these rogue children or rogue elected members of parliament jumping the fence and joining this other side. So ukiona huku kwenyu kama hakuna faida, you go to where you can benefit. Government comes with a lot of things. It comes with a lot of appointments. It comes with so many things. So if you see some of the legislators lobbying for their people, they know the benefits that African governments come with. So it is not just Ruto, the president, Ruto, the ambassador, Ruto, the assistant, the cabinet positions, Ruto, the PS, Ruto, the diplomats, Ruto, the cabinet secretaries, Ruto, the parastatal heads. Those are positions that the president can influence and appoint people that he wants. So if you see somebody lobbying for such positions, that he has got the interest of these people at heart. So it doesn't mean that he has got their personal the interest, or it doesn't mean that they have been coerced or paid some money. I always say, when you come to this show, fact check what you're saying. If you say that Ruto is giving money, show us where the money is. If you who has been given money, but tukisema tu ati wanapewa pesa, wanapewa nini kila wakati, hakuna. Mimi, if I want to move to Ruto's side, I'll just simply walk. to Ruto's side because probably I like the way he looks, or probably I like the policies that he's selling around, or probably I want a government contract. That is how Kenya is today. If you are on the side of government, you'll get other benefits that the opposition cannot give you. It's not a betrayal. It is sometimes selfish interest, but sometimes it is communal interest. So that is how human beings are, and you cannot change the way a human being feels or thinks about themselves. So when you elected a leader, ndio mnaambiwa kabisa chambua na uchungu na unini, you sieve them properly and see whether this one will be bribed to join the opposition and forgo his roles as your elected leader. But most people have realized that being in the opposition does not help them much to achieve whatever they want. So you'd rather be in government. And that is why the opposition, like Raila, who has been in the opposition for the longest time.
So Mzalendo, you are doing your final round, included in your submission.
Yes, let me just say, yeah, that is why you see people who have been out, have not formed the government, are always eager to get that power. So our political parties are formed to grab power. And power is that presidency. It comes with something. It is not that power to serve the people. It is power to also serve the interests of the people around you. So the people around you are also the ones urging you to grab that political seat so that you can serve their interest. And in the event, in turn, they will serve the interest of their communities. So it is the way it is. So hakuna hapo ati rocket science or values that people should adhere to. What is happening in government today, you don't have the numbers. You don't have the numbers. And the only way you can negotiate your policies that you are selling throughout your campaign is to negotiate with the government. You have to negotiate with the government, the people who have the majority, so that you can have your policies go through. And you realize that these MPs, they work together. When it comes to their salaries, they work together. When it comes to things that affect the common mwananchi, they are not together. When it comes to things that they know they will divide us, then they are busy pushing you on this other side to go on the streets. Yeah. Why can't they push you to go on the streets for them to increase their salaries? Recently, they had a games session in Sudan. Each and every member of parliament was paid 1 million per diem and traveling allowance of 100,000 shillings. We don't question that. We only look at what Ruto's government is doing. What is your legislator robbing you as a taxpayer? Na kuibia pesa ngapi each and every day? Every year, unaona the mileage allowances these guys are being paid. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. It is high time Kenyans should rise up and say, let us look at this country and let us look at the people that we elect and let us look at what value they had with this kind of money that we are paying them. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Anybody, Mary, you want to say you are?
I will say to Mzalendo, this government which we have right now has done a lot of mess instead of good, because even creating all those vacancies that you are talking about is creating disaster in our country, because they have said there is no money and the country is bankrupt, or the country has no enough money, and the creation of all these vacancies for these people, it's a kind of incentives that people are being given so that he can increase the number of followers that he wants for his government. So for you to say that we fight for those people who are being given money because of traveling or going anywhere, I say we cannot do that, because the government is the one dishing out. we are never included. We are not inclusive when they are doing all this division of the money. So we Kenyans are the sufferer. And who is doing this? Who is the head of the government right now? Who should control this mess? Who should even be trying to help Kenyans to get into the right proper situation, into proper way of life? It's the head of the government. So when you say that we don't see the money being paid to people, these incentives that they are given or they are making, the government is making, it's the one making these people cross the line, go and join the government so that they can have marupurupu yao ndio waweze kujisaidia. Otherwise Mkenya ameachwa peke yake, hana pesa, hana chakula. So that is my take.
Thank you, Kenya Nakelo. I see Kenyan with love you just come in. We are doing our final round. You may as well take the coup.
Yeah, I understand you're doing your final round, but Aki, I wasn't even gonna come in because I was just watching you guys and I was enjoying so much, even on the comment section, because we were having our field over there. But Zalendo just said on his last on his final remarks something that I'm so sorry, guys, that hit me to the core, that I said I have to come and say that because I have the chance. You see, that mentality that Mzalendo just said right there is the problem that we have with our African countries, that will never move from a first world country, third world countries, to go to a first world country. These guys do not understand that what we're trying to do is not about money making, it's not about, even the governorship and all that, and all about making profits and all that. It's about straight governorship and what we call public servants. And that is what we're crying for. We're not here about where Mzalendo is just saying that if he wants to go to, to Ruto, he just has to walk out there and get his tenders and whatever. That means then you're not even a patriot of your country that you live in, because you have no ideology. You're a wish-wash guy. You just want to jump up and around whatever it benefits you. As long as it benefits you, you don't care about your country. I'll give you a good example today, and you can go look. Today, we do have, I'll give a good example of the United States. We have the Republicans, they have the majority in the House of Commons, and they're trying to find a speaker. Kevin McCarthy is supposed to be the guy to be voted in. This has never happened in 100 years, because every time, the people do agree. But you can see them, they voted 6 times. Still, they haven't gotten a speaker. Why? Because no one is jumping over. When you look at the Democrats, they are voting all of them at the same side. Because it's an ideology-based...
Stop lying to Kenyans. There are Republicans who are voting alongside Democrats. That's why McCarthy is not the governor. So stop saying things that you don't
listening is a good thing, my brother. You've been speaking here for a long time. I say Democrats are voting together, all of them. Is there a Democrat that has voted for McCarthy? Learn how to listen, Kidogo. Don't just
there are
jump.
Republicans who are not voting for McCarthy. That's the reason why they are voting.
I say Democrats. I say Democrats. Listen to me. Am I stammering?
That's why I'm telling you, it is important that you cross where you see your values are being added. So a Republican does not see value in McCarthy. That's why he's voting again on the side of Democrats who are in government. That is the same thing happening in the country.
Are you listening? Are you listening to me, or are you trying to say what you want me to say?
Correcting you.
You're not correcting me in anything. I said Democrats are voting all of them together. No Democrat has voted for a Republican, but the Republicans are all over, because some Republicans, at least it was 20 and 21 and 6 that voted for the other guy. What was his name? I'll tell you. And that they've been voting. Republicans are divided. That's where they can get, but they're the majority. But Democrats are voting together. And
No Republican, as you're talking about, has voted for the Democratic side. There's two Republicans that are voting, so they are divided between them too. And one voted present. So please, my friend, I don't come here to just shout. I know everything that I come and say. I research before I come and say, before I open my mouth. Relax. What I'm trying to tell you, and I'm not accusing you in a bad way, I'm just saying that is the biggest problem that we have, not just in Kenya, but even in Africa in general. The people, what you just said then, is what got me out of bed and came to say it, is that when you're just feeling you're not a patriot to your country and you don't have a party where you stand with that ideology of this is what you believe in. But if you can make tenders, and that's why I always say here that we need to have public servants, and no public servant should ever do business with government. Because if Ruto comes and tells you, I'll give you this, I'll give you, a tender of this, Kuleta Mabairo to NYS, you jump over there, you even forget where you were standing. And unless we get that kind of leadership in Kenya, my friends, we will have the Kinamutuas that I thought will never even stick on the other side, because I know why he went on the other side. But if you're offered something, you jump on that. You are here now, tomorrow you're there, and that's what Ruto has perfected, to know people are just all about tenders and making money. In fact, we need to make it a big law, very criminalized, that if you're caught in any way doing any kind of business, just like here, but here sometimes they get to navigate it a little bit. But again, like the other time, who's the one from Georgia that was caught throwing before COVID came, that he went and emptied his shares in his stock exchange and everything. He's having trouble right now. The president right now is having trouble. Unless we have laws and we start being patriotic, if you are an Azimio person, you understand why you're there, and you're not going to be just told, vote on this other side, I'll give you this. Na hizi pesa zina exchange yagwa kwa choo, ziache kukua, and it becomes very criminal for you to do that, and people start going to jail and not having the Walukes being bailed out because, for $1 billion. Once we start seeing the MPs, Kina Aisha Jumwas, even Babu Owino, being accountable. If we keep on navigating this, circumnavigating this constitution and saying that you're going to go where it's profitable, I'm telling you, election will always be stolen, because we know nobody's going to go anywhere. You're protected. We will never have any good election, and we will never have good governance. Neither will we ever have good leaders, and we will remain a third world country forever. Even our kids might not see a country that is legit. Storm PK, sorry I came in late. I just wanted to come and counter Muzalendo on that, and not even counter him. Put it that mentality that he has is the biggest problem that we have in Kenya and in Africa in general. Thank you, sir.
Enyewe hiyo I rattled a snake, and it surely came biting, but the only thing is that it was not poisonous enough to kill me. Ile kitu ile lazima ujue Bwana Mato. right now as we speak, the people who give the Republican money, the highest sponsors of Republican Party, are already on a table telling McCarthy that, there are things that we wanted you to pass last time and you didn't push them for us. So this is what we want. And believe you me, hata pesa utembea. You'll not hear about it, but it's the kind of negotiation that goes on. Yeah. And it is what it is huku. Unaweza danganywa ati they are very, very democratic, but nakuambia, even if it means paying somebody off to vote for you, they will do it. They will do it. It will not be called a bribe.
Stone PK, I wasn't in this one, so I rest my case at that point. I just wanted to tell people that what Mzalendo said is the biggest problem we have in Africa. Thank you guys, I appreciate it, and I'm so sorry for gate crashing. Acha nirudi kwa kitanda. Stone PK, thank you so much. Mama, okay, Kenya na Kero, kesho utakuwa nini? Utakuwa mwende? Ikitufikia ikuwe mwende.
Nimeambiwa nijiite Najala.
And Muzalendo, even you, have a good night. God bless you so much. But rethink of what you're talking about and what you're saying. And because people are listening to you, and we come here to educate people, and young people are listening to us too. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, everybody that has been here. And also in the comment sections. Kina Brian Richards, wacha nirudi huko chini.
Thank you, Mato. Kenya Nakelo, you had made your comment. For me, I'll not bore people with many things or anything, but I'll just say it is unfortunate that things are the way they are because this is what Kenyans are made for. And that's why I'm happy. And I want Kenya to die so that they resurrect. I want, because you see, you've just had confirmation from Zalendo. He has confirmed who we are. He's not improvising, he's not creating. That's true. Huyo mzalendo ndio mzalendo kabisa. Ameongea kikenya. Kenyans, we are corrupt to the core. And he just confirmed what Wambugu said. Wambugu is an MP. Wambugu said exactly what Mzalendo has said. And I don't know where voters are. Wa Kenya, because also you can't rely on Mzalendos, on Wambugus. Those are traitors. Hao ni tumbocrats. The MPs, hao ni watu wa matumbo yao. It is every man for himself. God for us. So Wakenya hao tunaita Wakenya tukiongea kwa hii station na station zingine. We are appealing to people walifungwa hawaoni, and sasa afadhali tuache waumie tu. Because ukishaambiwa mtu anakuja anakuambia hivi akitafuta kura, na akishaenda pande hii anakuambia, anageuka anaenda pande ile. Where are you left as a voter? Ati anakuambia unajua sasa mimi nimevuka upande ya Ruto kwa sababu my aim was to be where the government is. There is no leader who goes over to the other side ati for the sake of wananchi. Which one? Where? Who? From what? Una look for appointment as a PS, you are doing it for the mwananchi? Garbage. Those are that ndio ninaitanga trash.
Apart from Raila, Stony PK.
Well, yes. So all these things that we are saying, in fact, I'm just saying, let Kenya ban. Let mwananchi aumie tu ndi ajue, because Wakenya ni wapumbavu. Sisi ni wapumbavu wote nikiwa mmoja wao. It's like a child who holds a glass, very fragile glass. Unamwambia, baby usiangushe hiyo glass itavunjika. Saa hiyo umemaliza ndiye anaangusha, pa! Inavunjika, anaanza kulia. Those are Kenyans. Because to tell you the truth, for Kenyans to sit and say that Ruto is ni rais wao and sijui nini na nini, alishinda kura, alifanya hivi, and they sit there, they are being lied to, and they are being baptized and converted into believing that. Hao ni wa Kenya. So wacha wakae na rais awahudumie, anawaambia priority ni hii production. Mi sijui huyu mtu scientist, akia Mungu hata siwezi taka kuwa scientist. If I would be like Ruto, I'd rather never be. If my science, my PhD itakuwa kureason kama Ruto, wacha ikae. Wacha ikae. I don't want to reason like that. Because honestly, even those of us who have gone to shule, hata kama tujapata ma PhD ama tumepata, there is no PhD that reasons like that. Honestly, to be very sincere, without kinyongo ama nini, even when you listen to Ruto giving his talks and wherever, I think people are really ridiculing us. Watu wanashangaa. Kiburi ndio hiyo imemuingia. Now what is coming from his mouth is unbelievable. But wale wanamsupport, they are hearing a lot of sense. But remember, show me your friends and I tell you who you are. honestly, listen to UDA people reasoning. Ni vile tu tunasema wacha tuheshimiane, you don't do it, but they reason like Mother Kome, they reason like akina Linturi. Yani sijapata mtu ambaye anakupatia substance, relevant substance. Mtu anakuambia mimi nilikuwa naenda kutafuta kura niwe kwa serikali. So huku umeenda kwa sababu ya principle, una principle, wewe ni bendera. And you stand to tell a press conference that Kenya na Kelo nisaidia hapo. Unasimama wewe unaitwa mheshimiwa, akia Mungu unaongelesha kwa TV. Unaambia mwananchi wewe una msimamo. Kazi yako ni kungojea kama ile fisi. Unangojea mahali itatoa mshingo, ile harufu ndio ndio unakimbia. You don't know how to hunt and pursue. Seriously? I rest my case. Kenyans, you are on your own. You ban. Umieni, Mungu atakuja. If God will ever come to help people, which I doubt, God does not come to help people, because once he gives you life and energy, and he gives you life, unaamuka asubuhi ukiwa mzima, that is all. God amekuami na amekupatia brain, ujanoki. Usingoje God akuja ati akusaidie ingine. Amekupa zote. That's a package. Anakuambia kumekucha, umemshukuru, nenda vita, nenda kazi. You don't go then kila saa unaambia Mungu niletee. Hata God wakes you up in the morning na anakusahau. You go and vent and hunt for yourself. That's my thinking. Because if I was God, I would not bother to follow you every minute, whatever you are doing. I've given you brain, I've given you energy, nimekubariki umesimama asubuhi saa 12 kama unaamkanga saa 12, and whatever you want to do, you go and do with all the energy. So if you want to steal, it's up to you. If you want to kill, it's up to you. If you want to do whatever you want, it's up to you. You are saying your leader is not doing it, it's you to tell him. If people are waiting for God to come and remove Ruto from where he is seated, God never put him there. Kuna? He put himself there under pretext that he was voted for. And if you feel he was not there legitimately, mungemung'oa siku hiyo hiyo. So the question is, mwananchi na wanajeshi wa Kenya, kubalini tu mufirwe kabisa na Ruto, muwekwe kidole kwa mapua, mpigwe na rivers. Shauri yenyu, you are on your own. Hayo ni yangu machache ya kufunga, nikiwashukuru wale wote wako kwa commentary session, akina Brian, akina Eli, akina George Onyulo. It is thank you for being there. Danny Darius, asante sana kwa contribution yako na kwa kushikilia upande huo. George Danvers Nyareru, asante sana. Betty hawa, asante kabisa. Kuna kina Geoffrey huko. Ruto, huyo ni ndugu yake Ruto, ni Ruto damu, aoni chochote kibaya na Ruto. Nafikiria ameambiliwa mambo makubwa hayo. Tony Maina, thank you so much for being there. Brian Richard nimekusema, Elio nimekusema, nimekutaja. Yes, wale wengine wote ambao labda sitawataja, mjue tu tuko pamoja. Tunashukuru. We have been very keen to read and see Awino Rapemo, fantastic, very good supporters here. Wengine kina nani, kina Caroline Atieno, thank you Nyathiwa for contributing. Lizzie Macharia, asante sana Liz. Wengine ni wengi kweli, watu leo walikuwa mashabiki kweli wengi. Eli tumemtaja. Ani mwingine pale John Dinda Katinda Ngone ako pale. Caroline Atieno, thank you very much. Ani mwingine huyu, kuna wengine akina Tatu Juma, ndugu yangu tunakushukuru na tumeona mchango wako, tunafurahi kabisa. Kuna wale wengi walikuja mapema wakati wa Bernard, wote pia tunasema tunashukuru kwa kushikilia runinga hii yetu. Tutakuwa hapa na tutaendelea kusema yale ambayo yanajiri, yale ambayo si mazuri. Godfrey Odhiambo, asante sana. Pamela Kageni, asante sana. tutazidi kuzungumza tu, manake yale tunazungumza ni yale yanayomhusu Mkenya na ni yale yanahusu yale mambo yote ya huko kwetu nyumbani hapa Kenya. Lazima tuzungumze, hata tukiambiwa tunasema ni propaganda, ni sawa. Propaganda pia ni part of life, na propaganda comes out of something. Propaganda cannot be created out of nothing. It's part of that. And most of the propaganda has very heavy truth. Manu Mbuvi, asante sana kwa kuweza kushiriki na kutuletea ujumbe wako mzuri. So with those, let me say thank you so much. We will ask God to bless every one of us so that we're able to pray, and praying that Kenyans can wake up. They should not wait for people. Revolution is rife. You will not be taken to hell for rising for your rights. This Ruto government will never take you anywhere. That's the truth. They will give you stories, watawazungusha merry-go-round. Kila siku mtapewa story mpya. Leo mmeambiwa matiti hazijamewa, ni kama nyinyi ndio mna. How would you know Ruto matiti hazijamea unless uko na yeye kwa bedroom? Yeah, he asked the wrong people questions. So those are the kind of things you're going to be getting. So if you really can tolerate that, again, the choices ya watu ambao wanaitwa wananchi. Kama we ni mwenye nchi, huwezi kutolerate those kind of nonsense. You have to make Ruto know that he's claiming to be there, and that seat is actually donated by you people. So if you really feel like you have donated that, then you know what to do. You can recall it. But unfortunately, tulijipatia uhuru na katiba ambayo hatuielewi. I think we were not mature enough to have this constitution. 60 years down the line, we are not, hatuna nguvu ya kuweza kupata kiongozi ama viongozi wale ambao tunahitaji. So tunaweza tu kuendelea kutawaliwa na mambavu kutawaliwa na yeyote anapenda, manake uwezo hatuna. So inaonekana tunaweza mvumilia Ruto tu atufanye vile anataka, kwa sababu inaonekana uwezo hatuna. Kama bado kuna watu wengi na viongozi wetu wanasema wao wanafuata mahali asali iko, si kwamba wanafuata haki ya mwananchi, ni wanafuata tumbo lao, basi Wakenya mko peke yenu. With those many remarks, let me say thank you so much, Mary. Thank you so much.
Before you close, PK, I would like to pay one word that ukitaka nguruwe ununue aliyenona. Nasema hivyo in a different way, ati mtu mzuri hujulikana kwa vitendo. Kwa hivyo siwezi kuwekelea mtu jambo ambalo sina njia ya kufafanua ama ya kuelewa huyo mtu ni wa aina gani. So we can remember there was one time of 21 billion lost, and the same person who was suspected said that it was not 21, it was 7 million. So we understand him, his moves, and all his characteristics. That one is to pay the word that the statement that I made, that bribes takes place, and the people, because of being greedy of money, they will go for that. So that is my take, and I close my motion tonight.
Thank you. And also tumeambiwa we've been eating 100% GMO. Kwa hivyo tukiongeza 1% hamna shida. John D, thank you very much. So haki ya Mungu tutaendelea kupata statement kwa huyu rais wa Kenya. Tumekuwa mkila sumu 100%. Kwa hivyo 1 more percent hamna noma. Muulizeni meeting yake na ule jamaa wa Amerika ambaye alileta maneno ya mashindano, walikuwa wanazungumza nini? Walizungumza mahali lazima budget ikirietiwe. Wakenya milioni kadhaa lazima muishie, ndio market ipatikane. Thank you very much. Black, thank you. I see you are there. Thank you. Due diligence kabisa, mtu wetu kabisa. Pamela Kageni nilimsema. Chaka Mdune ni mtu wetu wa nguvu na dhati. Thank you very much guys. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. We see you later in the day. Merci beaucoup. Ciao.